Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Finland, France, Georgia, Germany, Greece, Ireland, Italy, Kosovo, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Serbia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey, Ukraine, United Kingdom. Alive, yes. Oh, wait, no. Armenia? Armenia, yes. Also Austria.
Go down again because
Austria?
Azerbaijan.
Okay, then we actually have a quorum, which is 18 out of 32. I would say we can start the debate, I promise. Yeah. I see Austria is there. Belgium, okay. Bulgaria, yes. Croatia's not there. France, Italy, Kosovo, Netherlands, Poland, Slovakia, Spain, Sweden, Ukraine. Ukraine, great, honestly. Okay, so the agenda item of today, of course, just to recap, we got the quorum. Well, this is the agenda for today. You know it, no changes from the booklet. First agenda item, number 11, update to the policy and welfare and safety of holistic, substantive and normative rework of the BNCM proposing entity is the governing body, and we have many committed and can talk about it.
Thank you. I hope that you can hear me okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to every person and body who helped shape this 8th and final draft. It truly took all of us to get here, and we remain fully open to amendments. So let's be clear about what this proposal addresses and its aim. Picture someone doing a Nazi salute or using a discriminatory slur. We all agree this would be unacceptable. Our code of conduct and our safety and welfare policy.
Keywords. So
Says,
I don't know the keywords. So Maggie, just please ask to when we need to change the slide, okay?
sure, will do.
Thank
So
Keywords. Okay.
we all agree that in this scenario, this would be unacceptable. Our code of conduct and safety and welfare policy tells us exactly how to act at events. But if the same thing happens in our digital spaces, we have no shared definition of red lines, no guidance, no process. And if anyone believes that this would never happen in EYP, well, the past few days have truly shown otherwise. We've seen these quote unquote jokes pushing boundaries, romanticizing or otherwise normalizing totalitarian regimes, accounts pretending to be official EYP channels, racial slurs used in comments, and potential partisan content circulating freely, all with a growing number of viewers. Again and again, we're seeing EYPers, volunteers, often being targeted and their work ridiculed in some way. These allegedly funny posts may also target some EYPers' backgrounds, such as race, ethnicity, sexuality, religious belief. The content being shared implies that the EYP either doesn't care enough to respond, or worse, approves. Things simply cannot continue like this. It is finally time to acknowledge the situation for what it is and protect our community's digital spaces by adding the netiquette to the safety and welfare policy. Next slide, please. In terms of history, UIP Croatia has brought it up formally a year and a half ago, and it has come up informally so many more times than that. At the last BNCM, we agreed what needed to be done, held an informal debate on how to do it, and now the GB is presenting the concrete outcomes of these discussions, shaped by, of course, the input gathered from the public consultation period. It's needless to say, we've already lost some potential sponsors. Parents are raising eyebrows, and a number of UIPers feel uncomfortable. It's unfair to watch volunteers become targets of such public criticism when the proper internal channels indeed do exist. Next slide, please. The rationale is rooted in everything that you have told us, and we have truly listened to every single member in this process. Our rationale has always been to preserve and amplify our individual freedoms, which means being clear about the responsibility that this freedom brings. Freedom should not come at the expense of another person's. We do not accept racial slurs, homophobic remarks, Nazi salutes at a physical event. So why should we leave room for this online? Next slide, please. While we cannot ignore these things, we have a safety and welfare system, and we can have it apply as it would at physical events. We're proposing to make this netiquette a policy, one that is much more relaxed than the terms and conditions of these social media platforms, and ensures any concerns raised can be handled by the complaints team, supported by the HR officer, and not by the GB, NC boards, or otherwise. The system allows anyone affected to raise concerns safely and appropriately, and that the GB only ever decides anonymously. To be super clear, jokes are definitely okay. We want them, we need them, as long as they don't cross a line. This is how humor works. It's funny until it's not. And we have simply seen way too many cases of it simply not being funny anymore. Next slide, please. So to conclude, the intended outcome here is to preserve our freedom whilst ensuring that our rules apply everywhere and to everyone fairly. Of course, feel free to ask any and all questions, and we are super open to amendments. Thank you.
Due to the proposing entity, as a quick checkup for us, Spain, Sweden, are you present? Yes, yes. Netherlands, are you present? Yes. France, are you present? Yes. Kosovo, are you present? Italy, are you present?
And Norway.
And Norway, are you present? And Poland, are you present? Is a yes for Norway? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So to the proposing entity, statements. Any NC willing to deliver a statement on this debate? We will give precedence to those who requested it on the agenda setting poll. I will ask for the statements to be like a couple of minutes, not more, and this way we can have like 3 of them, because I see there was a third request. So Netherlands, Czech Republic, and Switzerland.
Hey. Good morning, everyone. And first things first, thank you, Maggie, and thank you to everyone who has been involved with formulating this policy. Despite the fact that I will be approaching this also a bit of a critical standpoint, I think in terms of mission, it is extremely important to, as Maggie put it, like impose limits on like what is funny and what is not, and what is just straight up bullying and harassment and racism and homophobia and all the phobias. Yes, I do think the aim of the proposal is, like I agree 100%. However, I am a little bit critical and skeptical about the mechanisms that are behind the proposals. So the proposal, for example, if I recall correctly, for example, allows the complaints team, I don't think it is the GB, to ask account owners to reveal who they are. Well, now, of course, in an ideal world, they would tell you. Sexuality, I fear, Like it would be great if they would, but like it's extremely hard to figure out who's behind these kind of things, although there's always like some whispers and all of that. But to independently verify that is difficult, and also it is kind of like yeah, it like very much hinges on the collaboration of the people who are behind the accounts to begin with. Specifically talking about, of course, the UIP bank accounts, and new accounts. And by also placing the onus of enforcing consequences for people who go past the limits with their UIP unauthorized accounts on the complaints team, yeah, very quickly. I do think that it's nice to have an independent process, but as an NC board member, if someone comes for the brand of UIP the Netherlands, I would also like to have the power to legally do something. In the sense that it is it is our duty to kind of safeguard the NC, not from maybe a perspective of safety and welfare, like the same way an NSP or something like that, but as this perspective of a legal like custodian. So yes, I'm also a little bit worried about that, but I think overall the aim of the proposal is quite good, and there's like some really good there's some really good clauses in there. Just like overall, it's a bit yeah, some of them are a little idealistic. Thank you.
Thank you, Webby. The Netherlands, as promised, will be checked out. Good morning, everyone. I will. Oh, okay. I will try to speak normal. I will kind of second everything that was said because I feel like we will all repeat ourselves to some extent. But I would definitely like to appreciate the extent of this because. As it was said, the online community has been a big part of in the past years, and it's nice that we are going into what can and what cannot be done. As much as I wasn't really familiar with the extent of how harmful a lot of things apparently have been, so this kind of scared me. But yeah, anyways, I am slightly questioning the actual impact of the proposal, not in terms of this things said being wrong or anything as such, but more in terms of does it actually prevent anything from happening? Yes, we have, like, to me, it feels like we are just asking people or codifying that we should be next to each other, and in case that we are not, we should report it, which, great, we can do that now. So instead of maybe pushing more onto personal responsibility and maybe not allowing the sort of behavior that is being allowed apparently, we are just kind of codifying it, but without actual repercussions for not discontinuing this behavior or whatever. I feel like the thought is rather clear. Additionally, I would like to point out the questionable listing of administrators, because it's actually required by the policy, which seems a bit iffy, especially since the technicalities of this are difficult. I feel like we're kind of impeaching on the fund, and in general, kind of imposing limits on fund. Yes, they are needed, but who are we to say what is and what isn't fund, apart from the obvious behavior that is beyond the line, which has been already set by kind of these and policies that are law. Therefore, I am a bit iffy about the actual impact.
Thank you, EYP Czech Republic, and as promised, part 2. Again to EYP Switzerland, I would say, please take out the placard because I need to take out my glasses, please.
Thanks. We would like to recognize the hard work that went into preparing this new UIP etiquette, and thank the GB for also allowing us the opportunity to give input on it prior to its submission. And though we recognize the need for anti-bullying culture and generally to foster a positive environment in the network, we are unable to accept the proposed censorship of UIP affiliated accounts through personal identification. Though the etiquette attempts to exclude accounts associated with a private individual, it specifies that an account will have to be used for those purposes only. So like I personally need to reach UIP alumni on my personal LinkedIn, would I suddenly not be able to also comment on a political issue? Besides this, we also think it is generally silly to restrict political content on so-called UIP affiliated accounts, as it is entirely plausible that an individual could be a part of a political campaign on Instagram and mention that they gain experience within our organization, which would not be allowed according to this new etiquette. We would like to also note that establishing a legal framework for parody accounts inadvertently legitimizes them as part of our organization to third parties, while we still have little to no control over what they post, because there is no real guarantee that account admins actually comply with the etiquette. Furthermore, we believe that this new etiquette presents dangers to wider network engagement. Though most of our comment sections are already dead, the etiquette truly seals the coffin, discouraging any contribution to online spaces through a list of potential violations, which are overly subjective, especially when it comes to interpreting internet and meme culture. To sum this up, overregulation is not the answer, and it does not preserve our freedom.
Thank you, UIP Switzerland, for a very well-timed statement. I will now go back to the proposing entity. I know it has been said a lot, but I would suggest to be quite quick with this so we can go to the debate and have an open discussion.
Thank you for all your statements and for, of course, all of your questions. I'm just going to sort of group all of what was said and address everything in that manner. With regards to the mechanisms behind the proposal, well, the GB would not and should not know the identity behind these accounts. That is why, I mean, the NDAs, the GB and the IO, they all sign NDAs, but of course, we all know that these NDAs eventually do have a term limit. That's why this information primarily would not sit with the GB in any sort of first instance. It would instead go with the HR officer, which, by the way, is something that the HR officer already has with regards to the complaints team as well in that sense. NC boards, in terms of the independent process, well, this etiquette, it would ensure that we are able to act within the scope of what the law already provides for them, and also allows NC boards to respect their brand and to keep the NC branding intact. In terms of, well, the administration, the listing of the administrators and imposing the fund, while we are already aligning the policy in terms of what is already acceptable into the digital environment. I've looked into the terms and conditions of what is already accepted, what is not accepted of these social media platforms. And as I said, this is actually a much more relaxed version. And the etiquette is already in line with some of the values and the policies that are already being used in the UIP in that sense. So, I mean, in terms of it restricting fun, in that sense, cyberbullying isn't fun, racial slurs isn't fun. And the line truly is drawn, and we are drawing the line internally in our physical events, that the line is drawn that it's not fun when people are starting to be harmed. So this should also apply in the digital spaces as well. With regards to personal identification, well, there is a line as well there drawn, and there will be a clear distinction, and there is a clear distinction between what is said as an individual person that is not being changed. Everyone has the right to their own opinion. But of course, as I said, this then changes when you start to apply the entire UIP brand and umbrella onto these opinions. And well, there are some examples already posted in the thread for your reference, as you can see, what sort of opinions people are propagating or rather imposing onto the UIP, things that are blatantly things that we do not stand for, that our values do not stand for, and quite frankly is a misrepresentation of who we are. I hope this answers all of your questions, but of course, please do feel free to follow up in the rounds of debate.
Again, some of you have had specific points. We're very much open for amendments. If you want to rephrase things or if you want to split voting on some things, because if what you're saying there are some good things there, then you can also split vote on them. And so we are very open to hear these concerns and whatnot, as we have been in the previous drafts. This is the 8th that we had over period 5.5 months.
Thank you to the governing body. As promised, now we'll move on to the rounds of open debate, which are structured as follow. General, knock yourself out. The BNCB will probably not go with 4 debates, but we'll see how it goes. We can be a bit lenient with the timings. Points straight to the point, but that being said, first round of open debate, any NC willing to deliver points on general. I'll go to United Kingdom and then Austria. We can get up mic to that. Thank you, governing body.
So I'd like to say personally that I policy is a step in a really important direction for us as an organization. One of the main things I wanted to highlight with this is how fast moving this online culture of communication can be, particularly in terms of individual session culture. So I'm not talking about like, new pages that have been going for a while. I'm talking about individual sessions and how quickly they can kind of turn from being things that are sort of okay and sort of within the scope of acceptable EYP humor to being quite inappropriate and, frankly quite juvenile a lot of the time. How I'm just kind of curious as to how the policy plans to adapt and kind of take into account the fact that these online cultures can move very quickly. And especially when we're talking about emailing or reporting or having HR officer, the workload, especially in periods such as we've just seen, where there has been multiple NSCs all happening at once, all with a lot of enthusiastic, very new recruits, how this is planned to be addressed, if that makes sense.
Thank you, United Kingdom. As promised, will be Austria behind you.
Yeah, so my question was basically, I think in general, the summation of what your system was talking about, and then we'll see like what exactly is political content and to what extent can we talk about this political content. I think especially like with geopolitical conflicts that we should or should not talk about how are we able to decide this, because like looking into the future, looking at movements of some parties, some governments, like someone cannot avoid talking about political conflict if it comes to like extremes, like right extremes or fascism in general in your country. I feel like we should not comment. So yeah, my question would be how political.
Thank you, Maybe Austria. On a procedural matter, Maggie, if you want to like direct respond something, just say it because I have the audio on my computer and I can hear it. It would be Cyprus.
Okay, perfect. So, for clause 6F, how EYP affiliate accounts are selected, like it says that an EYP affiliate account is an account that has or mentions proprietary information of the EYP network, such as logos, names, and stuff like that. But okay, let's say this policy proposal passes, it gets accepted. Like every EYP account is going to go and use non-proprietary information, such as national session, national committee, governing body. These are not proprietary information of EYP. They're not. It's not language that we are the only ones that use. So how are you will you be able to regulate them? No. So it's a loophole, you could say, in the whole policy, that if it's not proprietary information, it's not an EYP affiliate account. If it's not an EYP affiliate account, it doesn't apply under the policy.
Thank you, EYP Cyprus. I had thought that this was happening since the whole traveling behind me got direct response from the governing body here with Ivor. Can we keep this mic on this side of the table? You have one upstairs for you. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you for the point. Well, you're right to point out that it's a policy. You're also right to point out that the clause is wide, but there's an exception as to personal accounts such as your own Zita's Instagram, my own Ivor _ Nestorius or whatever. Those are accepted. Your LinkedIn's are accepted from that in that sense. Okay, just to make that very clear. So there's that carve-out exception. This was pointed out throughout the process because the goal is not to regulate that kind of conduct, but the goal is to state that the scope of this is wide enough that if things as what you have seen just recently in the comments, by the way, these are things we have not in the thread that we haven't seen before. That if these things happen, and if there's a single EYPer who feels that this is inappropriate for them because of whatever reasons, and when I look at some of these posts, they are hella inappropriate, that they can then report. Because this is the same way that you would approach something at a session, and there's the mechanism that works with it. So that's only sort of a catch that you're pointing out, just to ensure that the scope of the policy is there, so that we can actually say that someone who is saying that they are EYPXY and who are posting these things have racial slurs in their comments, that they cannot be affiliated with us, that we can in some way have internal measures to address this,
Because also if you report these things, Meta or whatever, that takes time and who knows if it's going to go. And that is really the catch is to run. Because there's a carve-out exemption. So that's the summary, sorry.
Thank you, Governor Madi, for a very comprehensive direct response. The Netherlands, and then I would say we can go back to Czech Republic. You had a microphone there. Mic, please.
Okay. Yes, I find it generally highly, well, don't want to say problematic, that's such a strong word, but misguided to try to ban all political content from EYP accounts. I think, like, by nature of what this organization is, everything we do is inherently, well, there's a point of, should I?
You keep going.
Oh, yeah, it is political in a way, because politics are not just about like partisanship. They're not just about favoring one way of government or one way of managing a country or quality over the other. It's also about like just generally engaging with ideas of how to run a country or a union of countries or a space like Europe. So when, for example, an IS posts a recap of like a resolution that was approved during the IS, as has been the case recently, then that is already inherently political. Then of course UIP must remain nonpartisan. Of course, it must remain politically neutral to allow for space to different ideas to be discussed. But to prohibit political content in general without like a strict definition of what that means, or without even like just keeping it nonpartisan is, in my opinion, well, RIP to all of our accounts, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you, the Netherlands. I got a point of order from the governing body.
So this,
I understand this is a further response. The point of order is very simple. This concerns not how we present ourselves as EYP in terms of our communications. This is not the change to the EYP communication strategy. This is not a change to the EYP policy and communications. This is none of those things. It doesn't apply to externally legitimizing anyone or anything in any of those senses. So it would be very nice if the debate could actually focus on the proposal rather than what is perceived to be sort of linked to it, and then we're going to more or less talk about that more than the substance. And this is not a call out to anyone, but this is a point of order now, because a good number of points already have been made as to all politics. Cool. We're not talking about politics here. We're talking about, you know, why, if you feel aggrieved.
Thank you, governing body.
Okay, I can go into the response. Okay. Or
you had a point of order, not a direct response.
I know, but the point of order is that really things are going off topic. And if I can respond now, please. Great.
We were going
Okay.
to give it to you anyway.
Yeah. Apologies for that. But we feel very strongly about the fact that we want to ensure that if something is not tolerated in a session, it shouldn't be tolerated in a digital space. And this is not about policing fun. This is not about policing memes, because frankly, there's no police. What there is are all of you. If you feel that there's an issue with something, if you were triggered or that something is problematic, then you can report. And the reason why I think UAP Czech also call this relatively mild is because realistically, to have the workforce and to have the resources to actually prevent all these things, it would be unimaginable. It's almost impossible. And this is where we go back to the point of UK, right? We are fast moving and the policy is flexible enough, the language is flexible enough to accommodate all these circumstances. It must be, because the point is not to provide a certain moral standard. The point is to provide for an opportunity for all of you, me, the BNCP, everyone else who exists as EY peers. If you see something, say something, report it. That's the logic. And that's really the only sort of logic there. In terms of political content, I have already addressed this a few times. I don't want to further legitimize these points because they are not what we're talking about. And political content, for the purposes of this, netiquette is anything that you would not tolerate at the session being communicated as political comment. And I think it was exactly you, Austria, that said fascism. Great point.
because that's something we don't tolerate in any EYP form. But why is it okay then to romanticize totalitarian regimes with EYP XY country? That's a form of totalitarian regime. Now, going back to Cyprus, there was a DR, so that's, I think I explained the catch, sorry if I wasn't too short. And as to the point on misguiding something, we do this also with Safer Team input. Safer Team has given inputs to this, all sorts of different people, individuals have given input. And the point is not to guide anyone to do anything but to report if they see something as a problem. Because right now, and I can tell you firsthand from our experience, the big issue with any online content, and this is a rebuttal from something said before, is that we actually don't have rules to depend on in safety and welfare cases. Online bullying in online groups. I've decided on a few such cases anonymously as a governing body member. You know what were the linchpins of those terms and conditions of the member platform rather than the safety and welfare policy? Right now, the safety and welfare policy does not regulate online groups. As such, that's the problem. And that's why we would recognize that this, what started as a comms issue, is more of a safety and welfare issue. That's thank you.
Thank you to the governing body. As a procedural matter, the BNC board would like to retain its right to decide whether the debates are going on point or not without the point of order. You could have expressed it in a type response that also would have been more to the formatting of the debates. That being said, we can open the second round of debates, which is also general. I see EYP Slovenia, who is of course recognized, and followed by Austria.
EYP Slovenia would like to, in a sense, maybe continue something or maybe clarify a little bit more what the governing body has said about the fact you made it very clear that there's no policing involved, which is fair, which I feel like is communicated in the proposal. But I will say that the proposal does seem to be quite overreaching when you talk about treating things like gossip and political statements and discussion of sensitive NC issues as potential breaches, which in certain moments is just very vague, and in other moments it's overreaching. There's also other elements of that, not only with these kind of NC specific issues, but also in the EYP digital spaces part and clause 7, just, I mean, obviously we all want our channels to remain specific to their assigned roles, but we're also human and that doesn't happen. And I feel like trying to implement something to control that is just, yeah, overreaching. I guess that's the main thing.
Thank you, EYP Slovenia. I see a direct response from the governing body.
Thank you, EYP Slovenia, for bringing that point up again. I just want to clarify. I think when we say the things that we wrote are things that already exist in our safety and welfare policy. Right? So if this were to happen in a physical event, we would have the right to actually warn that person, to actually give that person educative approach of why this was wrong or why this might have had a negative consequence on someone. But when we're using a digital account that and hiding behind anonymity, then there is no consequence of the things that you post, and there's no responsibility that someone needs to take because it's anonymous. And that is the challenge that we're having now, is that we don't know who owns these accounts. We don't know. There's no way for us to reach out to them beyond the DMs, which they easily ignore, to kind of tell them this is not okay because it makes someone else feel uncomfortable, and this is not the behavior we want to encourage in EYP. So with this netiquette, we're really trying to just make sure that the rules we enforce in physical events are actually also followed in the digital space. And if it's not followed, we then have the right to start an investigation with the HR officer, reach out to these persons and give a fair warning that this is not an expected behavior from an EYPer. We're not trying to control everything that someone posts. We're just trying to make sure that we have a standard for all EYPers to follow digitally about EYP and physically EYP. Thank you.
Thank you to the governing body. I have promised a point to Austria and will be followed by Cyprus, because they didn't have
I think following what Eden said and also coming back to what Rita said, how we handle this is really up to all of us.
Yeah, yeah.
And I want to point out that all of us have responsibility in the internet and to communicate this to our members, because I think we can see there has been accounts created, I think specifically before BNC to also start this discussion, which is insane that there is web peers that are aware, we're talking about this, that are aware this is an issue and they're still doing this. And if we keep letting them do this without really showing any consequence or policing it actively, they will continue. And I do also want to point out, especially the anonymous problem that we have. Obviously, we can't solve that. We cannot hack people's Instagram and find out their name. We could, but you know, we are not doing that. But it is important to inform our members, if we see content like this, we report it. If we know who's doing this, we report it. And I'm pretty sure there is people who know who are running these accounts. And if these people also feel like, okay, this is wrong, I should report it, we should. And we don't want people to represent fake EYPs that don't exist, because this hurts a lot more than it would hurt us to restrict some haha memes, you know? Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, UIP Austria. I see a response from UIP the Netherlands, who will then pass the mic to Germany. And then the Cyprus and Germany.
Thank you. I just want to respond very quickly to the point made by UIP Austria. Yes, I think a lot of people have vague assumptions of like, or like, not of back channel knowledge. You get what I mean. Who runs these accounts? However, enforcement cannot be run on gossip. It is very hard. Like, there's going to be very little situations in which you can have like absolute sureness of like who is running an account, one of these accounts, before you investigate it properly. And I think it is important that we kind of draw a line between, you know, what is like back channel knowledge, yes, that's what I meant, and like what is like actually confirmed evidence that should be followed up on, in order also to keep in line with our existing code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you, the Netherlands. As promised, we go to Cyprus. You can decide if it's a DR or not for accounting purposes.
Yes.
Do we also have a DR?
Yes. No, I said, sorry, Cyprus and then Germany.
Okay, it's a point then. It's directly related as well. How, first of all, I think it's in incorrect language to use the HR officer must know, because they don't need to know, but anyway, following that, how will they know and still be GDPR compliant? Because in order for someone to be GDPR compliant, they need to get the information directly from the person and they need to agree. And then it goes on into them sharing it with the GB. In point 15, it says that the GP can request to know the identity from the HR officer of the EYP. Okay, so if the HR officer must know the identity, but it's not GDPR compliant, then sharing it to the GP is also not GDPR compliant, which does open the GB and the IO up to legal actions from the actual person. And going back to what Rita said, you cannot know from gossip.
I appreciate Ivor's arm standing. I will just go to Germany and then go back to the proposing entity anyway. So.
Alrighty. It's a very small point compared to what just happened. But we just want to say that the very urgent matter, I'm not sure if we can do this, but we just wanted to ask more into the room kind of what would be alternative suggestions on how to handle this, because we very much see a big need to address this urgently and not at the next meeting.
I appreciate EYP Cyprus, but and also I would say that no points are small compared to others. We all appreciate all the points. So thank you, EYP Germany. I always remind there is also the possibility by working procedure to postpone a policy proposal to the next BNC meeting. It's a possibility out there. Governing body.
Not just to postpone, but you have formal requests which involve for split votes, amendments, so rephrasals if you have an issue, And that's specifically also then a response to cybersecurity. Not like clause 15, do a split vote on it, or simply suggest an amendment to strike for the entire clause. We're open to it. So that's one thing. On the GDPR point, just to be very clear, the HR officer knowing in that sense would be that they are just sort of safe. Safe with the knowledge of this, much like how this person is able to know about handling safety and welfare cases. When someone becomes a candidate for GB, they go for that check. When someone is applying to be an official at the NIS, they go for that check. So this is very much like a standard thing we have with the HR officer. That's why the HR officer, good part, exists in terms of that. How would that be disclosed? It would be, the idea is for it to be on this kind of voluntary basis, and also when it's on voluntary basis, at first at least, that's also always going to help in an investigation later. Because investigations, if there is a report, are very much also influenced by how much one cooperates. But that is all working under the assumption that something wrong happens in these thoughts, in these community, so online groups, whatever. That's an assumption to take, because what we're saying is not ban this page, ban that page, go there, do this. No, we're saying if we are to decide on safety and welfare cases that concern this online content that does not fit in the scope of the policy, then we can also, then we cannot know because of the original safety and welfare policy, not any of the annexes, but the original text. When we decide it must be anonymous. So we are not allowed to know otherwise, right? With that, and we are only allowed to know if it's, I don't know, something completely different or whatnot. So it wouldn't be a welcome. So we cannot really, we would breach policy, not just GDPR, but our own policies as well, if we would do otherwise. So it's not a trust us, but it's more of like, we have rules in place, not just GDPR as you put it there, but we have our own. So I hope that clarifies it, because in reality, you're not going to dox anyone to find out their identity. Certainly, we don't have the resources. Secondly, we don't have the will. And thirdly, we don't want to go into that direction. Our direction is to say, if something's not okay at Ascension, it's not okay in a digital group, period, exclamation point, whatever. Going back to Slovenia, it was PR, so we take that as responded to. In terms of Austria, yes, we really want to emphasize that this is a responsibility, an individual responsibility for each and one of us. If you keep that, worth the flag, say it, because these accounts are looked at. These things are examined in a way in which we don't want them to be. And if EYP is somewhere there, we can make the link, it's very difficult to distinguish EYP from it. So if we do have these rules, then we can actually make or do these things. And going back on the point of gossip and direct investigations, we wholeheartedly agree. And the complaints team never does it in that way. They always interview these different people, and if they cannot identify the person, then that's more of a difficult thing. I mean, this already happens in standard procedures. So yeah, they have to do their due diligence, and certainly, yeah, and due diligence and due process in that sense. So there's nothing that there's no some sort of totalitarian behavior. I want to snitch on my neighbor. No, definitely not. We cannot do that. We shouldn't do that. That's not our intention. That's not what we believe any of the words. Sorry for going a bit over time. And I think I responded to it.
Thank you to the governing body. I fear we don't have the debate. I fear we do not have time for another debate, but we still can talk about stuff because we did receive an amendment from EYP Switzerland, which is this. I will share it also for Maggie. Wait a second, the powers of technology. If I get it, this is the addition, the end use for blah, 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 right? Switzerland. Okay, yes. Wait, share. Okay, so to make it can see. The addition would be to add at the end of the clause 6F, end use for those purpose only. Just 2 seconds. Do you want to explain the amendment, the Switzerland? It's removing that. Oh, apologies. It's removing this. So the proposal phrasing is okay. A proposal amendment. Okay, sorry. Yes. Yes, briefly. No, I say briefly. You will be brief. I'm sorry.
thank you for being constructive. We cannot guarantee that the governing body hypothetically agrees, but I mean, the three of us are sitting here and fair enough. If this is your concern, if you have such other concerns, we invite you to follow the example of Switzerland here. We're very open to this. There were 8 drafts and sure, let's make the 9th draft now. So as far as we're concerned, we're open to it because we want to get this done, because you know, a lot of people are for us to move forward. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I allow the GB to be very brief. I also allow Portugal to be very brief. We can, yes.
I'm on it.
We're on it. No, it was. The proposal will also be put on the Slack thread. Okay, so. Yes, please. Mike, to Portugal, please.
I just think it's confusing a bit, this amendment, because if we're thinking about like all the accounts that are not only used to spread hate or disinformation about UIP, then we're including private accounts for all of us, I guess. So if you're taking that part out, doesn't that include all of us, which are not exclusively for the purpose of UIP means, for example? I think that's my opinion.
Thank you, UIP Portugal. If UIP Switzerland wants to say something, then just go voting. Yes, please.
I hear your concern. I mean, if you scroll up, we are still not in favor of accepting this Connecticut overall. This was really just our interpretation of what this says, is that if you use your account for UIP purposes also, your account therefore becomes no longer an account associated with affiliated account, or you can't, for example, political content, or I mean, ideally.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's how I understand.
Thank you, UIP Switzerland. I will then say that this is the proposed amendment. I will then ask NCs who are in favor of accepting the amendment into the proposal, which would mean then this becomes the new text of the proposal, which will still be needed to be voted on, just as a reminder. So, okay, just let's do the ops. Guys, 1 second, please. Any NC voting against the amendment? Against, sorry, it's going to be easier for us. But, no, okay. NC is in favor. Just gonna count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Any NC abstaining? Wait, you are Gristo. Okay. The amendment has been approved with 4 against, 1 abstention, and the rest in favor. Then we will go on to actually voting the proposal if we don't get governing body. Closing remarks by, I mean, you had the last round of debate, which. Okay, fair enough.
Hello, everyone. So we just wanted to also thank you for participating in this discussion. We think the reason we also proposed this and we kind of worked on it, thank you, Maggie, for all the drafts above, is because, you know, we heard that this was a concern, but there was nothing that said on writing that what we can do about it. So we think if we want to tackle this issue ahead of time, this would be a good way to move forward. We're not saying it's the best, right? We understand that there's still room for improvement, but we're still saying that this is a beginning to actually tackle this problem that's affecting the NCs and EYPers. So it's really about just having the grounds to act and act in a more safe way for everyone. Thank you.
Thank thank you to the governing body. We'll now go on to voting. As for the other times, we will try to start with any NC abstaining from voting. Bulgaria and Greece and Armenia. Okay, NCs and Azerbaijan as well. Thank you. Shall we go first? In favor?
Yeah.
NCs in favor of the proposal. Okay, no, Ukraine, Kosovo, Finland, Serbia, Spain, Sweden, Albania, France, Luxembourg, Latvia, Belgium. Can you please show me the NC placard instead of the green? Romania, Portugal, Austria, Italy, UK, Ireland, Germany, and Czech Republic. Okay. Any NC against? Got Switzerland, Turkey, Poland, Slovenia, Netherlands, Norway, Cyprus. Poland is PL.
Oh, is it?
Yes, that is fine. Okay, with 19 in favor, 4 abstentions and 7 against, if my math is mathing, the proposal has been approved. It's fine. And we all thank everyone. I don't know if Maggie will be joining for the next ones. GB, is Maggie staying? Maggie, are you staying?
No, I believe not.
No, so I can change. Okay, thank you, Maggie. Thank you, governing body. Good. We will now go on to the next agenda item, which is AI regulation. In the meanwhile that I set up stuff, the proposing entity can definitely start presenting. No one. AI working group, you are recognized, whatever you are, you want to talk. Yes.
Hello. So I am Manuel from the AI working group. I will present the proposed essentially debate structure of this debate. What we want to talk about today is going forward based on the following the outcome of our survey. Can you go to the next slide? Inside.
Yeah, overall.
We all know the history. We're talking about AI. So there are various elements of this proposal. And what we have established based on the survey, which we have sent out, is that first and foremost, education on AI use and the environment is based on how we will be treating AI going forward as the AI working, establishing how we will create guidelines for it. Next. However, we are pretty split on whether there should be rules or not. There's a lot of maybes going on. There's quite a few yeses, so there's a lot of people in favor of having regulation, which is why the title of this topic of debate is AI regulation. How will we go forward in doing that? We do want stricter rules, but it's pretty split. So that's kind of the rationale for that. Next slide, please. Yeah, restrictions were split across the board. It is very unclear based on the survey what the people want. It seems as though a policy is what is wanted, but it is not clear whether the majority of the respondents know what the difference between a policy and a guideline is. And then we come to the main aspect of this debate, which is what priorities should we be aiming towards when we are creating this this policy slash guideline slash proposal as the AI working group. And of those priorities, there are many. So we have education. Education is what is the main aspect of our program. And the EYP network potentially cannot stay true to its values of democracy, intercultural understanding, and community, nor ensure that we are helping members develop into independent thinking citizens if we do not have education. So the working group does propose that this would be at the forefront of any AI policy or guideline. And as a subpoint of that, we have academic and copyright integrity. Should maintaining academic integrity be a high priority to maintain EYP's reputation among schools, teachers, and academically minded students, as well as for ourselves, or not? Then we have environment. How much should environment play into our regulation of AI in the network? Should it play a role at all? And obviously GDPR, it will have to play a role because it is the law. And then, of course, for the more efficient, how do we say, maxing individuals, we can save time using AI. So should this be the most important thing that we pursue as the AI working group overall? And I think that's, yeah, this is meant to be an open space, open forum for discussion in terms of what people, what different entities think about how we should move forward in this based on also the survey. So yeah.
Thank you to the AI working group for the presentation. Any NC willing to deliver a statement on this matter? We got Austria and Ukraine who had requested. If you can, okay, Austria and Ukraine, we are quite tight on time. I'm sorry, Italy. Can we get a mic to Austria?
First of all, thank you to the AI working group for bringing the work. We, as UOP Austria, have looked into it, and we think that the increased usage of AI amongst delegates has led to many delegates not being able to actually take a lot from the session as a developmental experience and focus on the core parts of our values. Frequent use of AI speeches make jurying a lot harder as well. And it also raises a lot of concerns about the academic quality of our members. Still, we believe that we have to work with innovation, not against it, by using AI mostly for automation tasks and deeper research purposes, rather than creative purposes. We believe we have to educate about the effective usage of AI, rather than policing and banning it altogether.
Thank you, Oscar. As promised, it will be Ukraine. Can we get a mic? It will be Ukraine. Do we have a mic like down there somewhere? No, okay, we got it. Wait, Greece.
Okay, thank you very much. AI working group, perfect job done, and I hope that you'll proceed with all this. And thanks to all people who voted in the surveys. I think great job. And I just wanted to indicate that this some historical context, because in 1712 the steam engine was invented, and it enabled humanity to escape the constraints of massive power production. And this enabled us to build bigger cities, not starve, and so on. Now we are entering an era of a new technology, AI, which we believe can help us escape the limitations of human analytical capabilities. And the complete prohibition of this new technology won't support the progress of humanity. And from this value perspective, we strictly oppose the full prohibition of AI in EYP. But the complete admission of it to the EYP may cause that we may decline in environments when during EYP sessions, machine is talking to machine, and the delegates are just drinking tea or whatever. And it's not according to the values of EYP. But how to find the right balance? And AI working group and all those who filled the survey, we got information about that, I hope. And we also very appreciate the methodology used in the surveys. It feels pretty comprehensive. And in regard of AI use, EYP Ukraine believes in both negative and positive enforcement of these rules, which were indicated in some responses in the surveys as well. And regarding the negative one, meaning some strict prohibitions, we believe that they shouldn't be that widespread. For example, concerning putting the names of people in the resolution in the alphabetical order, not using AI may work here because of the data protection GDPR, as was indicated also in the proposal. But its use in the TO shouldn't be subject to some very strict prohibition because people will use it anyways, and it would be very hard to track whether they use it or not. And we need to follow the principles of positive elimination in this case, we believe. We need to explain how to use it correctly so it creates an added value, e.g. to chairpersons, cognitive capabilities, and complements them. And there can be certain incentives. They are also indicated in the proposal of someone in the survey. And that's really a thing we believe is the main point of the debate, how to use AI in the way that it doesn't undermine human thinking capabilities, much but complements them. And here, yeah, is the question, which informal teaching methodology to use in this case? And we agree with AI working group to proceed its work, and thank you very much for what you've already done.
Thank you, Ukraine, AI working group, for a brief response to statements. So, anyone, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for these very supportive statements also. I think this debate is especially important considering what we prioritize at UIP, like UIP Ukraine said. In what ways can we use AI and what use is acceptable to use AI and where should we restrict it? And we're really here to have an open discussion to see how you guys have been dealing with this issue, what issues have like arisen in the past in any of your sessions, things that you've noticed, and also things where you think that might have helped because some entities already have their own AI regulations. So maybe if you have any feedback on how that worked at sessions or how that worked, would be really nice to have this also be brought up in the debate. Yeah, thank you very much again.
Thank you to the working group. We now move on to the debate, which is structured as follows: priorities, enforcement, and general. Round one, priorities for the AI working group and AI regulation. I see some points. I will go to Italy and then we'll try to take you all up. But Italy and then Azerbaijan, just to keep mic there. You can switch it on though.
Thanks a lot again for the visual which I've done. If we talk about priorities, straight to points, education. It is not rules that make people not violate what we think is correct, because it didn't work in the US with alcohol. It doesn't work now with telling people that, oh, you shouldn't be in the street, because let's be honest, not many of us have ever been behind a car or on a tree. And it's not going to be the rule that stops us from doing it. It's going to be teaching people that you're not just being in the street, but you're being on somebody's doorstep. It's a stupid example, but it goes kind of to the point that you're not going to solve the issue by stopping people from doing that, but you're going to solve the issue by educating people in doing that. And in that regard, I do have a question. Did you have any result in terms of mandatory disclosure? Because I am under the impression that mandatory disclosure and forcing people to say, oh, I use AI, kind of forces them to do it behind the scenes, whereas allowing them to express, oh, I use AI to do this, this, and that, has a more constructive approach and allows people to use it, yes, freely, but also with a more educational kind of perspective. So did you have any result on that side?
Thank you, EYP3.
Thank you very much. I'd like to point out what EYP Austria and EYP Ukraine mentioned already. We should consider this as an asset for our development. Obviously, LLM machines are trying to adapt to what we're writing and what prompts we're using. Hence, how is there any idea of how we can ensure that these prompts are not, in a sense, degrading our delegates? For instance, there are some delegates that use AI for trying to search for resources or trying to find a point or for a terminology. Others just put a general prompt and get a generic answer that they use, which is how you are able to identify that this was AI generated because there is no depth and no personality in it. And LLM models are getting more progressive and so on. So how can we ensure that the way we facilitate and delegate their usage of AI in a way that does still keep their creative freedom, but at the same time also facilitates their growth?
Thank you, UIP Azerbaijan. I will go to UIP Spain and then come back to you.
Yeah, thank you. So from our side, we would also like to second what's already been said. We do believe that prohibiting AI, first of all, is impossible. Second of all, it makes no sense. Basically because AI is here to stay, and trying to ban it or just not considering it's just not the reality. And in this sense, we do believe that we should understand the scope at the educational part and then at the NC perspective. From an NC point of view, it really helps in what already been said, development and trying new opportunities. These are already implemented in New Spain, and we've seen great results. Perhaps another way of understanding how to use it could be to share how different NCs use this AI and take advantage of such tools. But then from the educational point of view, it makes it also part of our duty, and for example, the jury teams in the sessions to have these critical thinking and the critical point, and to understand whereas a point is based on someone's rational or just a machine text, which is quite easy to identify at some point. So perhaps we could put our efforts in trying to address these issues and to educate our members into how actually using it or identify it. So yeah.
I will just now take, I apologize. I don't know if I did say UK before. I may have been wrong. I want to mean Ireland. And then there is also a quick general at the end. I know, that's bad, but yeah, Ireland, you're recognized. And then proposing entities. No, but make a meme out of it. I don't know, they can't.
Thanks, I guess. It hurtful. But I think the biggest thing that UIPR would try to focus on when we made our AI policy is this kind of level of integrity. I think what we were trying to do with this is to make sure that everyone understands, so from the NC side, the member side, but more importantly, like I suppose like externally when we, release things like TOs and APKs and things like this, that there is a level of integrity there, because you cannot claim to be an educational nonprofit, or you cannot claim to have some educational benefit when they click on a link and it says source to ChatGPT in it, and that's in your reso booklet. So I think as we're, I suppose, for the working group moving forward, the biggest thing I suppose to recognize is, does this work? Does this help people? And what is the repercussions of, let's say, using AI and then trying to, explain UIP to other people and explain its benefits and explain how we give them something when, delegates are turning around and once again, like using ChatGPT. Does this work, and does this align with the values that we already hold dear in our network, and how do we move forward with that in the age of technology?
Thank you, UIP Ireland. As mentioned, the AI working group can respond to.
Thanks so much, and thank you to all NCs for sharing their reservations and also their experiences with AI regulations and how we may, and like their opinions on how we may regulate AI as an or provide guidelines for education as a network, how we might tackle this new technology. Yes, I think I'm going to try to be very brief, because as we it's kind of part of our mission as a working group to kind of make a policy based on also what is the preference of the network generally. But I do want to dispel one thing, and that is the idea that rules don't work. Of course, even if we say, hey guys, you can absolutely not use AI for any reason, people will do it, and we've discussed at length the prior BNC. There's like a lot of like limitations with the technology we can use to kind of make sense of whether people use AI or not. I think the ability to get away with it also depends on how much work you put into like masking that you're using AI. But at the same time, if we have a policy on welfare and well-being and it's like, you cannot drink alcohol over 15%. Someone can in theory still do it and not get caught, but it doesn't mean it's not important that that rule is in there, right? So I think at the end of the day, we shouldn't like let ourselves be kind of limited by the idea of rules don't work. Because even if it's like not like 100% effective, it still at least gives us grounds to say like, well, to something to refer to in terms of a framework in case people just start using AIs like because they well please and outside of the context of like using it as like an educational resource and of integrity. Very strong preference for education. Has been confirmed. Yeah, I think as with the AI working group, we've already grasped this in length, and some of you will get to be part of our workshop later today, which is one of our first attempts at kind of developing educational resources or like an educational kind of framework for AI in the network. Lastly, the last thing I want to say is I very much strongly agree with the point from UIP Ireland about integrity. We need to remember that at the end of the day, the content that is produced by AI is not 100% accurate, far from 100% accurate. And so that needs to be taken into account. And also it is a result of a lot of scraped content from the internet. And so there's a lot of copyright issues and other sort of like intellectual property nuances that need to be taken into account. So I strongly agree that there needs to be some, we strongly agree that there needs to be some sort of integrity when dealing with this. That was that for the first round. Thank you.
The working group. Now we can go on to the second round, talking about enforcement. I see you are all very keen on. Okay. UK, Kosovo, Turkey.
Yeah, I'd just like to quickly say one of the main things you've noted during the debate on AI in general is how personal this can get very quickly, because obviously, as young people, a lot of us have a lot of stake in this, and it can get quite easy for debates to become emotional. When we speak about enforcement, I think the main thing to emphasize, or the main thing that I would like to point out, is that it's really important that team leaders or anyone who's operating with a position of responsibility with AI operate on the basis of what is actually happening rather than their personal stake, like not taking it personally as my chair used AI and that is an affront to me as the academic board, but to say, okay, my chair used AI, so let me work with them, let me try and express this in an evaluation if that is what we want to do in a manner that is constructive and not overly destructive, because I think one of the main things that happens is people taking it as very personal. I didn't use AI as a chair, why are they doing it? Like, yeah.
Thank you. UIP UK, as promised, UIP Kosovo.
Okay, yeah. I guess kind of like in terms of like enforcement, especially since we were talking about like education before, unfortunately, I do feel like most people kind of don't necessarily, not say take initiative, but mostly people don't go to kind of like be educated, for example, on like AI's effects on environment and stuff. And I believe that at the very least thing you can do is like just consume or just use consciously. And then I think we can build off on that when it comes to, for example, working with AI within the network. So I kind of, I'm just mostly like to pose it as a question. I guess, did you guys think of any ways in which we could like not necessarily make the education side of the process a little bit more easier to get into in a way?
Thank you, UIP Kosovo, UIP Turkey. Having got a mic to UIP Turkey here. Can we switch on the mic?
Hello, yeah. Okay, and in terms of enforcement, we mostly think that we should focus on the creative aspect of the AI rather than the academic aspect. Because, like, generally, I see chairs, I see board members, I see delegates using AI all the time, and most of the time, even now during this BNC, I see people, including myself, using AI to make things simpler or easier to understand. And I think we should, when we are enforcing the use of AI, rather than focusing on this academic aspect and like most of the others said, if the enforcement is too strict, the people will still continue to use it regardless. And I think we should focus on the creative aspect. And what I mean by that is like, for example, like many of you seen, I personally don't want to see AI slap videos of EYP projects, etc. in my Instagram feed or stuff like that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. We'll go to EYP Finland next. Yes. So, sorry, I meant Sweden. I got this wrong. Oh my God.
I won't insert the chat any further. I wanted to focus on what I think it's very important that we get this started as soon as possible, having a uniform policy on this. Because as it is now, it creates both confusion and unfairness in how differently it's interpreted. I've seen many TOs thrown out because of AI use without the chairperson being informed beforehand. AI is not allowed to be used in these specific TOs. Jury members who have lowered scores for individual delegates because they have used AI without any information prior that AI cannot be used. And I think it's really unfair and also confusing to leave all these rules up to individual team leaders at sessions without any kind of uniformity or any kind of information to delegates, chairpersons, and other officials on whether or not they're allowed to use AI. And I think this should be uniform and as soon as possible.
Thank you, EYP Sweden. Ooh. I will go with Czech Republic. The direct response. Can we get a mic to every Czech Republic? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. I wanted to kind of follow up on the way that you said that it's important to unify the guidelines. I think it's not only about how we enforce and where we draw the line with AI, but also unify how we evaluate the usage of AI, because as has been mentioned in this debate many times, the AI detectors are a bit unreliable, which can lead to some false accusations, which create a sort of unsafe environment in the teams. So I just wanted to say that we should keep not only the enforcement, but also the evaluation in mind when we try to unify these rules.
Thank you very much, EYP Czech Republic. I think it's fine to go back to the proposing entity at this point. Which part of it? Can we get a mic to?
Thank you very much once again for these very, very nice points. I think what we can see is specifically all of us want some clarity on what direction we want to go into. And I would be very, very happy if we could like make this decision by the end of the general round that we all agree, okay, what direction do we want to take? I do have to say, like, as an AI working group and looking into all the research that is coming out right now about AI and people using AI, the frequent use of AI should definitely not be promoted in MIP, just based on the consequence that it has for critical thinking on individuals. And this is based on a lot of research and a lot of studies. And if we're talking about education, I'm going to educate a few people here, because honestly, if you use AI in your everyday life for every single critical task you have, at some point you will not think alone anymore. And again, this is all research based. I'm not trying to, insult anyone. But AI slop is definitely something I think we all can agree on is not anything we want to see in our network. And AI slop also means creating random text to just put in somewhere and not reading over it, not knowing the content of it, and using it in just going to a certain direction is a very specific thing that we can't really regulate. So I definitely agree with some MCs here saying that they feel like the open use of AI with caution and with education would be okay. And if you guys feel like your NC wants to promote that, you can definitely go forward with doing that. But for enforcement in general, obviously we have a hard time trying to we don't want to accuse people and then just say, okay, you can't do this and this, that anymore. But if we all agree on at least one or two little enforcements or things that we don't accept, like for example, delegates using AI. I think that's the main point where the direction I want to go into with my answers. Also, delegates do not gain the same amount of experiences as all of us have had in our delegate era, and all of these experiences have shaped how our ERP experience is going. So if we let delegates like write speeches with AI and not really be scared anymore of half of the things that we were all had to overcome, we're kind of limiting their growth as well. So keep in mind, we want people to grow from all of this, and we want people to have the chance to grow into the EYPers and into the people all of us had the chance to grow into. And by giving them a direction to go into, we also give them the possibilities to grow. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, group. For the last round of general debate, it will be very quick, so just mentioning. I've seen some of these placards a lot, so please keep it very quick. Italy, then Spain and Finland.
So very quickly, I want to go back to a point that was said, that the belief that rules don't work. I don't think anybody kind of hinted in that direction in this room, but it's not about whether rules work or not. It's about what we want rules to do and how do we want them to have an impact, which is, again, all the question about thresholds and all of the stuff. And it kind of leads me to the question, how do you envisage considering all the nuances that AI has? What about learning differences? What about the difference between usage between officials and NCs? And again, what about, because I don't think we touched upon that, the whole topic of how hard do we want to be on mandatory disclosure or on voluntarily adopting the guidelines or rules that we want to implement? Question mark.
That response to it, the other drive.
And just to add on to that, if we do have an individual that does overuse AI a lot and crosses all the regulations that you post, what actions will we take in order to tackle this? Because in a recent session that I presided, there was a committee that continuously used AI, and I had no other choice but to recommend for them to not pursue the academic thing for a very long time. I had no other choice, but it was just copying from the LLM. What actions will you take in order to prevent them from using it to that extent?
Thank you. You repeat Azerbaijan, as promised, Spain and Finland. You only get a mic to Spain. I mean, not to Spain physically, but to URP Spain.
Again, in Spain, the code.
Thank you so much. I will try to be very quick and very straightforward in that case. First of all, as my colleague John said, I think it's important that the new policy focuses on having broader vision and recognizing that it's not the same the regulation that we should have for educational purposes and for NC internal tasks. When it comes to NC internal tasks, I would certainly recommend avoiding any regulation at all, because it makes life super easy. Yes, sorry, Adriana. It makes life super easy, and it's we're volunteers, so it saves a lot of time to be using AI for writing emails, grant writing, so on and so forth. Instead of that, I would encourage the IO and the GB to be training NCs and to be doing some research, or maybe the working group, on how to properly use AI and implementing it in NCs. And when it comes to the educational side, I don't believe personally that banning AI is the solution. Maybe we could find some hybrid solutions. For example, I'm launch it here, maybe prohibiting in GA, or allowing only for papers to be used in GA. It's one of the solutions that was brainstormed in UAP Spain, but maybe there's other solutions as well.
Thank you, UAP Spain. We got a direct response from the governing body, then it from Finland, and then we'll have to close the debate for time.
Just as we being summoned and we were told that we should focus more on training people on those matters. So for the fact we have not decided anything on this working group, on this deal being discussed internally, but just on the fact of training, whoever NC approach us for any sort of training they need, we are more than happy to have any sort of conversation or anything you want, and the GB is more than welcomes anyone to give any input, and we're gonna shape our agenda based on your input. Just we're one email away, one conversation away. So if you need any sort of resource, AI or anything else, honestly, just tell us, approach us, and we'll make sure we can have it.
Thank you, GB. You want to Caleb?
Yeah, I'd like to bring it back to the point of integrity, kind of adding on to what UIP Italy also said. Specific areas of UIP need different regulations and different rules regarding them. when something is personal or such as like evaluations or applications, I would say that there's a bigger degree of integrity there as well, where it concerns someone's performance or what somebody would promote themselves to perform as. And I think in these scenarios, it's more important to regulate AI because it is something personal to you. It affects how you're going to be selected into sessions. It affects your entire ERP career. And I think also like you have to explore here, like, for example, like agreeing not to use AI in the text. I see like prompts in application question responses sometimes as HR, and it's really concerning. And also maybe moving on to different forms of applications, for example, such as like doing more video questions or interviews. But I still think that like when there's a higher degree of integrity with like personal things such as applications and evaluations, we should move away from AI and aim to prevent that. So,
Thank you, Maybe Finland. I appreciate all of the points. We won't have time to do it. That being said, the working group is there. We highly appreciate the work they have been doing, they are doing. And I encourage you to either go on Slack, but to approach the working group and work together in the next months with the working group to get to next BNCM. It's honestly nice to see a working group actually working and functioning. We know that working groups in the past have had difficulties to go on, but this is the way to go. AI working group, you can go and close up.
Okay, it was a quite extensive round in terms of content, but I'll try to respond to as much as possible. First, I would like to dispel a misconception because I think it is still floating around. We have, I think, long ago moved away from the idea of completely banning UIP, AI in the network. Okay, we're banning UIP, it's the end. From completely banning AI in the network. I think what we're looking at right now, if we're looking at regulations, is something a lot more nuanced. And I do echo what UIP Finland said about different areas requiring different things. As for what UIP Spain said about avoiding prohibiting AI usage for internal purposes, I do agree in the sense that, like, I think when we talk about internal management, it is up to each entity, like, do you want your minutes to be taken by, Google Meter? That's, I think, a more internal matter, but I do think it is important to remember that we are always bound by GDPR, and that if you are obviously, yes, do whatever you want internally, but maybe don't put people's sensitive data in there, question mark. Integrity wise, again, super important point, also super contested point, I guess, because there's a point to be made that the content made by AI is indeed entirely scraped off the internet or based on that. And so there's some like integrity issues inherently. Some other people don't believe that. Yeah, but it's like, yeah, I do think that's an important thing to take into account. Thinking of, and education, in terms of education, yeah, and like trainings and all of that, absolutely feel free to approach the governing body. They have a lot of people who know about computers. That's one for not Ivor, guys. If you want law, you can go to Ivor. But you are also free to approach us. We were approached by the sustainability task force. We did a workshop for them. We're happy to do the same in your NCs or like within our availability, of course. And we will be working in educational resources from here on out. But yeah, it's of course super important to provide people with the adequate skills, and also ultimately, hopefully, people internalize that education and take it like seriously enough to be able to make their own informed decisions, are not just based on convenience, but also based on educational quality, like informational quality, critical thinking, sustainability considerations, integrity, and all of that. Yeah, and I think. To the point, lastly, just very quickly to the point Stefan made about approaching us. Yeah, please do. We don't bite. And we really rely on communication with NCs to do work that is going to be effective. And so that we're not here in the next BNC, which should be when we actually vote on this, and we actually all find out, oh, no one's in favor of this, no one likes this. So we will be in contact with you, but we would really appreciate if you also get in contact with us, and if you like respond to the communications you'll get from us in the near future. With that being said, that is all from our end, I believe.
Yes, I honestly were appreciative that was all.
Yeah, no,
I made it. Okay, thank you. But since we are half an hour late, let's be 31 minutes late with it's not UAP Sprint, it's UAP Italy for a request, an informal vote. Just if you wish, if you, as of today, after the debate, preference for a policy as opposed to a guideline, please show me your red placard for a policy and a green for a guideline. Without the NC placard, just the color, without the NC placard explaining. Come on. I think it's very informal, so. It's slightly more green than red, but no.
Yes, we're good.
Yeah.
I would say 3 or 4 NCs of difference for green.
Yeah, exactly.
So relatively close.
Yeah, not very close, but with a slight majority. Oh, actually, I would say 50-50.
If I may, keep in mind that this would be a network-wide policy, and for network-wide policies, majority.
Yeah.
Have that in your mind.
Okay, then I appreciate your the placards. We appreciate the working group, and we go on with the GB. I will then leave the mic to other lady, one of them.
One of them, yes, thank you. We are absolutely interchangeable. All right. I understand, guys, I understand that you are switching seats because probably some people are going on break now, but we would appreciate if this could happen with less commotion. All right, we are now moving on to the proposed change to the charter of the UAP, list of the code of ethics, which is proposed by the governing body. All right, Eva, over to you.
Good morning, everyone, once again. Thank you for having us. Let's go to the next slide, please. I'll be very short and try to be, very clear about this. Aim of the proposal is to strengthen the bindingness of the code of ethics in a way where the code of ethics takes precedence over other policies. And if we go to the next slide, history of the proposal is barely existent. But this is more so about the code of ethics, how it was changed. And then let's go to the next slide, please. And I really want to, before anyone says or thinks anything, and before I hear this argument, because I can already hear it in my head, what if there is a conflict between the code of ethics and other policies? We hardly believe that there is such a scenario. We understand, and it's a very valid hypothetical question. We understand, we can ask it. The answer is this. Very realistically, it wouldn't happen, and certainly not with safety and welfare. There is nothing in our policies that you could construe as guiding someone to act in such an unethical way to what we are doing. This is merely also to then help with how we also do safety and welfare. For example, we were talking before about cooperation. So this kind of sincere cooperation, good faith, these things, they matter in this sense. And of course, goodwill and aspirations there. And also, it's realistically speaking, for putting our money where our mouth is. We heard a lot about this UAP exceptionality. UAP is so good, UAP is so great, we're the best, we're so ethical, we have these values, we're young, we're youth powered, democratic, we're this, we're that. Well, if that is really the case, then GB's logic was, why not lift up the code of ethics in a sense? That this is the first policy you start with in the sense of, okay, these are the rules. Also because realistically, the code of ethics, by the nature of ethics, guides every other behavior. And yeah, it raises awareness as well. That doesn't matter that much, but it is there because also the good work of UAP Luxembourg and UAP Serbia of last year perhaps wasn't noted so much in the network. Code of ethics is binding upon everyone right now. That's a change from last year. So this is also perhaps also to go further down the line and say, hey, ethics
are a thing here. And I think we can agree that, this is not a substantive debate on ethics, that's for the slot after. We can agree that, you know, if there's something preposterous in the code of ethics, we can always discuss that. So this is not necessarily hampering the thing. And I think that's it from the side. I hope I was, yeah, I mean, this is the concrete structure change. So if you go to there, the other sentence is that code of ethics is the policy that takes precedence over the other policies. But it takes precedence not in a way where it excludes other policies from happening. Of course, that's not how law works. That's not how rules work. It simply takes precedence in the sense of, let's say, you know, there's a policy saying you to have a pony at a session, and there could be a code of ethics rule to say that you shouldn't put others in danger, right? And maybe someone's allergic to ponies. So that's, for example, the trick. That's it. Ponies. Yes, I was expecting this question, so you have it also in a written form.
All right, thank you so much. On this note, we will be taking a few statements on this topic. Right now we see UAP Ukraine, so let's hear a statement from UAP Ukraine.
All right, thank you very much for proposing this change to document. And also to say that we all now sit here and we might even not pay attention that they're actually acting according to some ethical values, and we believe they're appropriate. And though it may have been shaped by the formal rules, but still from the unconscious level where we're acting in the context of good or bad and productive. And not all our behavior can be covered by the formal direct rules, not all situations. There can easily happen some situation which is formally according to the rules, but feels really not appropriate. And each time, even here, we approve some new policies, the BNC meetings, and every time we find some new aspects which can be covered. And rules as our world are not ideal. We can't make them overarching. And that's why we agree with the governing body that the code of ethics should take a precedence before other rules, because it can fill the breaches in the existing formal rules and pave the way towards the new ones, which would need to correspond to this code of ethics ultimately as well. However, under this beautiful curtain, there is a little problem, because though rules are also subject for the subjective evaluation and judgment, but the ethics as a concept is so subjective also to anyone, because people who are sitting in this row even can interpret the same thing in many different ways from their perspective. For example, in the code of ethics, there is a statement: individuals and groups in the UIP should not allow any conduct that could be considered unfair to others. What is unfair? Who is unfair? Where is unfair? Unfair is a very broad concept which can be interpreted differently. That's why we believe the code of ethics is not panacea, but still can help to fill the gaps in the existing formal established rules, though the interpretation of this ethics remain a question. And it will be interesting to hear from the governing body what they think about this problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If there are no other statements, nope, then we would go back to the governing body.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the situation with ethics usually is that they are overarching. So if there's not a particular rule, you know, there is some logic to it. And that logic being, of course, we have these ethical rules we can agree on. We don't want to get into too much the substance of the next agenda item with this as to what is there, but and that question might be better addressed for that debate, because this debate in essence is all about whether we would want to have the code of ethics be like that. It's an idea. Governing body liked. So now we're putting it up to you to discuss it if you like it, if you dislike it. In reality, this makes some sort of impact, but the impact is only to perhaps strengthen some of the safety and welfare. And realistically, you know, it's also always good because it fills those holes, as UAP Ukraine was saying, fills some sort of gaps that policies have in some ways. Yeah, and on the what is fair and what isn't fair, of course, perhaps we can then reserve that discussion for the next debate, if possible, because I would want to answer that, but I would want to stick to this specific proposal, because the one right after is on the all of the changes and that stuff. But I will say this once again, and I will die on this hill: if you like something, dislike something, formal request, amend, split vote, whatever, we are very encouraging from our side. Yes, that because that shows the vibrance of our democracy.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. That's exactly right. We have another agenda item also on the Code of Ethics scheduled right after this that's getting a bit more into its actual content, because as you might notice, this is not actually a proposal on the Code of Ethics, editing the Code of Ethics. It's actually charter change. So, keep that in mind. All right, now we will be going to the open debate, which is structured as follows: general. I don't know what's up with the GB today. First, we should knock ourselves out, and now we are supposed to go mad. But, okay, whatever that means. So, for the first round of general points, let me see your placards so far. UAP Romania, it's just you. So, of course, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to point out something in relations to what UAP Ukraine has said in their statement, and it's just that obviously the code of ethics is something that is quite subjective in its nature, and it's very difficult to start to think about how different our interpretations can be as NCs, because obviously our NC cultures and this national identities are so different, and obviously that applies to the way that we interpret a code of ethics. However, I believe that the code of ethics is anyhow built to fit and mold to our personalities and NC cultures. And while yes, there could be concerns about how it applies everywhere, I truly do believe that it's something very fundamental for us to follow, and pushing it forward to a higher degree would not necessarily meet concerns of subjectivity and interpretation, if that makes sense. Thank you.
All right, thank you, UAP Romania. Then let's hear a point from UAP UK, followed by UAP Italy.
This is a fairly minor point, but when we think about the things we've discussed thus far today, as in the debate we just had on Netiquette, the debate we had on AI, I was just searching Code of Ethics to try and find policy, and it came up 8 times. So I just want to highlight how precedent it already is, and how much the work we do, if that makes sense, like how much it comes up in policy proposals, in book clubs. Like it seems at least as if that already is the case, and we already operate largely on the assumption of good faith within the network. So I'd just like to highlight UAP support this. I think this makes a lot of sense.
And mine is more of a procedural points than concept points. Regardless of what's going to happen in the next item of the agenda, I feel like this is more of a value-based approach, as in to say there is a code of ethics that takes precedence over any policy because values are higher than what we decide in the policies. What would that mean in terms of applicability then of the actual code of ethics being higher procedural?
All right, thank you so much, both UK and Italy. On this note, let's return to the governing body.
We're circulating back from here. Agreed with you with Romania, but also there is an inherent vagueness in ethics and how we do through ethics. And of course, then when there's some degree of vagueness with all of the different backgrounds listed by Romania and the points made by Ukraine, you're going to have that, of course. But that's the case with any ethics rules. That's also the case with any conduct rules. If you also open the safety and welfare policy, you're not going to have an exhaustive list of do not say these slurs. You're going to have a bit of a different phrasing, right? So there's always that kind of element when phrasing rules of vagueness on the one hand, but also concreteness on the other, to at least, define the limits and, and a lot of people make a lot of living from that. UAP UK, yes, exactly. That is indeed the case with what is already going on, albeit there is an impression in the governing body that the code of ethics isn't as lifted up as it could be. For example, you can reference it very easily in your codes of conduct. Frankly, it's a great linchpin for you when you don't have a rule in your code of conduct for something, and you're like, but this was still unethical because you should act in a good faith way, you should do this or that. So it's also always a good linchpin in that sense as well. So that's then the practical value of it. That also answers UAP Italy on the one hand side. On the other hand side, you ask a question that is very relevant in European law right now. And that is, what do values mean and how binding they are and whatnot. And I think speaking as someone who's I would argue, well-versed in European law. That's something European law for itself cannot say, and I don't think UAP can also say for itself, okay, what it means. But there's a difference, I think, in terms of how we perceive values in UAP, because our UAP values are very commonly mentioned, they're very clearly defined. We're also going to have another agenda item on how we perceive values and whatnot, because as you can see, a number of these proposals and chart changes are really questioning not only the foundations we have, but sorry, I will just a second, but how exactly do we want to perceive ourselves? How do we perceive ourselves, and how do we want to ensure that the system does in such a way? So it's a bit of a philosophical answer as well. I'm sorry, but yeah, but very relevant question. We can talk later also about this Court of Justice's recent ruling on that.
Amazing. All right, we have time for a second round of open debate. If there are any other questions on this, or points. No, in that case, we can. No, if there's no second, there can be no third. All right, in that case, we would move to wrapping this up. Governing body, anything more to say? No, no. All right. I think we've said what needed to be said. Then let's move on to voting. Yeah, let's start as we did before with the abstentions. So may we please see all abstaining from this vote? Thank you. May we see all against? All right, and may we see all in favor? Yes. Thank you so much. In that case, we are happy to announce that the 2/3 majority needed for this change has in fact been reached, and the charter will be amended. All right, on to the next one, which is on the same topic, albeit on a different policy. So this time, this is actually about the Code of Ethics as a document itself. All right, back to you, Ivo.
Thank you very much, Nadia. So aim of the proposal, I will read it, is to ensure the UAP Code of Ethics is more agile going forward, to underscore the importance for good and ethical behavior in UAP and define it further. Sounds fancy for, we listen to you, we see how you also react to these things, and we take these things on board. If we can go to the next thing. The history of the stuff is very clear. It was first proposed in 2018. I must say, very not binding to many EY peers. Then 7 years later, Luxembourg and Serbia amended. It's now binding for everyone, particularly us in governance positions. And now, a year after, we're proposing sort of a 2.1 version to do some things. There's also color coding that you're going to see as well. The color coding also helps with whether something's a substantive addition or a rephrasal from ours, or a restructuring perhaps. If we go to the next slide, what you see is there are four sort of big things happening. One is structure. The structure from the last year is revamped to be a bit more coherent with other policies, and also to be probably more readable to someone just opening the document. In terms of clarity, we try to clarify some specific points as to what, so not to be so vague in a sense, and also follow, the original logic. And it's mostly about, for example, who to turn to and what is the obligation, for example, us in governance positions, anti-board members, etc. The big substantive additions are more fleshed out principles, albeit they are not named merely as principles, but actual their, if you will, definition, their muscle value, their actual skeletons are put in the policy. So good faith is very much put in there. What UK previously spoke about good faith. Indeed, good faith is very important. We want to believe that others also approach this with good faith, because this also hopefully preempts a lot of future discussions about, oh, what if someone's in bad faith? You shouldn't be. You really should try to approach another human being with as much, openness and kindness in your heart and fidelity to what they're saying. And of course, obligation to do good is a bit expanded in that stuff. For example, this might be very interesting to highlight for you. An idea is to include not to accept payments or any sort of sponsorship from companies convicted of fraud, insofar you can know it, of course. So if this is something that's publicly accessible, then okay. Maybe that's also, I'm highlighting this for debate, but I assume there's going to be some conversation there.
And in terms of governance, there are substantive additions as to transparency. There's a general obligation to be transparent to your members or to your constituents. That's not an absolute thing. Of course, that does not mean that every single thing you ever discuss is, but in principle it is. Precluding someone from saying, you know, whatever the NC board has done, whatever the NC board has discussed, you cannot know as a member. And the same applies also to us, right? Albeit the governing body has quite, well, you know how we are in terms of transparency, in terms of everything that you have, the meeting minutes, the emails, the town halls. But that's generally also to show that transparency matters to us. It's not one of our fundamental values, but it does matter because without transparency, you don't have a democracy. And there are also general obligations clarified, I said already, that's to governance. I would now like to say a few words as to what you said before. What does fair mean? It's the point of that clause and its vagueness was specifically to ensure that the guiding thought for an EYP or in a situation is to act with fairness. And you can never really define all the different philosophies of fairness, you know? You could be utilitarian, I could be a retributivist, and we'll have a very different view of almost all of fairness in these things. So in that sense, that's the difficulty, we acknowledge it. If you don't want to have the clause formal request to not vote on it or whatever, we're fine with it. If we can go to the next slide, and then I would just say, please read it carefully. I tried to color code and everything as much as possible so that you really can follow. If there's something confusing, I'm sorry. And yeah, I'm not going to go for the whole proposal here, but you have really the color coding in the document. You have everything there. I tried, I'm really here to explain anything. So yeah, we are in good faith on this. Thank you for whoever laughed at that time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, no, because this was the opening statement, you cannot directly respond, but of course, in the round of statements, anyone can make a statement. So if you want to refer to what was said in the opening presentation in your statement, this would absolutely be possible. It's just not a direct response. All right, we have room for statements. However, I am not seeing any. So I suggest we move on to the open debate, which is structured as follows. Oh, another instruction. So after we've knocked ourselves out and gone mad, we will now also feel free to enjoy the chaos. All right, and we will do this in. Now we will do this in the 3 rounds of general. All right, anyone for the first round? All right, Slovenia, I see you. You're recognized.
Hi, yeah. So I guess I, as Slovenia, have a bit more of like a question, a clarification, your thought process with this. So the part of the proposal and the specific amendments that kind of made me stop a little bit was the commitment to integrity and general duties and responsibilities section, specifically points 9, 10, and 11. Maybe this is just a personal thing, so that's why I wanted to clarify what the intention of the proposal was. When you're trying to, I don't know, kind of affirm an open-mindedness and like kind of impose that people have to be truthful. Of course, these are kind of baseline ethical agreements that we have in society, which is fair, which, okay, maybe that's why you want to put them into writing. But I feel like it is not our place to say you have to be truthful or you have to accept everything everyone says. Obviously, I agree with it, but I feel like just the phrasing is a little bit like strange to me. I don't know if that might be just me, but that's why more a question and discussion rather than complaints.
Thank you, EYP Slovenia. This clearly has struck some interest. We will take a direct response from EYP Italy. Can we get them a microphone, please? Thank you so much.
Not too convinced when you say it's not our place to tell somebody you have to be truthful, you have to. Okay. I'm not too convinced when you say it's not our place to say you have to be truthful and all of that, because it's a type of approach that can get quite dangerous quite quickly. There are some red lines that we have to put, because first of all, we have an educational purpose. So I would say you kind of have to tell people you kind of have to be truthful. You're not going to lie out loud to everybody and we're going to be fine with it, please or not. And that goes also to a whole set of values that are not limited to just being truthful. Because yes, we're not a political organization, but we do have red lines. We do have sort of cordon sanitaire, if you will, in that sense. So I'm not too convinced it's not our place. On the contrary.
Let's keep it going with a direct response from UAP Cyprus.
And in addition to what the UIP Italy said, even if these clauses were not included in the code of ethics, okay, it's the basic values of UIP in itself, which you need to uphold in every session, in everyone. So, okay, let's say we don't set the red lines. Are you going to go around and lie to people, or are you not going to share their views? We just passed a policy that deals with the etiquette and how people are affected by it. So now saying that we don't want, or like we question 0.9 and stuff like that is not really appropriate, let's say, with the previous discussions and whatnot.
All right, because this was originally your point, I will accept this as well, but this is the last one for this chain for sure. UAP Slovenia, you're recognized.
I guess this just wants to, just a quick clarification. Obviously, I'm not saying that it is, I do agree that fundamentally that it is our place to educate and it is our place to, like, I'm not saying that we should be telling people to lie or we should not be telling them you shouldn't lie. I just don't think that the way that this is phrased potentially or is implemented, it feels a little bit too overarching, but again, like I said, this is more question and to get the ball rolling rather than a definitive statement.
All right, thanks for clarifying. Then I will take a point from UAP Azerbaijan as the last one in this round. UAP Portugal and Ukraine, I will defer you to the next round. You recognize.
Thank you very much. My main concern is in the same clauses, but for point 11, in my perception and from our NC's perception, it is taking consequentialist ethics to a next level by trying to hold everyone accountable. Is it possible for you to specify whether this is someone influencing from a position of authority or someone delegating someone to do something as a dare? Because this can be taken in many ways and others. Obviously, ethics lack substance. At times, it is up to our interpretation, but specifically here, this could be taken by any chance. Someone may do something and then accuse someone of trying to tell them what to do, and hence that will cause another investigation that has been discussed further on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and back to the governing body.
I'll take the last one first. No investigations, first and foremost. So if there's a breach of code of ethics in a way in which there is a warrant of investigation, we're talking about safety and welfare, right? These are rules that should be enforced in some way. And there's also another clause that says if you see something, say something. If you see someone not acting properly, you also have a role in that, because the point is not to close our eyes when something's happening. In terms of consequentialist ethics, that's relatively interesting. I personally am not a consequentialist, but there is a point to be made as to actions having consequences. And this is particularly important in positions of hierarchy, which, yes, are relatively flat in UAP. But if you're a president of a session and are daring your chair to, I don't know, do something silly, and these air quotes are doing a lot of heavy lifting here, then, so that goes back to what you're saying there. And that's really the intent behind it in a way. But it's also to include those who might have known about something because they were told by a person that they are going to do it, and then they don't do anything. And that's also a way to address it. And when I'm talking about doing something, I don't mean like drinking a Coca-Cola, but worse things. And so in that sense, it is there. Consequentialist ethics, I agree. You can never really pin down, what Matt did on Yannick or what Angel did on Hannah. But what you always must be able to do is to say that, look, we're responsible insofar we are able to influence something, and if we know something, we should in some way act. Now, I hope that settles it. And going back to this DR chain, as I privately the DM the representative from Slovenia, formal, please, amend, rephrase, whatever. We're very open to it. We're not hardcore on the language. What we really care about is that we understand that truthfulness generally is something that we value. Think of selection panels. Think of genuine evaluations like IS reports. Think of everything we do in terms of capacity building and going back to education. So I would not fully align with the Italo-Cypriot contestation of that point. I see the vision, I value it. But at the same time, they are also very right to point out that this is generally something we will see. But I think all of us agree. So if there's something that you would like to rephrase, please feel free to do so. Because our point is to really allow you also now to further refine this, right? The BNC has that amazing power of so many of you having so many of these diverse ideas and backgrounds. And that's how we can get it to the next level as well. So we're very fine with what you're saying. And we understand that this might seem overreaching or whatnot. And if I have a bit of time, there's a famous philosophical example, right? If you to speak the truth always, and then you have the example from 1940s, and then the question of what if they knock down on your door? Would you tell that you have a certain group that you're protecting them? It's a philosophical question as old as time. So I'm afraid I don't have the time to get into it.
You do not. That is fair. All right, as promised, for the second round of open debate, the first 2 points will be coming from UAP Portugal and Ukraine if they still wish to make these points. All right, you're recognized.
I had more so a question about number 10, about the truthful thing that we were saying. Basically, I think that, yes, of course, telling the truth is super important, but I think we're disregarding that sometimes you should not. It's not you cannot say things with conduct, position, trust, but sometimes you also should not maybe tell the truth. If you tell me, oh, what do you think of my outfit? I might say, I love it so much. And you can also say something about, I don't know, I can also see being a board member and a chairperson asking you, oh, how am I doing? Or do you think it's good? And you also need to reinforce sometimes through a serious replies. Especially taking into account that we already passed the thing saying that the code of ethics will take precedence over the rest of the policies. Because I also understand like what the GB said about in selection panels, it's very important to be truthful, stuff like this, but that's why we already have policies in those specific policies, like policy of selection, that you need to disclose relationship with applicants, whatever. But just putting everything in truth as necessary, especially when we said that it's present over policies, I think could lead to some unfortunate results.
Oh, is that a direct response? Yes. All right. You're right there. We'll accept this direct response.
Essentially, what UAP Portugal is talking about are white lies. Okay, I mean, I do not think the code of ethics is that important in it, and realistically, what the code of ethics really here is for maybe things that are a bit more serious in that way, because I do not really think that anyone ever is going to complain that their vice president told this chair that they're doing a good job when they were actually not doing such a good job. So maybe that's a scale question. But it's a valid point. And once again, if you have problems with 9, 10, 11, any of the combination of three, formal requests, split vote, rephrase, whatever, we're very open to it. We would love to hear those things as well. Because we understand the concern and whatnot. And we've also had these discussions, but what we really perceive this to be is about these bigger cases. And of course, it's not an invitation to insult someone. We also have ethical rules on that. But you shouldn't really, if someone's, let's say, you also advance, it's enough, it's a DR. That's it.
Thank you so much. As you correctly said, it's just a DR, shouldn't be too long. All right. That doesn't look good. Maybe someone can fix that later. But in the meantime, as promised, we'll take a point from the Ukraine.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to ask regarding the very last clause 32, where some points, just briefly, it is individuals and groups in the UIP should disclose any information regarding illegal, blah, blah, blah practices. within UAP to people or entities that have the power to corrective actions. And in the end, the main point, any such disclosure is considered protected from the application of confidentiality rules insofar as it serves the network's interest. And I just wanted to clarify because I don't know all policies by heart, but just to clarify whether those people who tell about the commitment of those illegal, immoral practices are protected, their confidentiality is protected, like in legal terms, like witness protection or whatever. Does it exist?
All right, thank you, EOP Ukraine. Then I believe EOP Poland has also been waiting to make a point for a while now, so of course they're recognized.
Not that long, but thank you. I have actually a question about point 6 on the scope, as there was added in that the code also applies to members of URP not in a position of trust. I wanted to ask what is actually the reasoning for unless otherwise specified, as we just talked about how now it's a policy above other policies. So what could actually be the reason to have an exemption of having code of ethics apply to somebody? That's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then we will take points from EOP Cyprus and Spain, and then we close this. All right? That is recognized.
Okay, this is a purely information question appealing to Ivor's legal mind. The previous, it's in regards to clause 5 in the scope. The previous code of ethics included pre-national committee bodies. Is there a reason it is removed from this code of ethics?
All right, because we would like to close this round and we go back to you soon anyway, I will ask you to hold that thought. As promised, we will recognize EOP Spain and they would really love to receive the microphone. Thank you so much for helping. You recognize.
Thank you so much. I would like to draw the attention to Article 25C, because in this case, you're including that we cannot establish partnerships with any firm or company that has been found guilty of fraud in any kind of jurisdiction. And while we believe that this, of course, a good idea in principle, maybe it's a bit unpractical, first of all, because it implies any kind of jurisdiction. And it's very complicated to be screening all the firms that have been found guilty of that. And also because sometimes they are minor frauds, that maybe they don't compromise the integrity of UAP in general. On that regard, we have proposed an amendment to delete completely this subclause, which I hope that will be processed clearly. And we would, of course, we don't believe that this compromises UAP in general, because subclauses A and B already give enough coverage to protect us and not establish weird partnerships that also give us a bit of room. I don't believe NCs we should be looking badly into our partnerships. If a Spanish firm has been found guilty for fraud of 300 euros in the Netherlands. That's it.
All right, yes, we can indeed confirm that we've received this amendment proposal, and it will be shown shortly. All right, Sweden, if it can be really short, we'll accept it, and then we'll go back to the governing body.
Yes, it can be short. Thank you, EOP Spain, for drawing attention to this important issue. I would also just like to mention that I think the largest bank in Sweden was a few years ago implicated in a large fraud scandal, and they financed it before. It does not pertain to their entire structure, but it was done by a part of them, and this will largely impact us. So thank you for bringing this up. I fully support the amendment.
This was an excellent use of a direct response. Thank you so much. All right, as announced, back to the governing body.
Cyprus, simply consistency, because in other policies, we see national committees, it applies to them for sure. So the scope certainly is there. Thank you, EOP Spain and Sweden, for saying that. And if you also remember the presentation, I drew a lot of attention to this clause originally because it was our expectation that this is to an extent going to be quite contested, but we wanted to, pick your brains apart on these kinds of things. It's good to think about it for sure. Certainly, the innovation last year was to include companies under sanctions. So that means, of course, EU sanctions means you cannot get them in the EU, but outside of the EU, these companies hypothetically could finance you. And this feels like EIB Serbia's touch last year. So credit also goes to them, as you say there. And good to know. Of course, one thing also to just note is this is not, if this has happened in the past and you find out about it later, well, what can you do? Because if something has happened and there's a court case after and there's that happening, it's a different thing, right? There's a chronology to how things go. But if you would in the future partner with, I don't know, let's not name names, then that would sort of be an issue. But as for the screening, yeah, that can be labor intense, indeed. So we don't contest that, and we think that's very valid criticism. This is one we have for ourselves, but we are also communicating for this that we are also comfortable with the higher level of a standard pending if you wanted. As to other points, going back to 9 to 11 again, and thank you to UAP Switzerland also for saying it. If amendments, whatnot, these are ideas. If you have problems with it, I'm referring to the thread as well. And as to this sort of thinking on what to do with the last clause, I would like to say that this is not protection, witness protection, but more so a whistleblower clause. Also based on previous things, whistleblower clauses and protections are afforded in the NC compliance policy insofar you would go and report against an NC. But this particularly would actually apply to my role. I'm sorry for this. Would apply to my role because I'm under a lot of confidentiality rules as to a number of safety and welfare rules, internal dynamics, GBIO and whatnot. But let's say, Anya would embezzle funds. Technically speaking, I'm not super, I shouldn't say for the rules that we have without coordinating and whatnot. But in that case, if Anya would embezzle funds, it would be my duty to say so. Anya is not embezzling funds, but I'm taking you as an example, of course, of stellar management. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Of course, no one here is being accused of embezzlement. Only in jest because we know it's not true. All right. We would have a third round of open debate, but because we have received a whole catalog of amendments, we will spend this time discussing them instead. So if we could see the first ordinary amendment that was submitted.
So exciting. Happy you are.
Let's review. Yes. All right. This was submitted by UAP Spain, proposing to amend clause 9. Would you briefly like to explain your rationale for this? Could we get them, Sweden? Yes. All right. UAP Spain, you recognize.
Okay, thank you. So it's a very minor change, but as you can see in the 9th clause instead of we propose this amendment. So we would still reaffirm UAP's open-minded culture and all this behavior that we all stand for, but instead of these broad ideas, just specific actions. So we abolish any kind of misinterpretation or just members having their own opinions on certain words or wording. So yeah, as you can see, it's that's the way it's written. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, UAP Spain. Are there any burning questions on this? If not, I believe we can move to a vote on whether this particular clause should be amended. Of course, we will still vote on if the proposal as a whole will be accepted. Or we just. All right. So keep in mind, this isn't editing the actual policy yet. This is editing the proposal. Just so we're clear what you're voting on. All right. In that case, may we see all in favor? All right. That looks like a sea of green, but just to be sure, may we see all abstaining? And all against. Thank you so much. In that case, the necessary majority for this amendment has been reached and it will be added to the proposal we will vote on at the end. Now, for the next amendment we have received, may we see that as well. This is also from UAP Spain, and it proposes to delete 25C as they announced earlier. Is there anything else you'd like to say on this?
Just apologies for the overbooking in the amendment, and very quickly, it's just to reiterate on making life easier for MCs, and also because sub-clauses A and B already covered for protection for partnerships. That's it.
Thank you so much. Again, if anyone else would like to weigh in on this, this would be the time. If not, same procedure as earlier, we will vote whether this amendment should be adapted into the proposal as a whole. May we see all in favor? Okay.
Show me please the NC placard with, because I can see that. Yes. Latvia, see? There. Austria, okay? Norway, Netherlands, Germany, Czech, see? Okay.
All right. All green down. May we see any NCs abstaining from this? Please. And may we see all against?
Good.
All right. Do you have the numbers for this?
Well.
All right. We just from visuals, we can see that the necessary majority has been reached, so this amendment will also be adopted. And now, you know, all good things come in sets of 3. So we have another amendment to present to you today.
Oh, yes.
This time not from UAP Spain, but from UAP Italy. May we hear from them? Excellent.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, quite self-explanatory. I didn't write as much as he was saying. It's just that we found that the original article was not exactly extremely clear on what we meant by other people's responsibility, but we very much agree with the concept of, and the UK will be very happy with this, see, say, sorted. Which means the jingle of 2. And we are just making it explicit by referencing the Code of Ethics and its content in itself, and the headline of the chapter under which Article 11 is included, which is commitment to integrity and general duties and responsibilities, which kind of like, you know, is the overarching framework under which Article 11 is included. So again, quite self-explanatory, but any questions?
Thank you, UAP Italy, not just for the amendment proposal, but also making UAP UK feel so at home. All right. If anyone else would like to weigh in on this, we are able to take a point or 2. No? All right. Then same procedure as always. May we see all in favor of adopting this amendment into the proposal? All right. Great. May we see all abstaining? And may we see all against? Okay. Thank you. This is noted. All right. And with this, we are happy to announce that 3 for 3, also this amendment has been adopted into the final proposal. All right, governing body, would you like to say any final words before we vote on the proposal as a whole?
2 points. One is thank you for the amendments. Thank you for being constructive in that sense. We really appreciate it, and we really think the point of the BNC is also always to further advance that. So thank you for that. And on the second point, the governing body is going to get back to you on the amendments as well. Technically, we also have to approve the changed phrasing. So if now you're technically going to vote on the full package, and then we're also going to re-vote on it essentially. Next week, we're meeting on Wednesday. Is here, no?
Yes.
We're meeting on Wednesday, so on Thursday you will probably find out as to all of these proposals, including this one. So I just want to make that procedural note so that you know, because when you amend, that means we haven't agreed to that amendment yet, because we don't have a quorum here of the governing body that can give you. Just so that you know, that's my only closing remarks.
Is it just like a procedural question? Okay.
Not have the. You, the GB votes to not agree with the amendments, whatnot, could they still agree to the previous policy or no? It comes as a package deal.
No, it's not a package deal. Essentially, how it is that everything that you haven't changed and that you would vote on would be already binding. So we would focus only on those three clauses.
Okay.
And technically speaking, the governing body also has the right to further rephrase these things personally. And as a governing body member, I don't like that. I don't think that's very democratic. But so there's also that possibility. And yeah, there's also just the possibility to categorically reject those three clauses, which means that the Code of Ethics would be without those three clauses. I don't think this is the intent of the governing body, really, because all of these amendments we consider to be friendly, and deletion of 25C is something we could have imagined as well. So it's not something we are investing in this. So good that you clarified. Thank you for that. I also wanted to clarify so there's no confusion. Thank you.
Yeah, so if it's an entirely new clause that you amended here, then if they decide not to approve it, this clause just doesn't exist. If it's one that's just being changed in their proposal and then amended by you, and they don't approve, sorry, it's very like zigzag, but then it would just be like the original version that we have now pre-vote until this is all clarified, if this clause already existed before. So like either it's what it is now or it doesn't exist. If they freeze it, basically. All right, is everyone ready to take a final vote on this proposal? Because this is the Code of Ethics, 2/3 majority is needed. All right, may we see all abstentions, please? No abstentions. May we see all in favor? Thank you so much. May we see all against? This makes life very simple for us. We don't even need to be calculating, and we are happy to announce that this proposal has passed. All right, next up, we will be going to a break. This break ends at 10:10. Please be sitting in your seats at 10:10 and not any later. Oh, 10:11. I'm sorry. We of course are not asking you to travel back in time.
Yet.
All right, 10:11. Thank you so much. Enjoy your break.
Yes, sir.
The faster. And I have a question. We go with like, there would be like or absolutely whatever you. Yeah, but if you can't, yeah, all those general things. Yes. Partnerships.
Can we help you?
There's not. I haven't been briefed.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
We didn't move at all, that's why,
Is it on the full proposal or on the amendment? Okay,
the last.
no, thank you very much. Apologies.
Oh.
Okay.
That's almost. Nothing. But it was wonderful that you put it in there. It had one, because so much sense that we don't see, which really
Yeah.
I am. Okay, but now you're not.
Because, no, it's personal responsibility. Your guys are coming because it was meant to be, Meta did the refresh, Meta did China. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, just to let you both know, how they're going to do is they're going to. First.
But let's not open the safety portfolio and the DS because we have the same continue.
They will mention it, and then if there is something that's for later. This is for later, that's all. Yeah, and then there's going to be the general part for all the.
No.
The quiet and
Sorry,
quiet
I'm
answer for the rest.
It was for him.
Ali because no reasons well because well China and Naren because she opted different flex class, but it got cancelled, so she has to take a flex class.
Yeah. By the way, GB, there was one offense just for in thinking. Not all in favor, please. Yes.
On the code of it. Yeah. So we will do that.
Well, yeah.
Let's people go for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
they will be structured in the same order of the booklet, so it's easier for you to like scroll and get inspired by reading. So essentially, we will go through every GB member and their portfolio. Of course, for the ones that are not physically present, this three will do.
Yeah, feel free to ask. We should be able
Yeah,
to.
exactly. So we'll go through everyone and their portfolios, and for each portfolio, we will ask, we'll gather questions, and then they will be answered in bulk. And at the end, of course, there is a general lot for any general question. So we can start with, I will sit now. We will start from Vedad, who is not present. Vedad is the chair of the governing body, and he takes care of being the Schwarzkopf Foundation liaison. The members platform development, however, don't ask question about that because we have a dedicated slot for dev team updates later or tomorrow. I don't know. We will have it. And also, he's responsible for coordinating the finance and strategy project. Please go to page, I don't know, to page 85 of the updates booklet if you want to read more about the activities undertaken by Vedad. Any questions? Do you have the booklet? Can I have some nodding at least? Thank you, Nika. That was really nice. No questions for Vedad.
I
I
don't
don't
have
think
questions for that.
Of course, Anya, go ahead. Do you have a mic?
There.
Just in the beginning, I want to, on behalf of Zayo, express a huge gratitude to the work of the GP. You might not see all of them doing all the work all the time, but believe me, they work every day very hard and also support us at Zayo. So thank you very much. And always remember, it's volunteers, you pledge, so if you don't receive an email answer in like 2 minutes, that's because they're volunteers as you are.
No, but I would get worried if some of the two of them don't.
It's also just not a thing that maybe that you should expect of all of them, but overall, they are volunteers for leading us, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
We then can move forward with the next person, which is our lovely. I think Ivo, you're kind of confirmation.
I will go.
Yeah.
This is a simple question. I've been wondering this since yesterday, and it might be a bit naive, but it can also be from the GB, or maybe Anna can also answer. But I was impressed by the fact that we paid the Schwarzkopf Foundation, the amount of money that we do. I didn't know that was a thing, and I didn't know that we had to do that. So I was wondering if we could have some more clearance on why we do it and how do we, as a network, get the benefits? How do we reap the benefits from it? I imagine that being part of an umbrella organization has a lot of benefits, but more clearly, how do we see that in the day-to-day? So, yeah.
Answer. So thank you very much. So the benefits are very, so if you think about it, the foundation hosts 15 employees of the team. We don't pay for the office, we don't pay for the print. When you come for the chair's academic training or can organize a summit, we use the rooms for free, so we don't have to pay. Also, for example, partnership with this hostel is through the connections of the foundation. So the benefits are big. Also, we don't have an accountant in the EVP team, it's a foundation's finance person who does it. A lot of things they just do for us as a service, but of course it also costs money. But it's also, I think I would connect most to the fact that we are in Germany, like things are just more expensive here when it comes to things like that. But I think it's good to be aware of it, 100%.
Yeah, and to kind of add on to that, I mean, it's also something we also discuss internally as well. It's something that it's good that we also share with you, that you're aware. But indeed, like Anya also said, there are so many benefits of being a part of this organization that are not visible on everyday life sometimes. But of course, we also did have the same question of why do we have to pay and what are the benefits? And currently it still benefits us, and that's why we're doing it. But if it comes a point where it's not, we will share that with you and we will discuss other alternatives possibly.
I have another very broad question, but I've been seeing a big effort in reaching out to NCs and showing yourself as available, and I see faces.
This NC supporting development.
Not really, it's generic on your perception of your work. A big effort in reaching out to NCs and showing yourself as available on a wide range of topics, even sometimes individually, sometimes on a specific thing, and it's something that we appreciated a lot in terms of again, showing yourself available. Have you seen that having an impact in respect to the past, in engagement, in compliance, in maybe even NCs actively reaching out after realizing that you are actually so easily reachable? How has that had an impact?
Good question. I think we can all add our own perspectives on it. I think from my side, having closer contact with the national safe persons as well, just being more available to them, being more present. I've had multiple conversations with also members, NFPs reaching out, asking questions, NCs reaching out about concerns. And I think based on what I've transitioned, this was not very common. I think there was still a big gap between the international safe person and the members and the NCs. So I'm really happy that people feel comfortable reaching out to me via DMs or, on Discord or email to ask me questions. I don't think it's like at the stage where everybody knows who we are and what we do, but I think it's better than before, and I'm happy to see that.
To amplify this, of course, there was a more of a difference also within sport. There wasn't such communication, and in reality, we're also a helpful resource for you because you can also pick our brains apart on a whole host of different things. And look, 5 out of 6 governing body members have been NC presidents. 2 of them have been leaders of IS teams, etc., etc. So you have a wide range of experience, life, different backgrounds as well, and that's something we offer. And we're happy that you're happy with that, because making ourselves available in that way, or at least knowing that we are, is very important. Because usually, like, I don't know, 3 years ago, a common BNCM point was, yeah, but GB is available. And yeah, but you should inherently know that we are available. And that's also what we're trying to do. So that's also work in progress, but that's also a general culture thing. So whoever comes next also should in some way keep that kind of up, because new people are young people circulate all the time. So it's more of a general thing. But yes, there was an uptick in all of the things you have listed in terms of the kind of openness of dialogue. And I think the general trust and also perception of the GB to be less hierarchical and more horizontal with the network, which is definitely something we want to do, and also how we chat with you about all sorts of things.
And very, very quick, we don't behave like we are a body that knows it all, but feel free to approach us with anything. And if we're feeling that we cannot help with something, we'll connect you with someone or with a resource or something that will help you. So like, even if we might not be knowledgeable on every single topic, because we're not, and we're aware of it, we will make sure to at least give you the support through a means or another.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing that up, because I mean, the GB, our motto kind of also is we work with you and for you, because you're the ones doing the daily work in everyday life. So your work is very important.
I was wondering, should we maybe change direction and not go into the portfolio and have accept any type of question? But in that case, is that fine for you? In that case, yeah, I'll give you an overview of what each of these wonderful people does, so that you know, maybe you get inspired what to ask. So Irem here is in charge of coordinating NSM Europe, is the international safe person, and also in charge of EU affairs. However, please note that NSM Europe will have separate updates after GB updates, so I would encourage you to not ask questions about that just now, but hold it for later. And also, as in her work as international safe person, we will have safe 14 updates later on during BNCM. So also in that sense, there will be a dedicated space. Alimeh is not here today. However, she takes care of diversity, inclusion, and accessibility, active citizenship and sustainability, and alumni affairs. Of course, she's not here, but you can still ask questions about these matters, and the present GB members will answer on her behalf. Same for Nare, which takes care of international sessions work and strategic development. Stefan here is our capacity building guy. Stefan and Ivo together as a wonderful work husbands couple. Together they do NC support and development. You probably know because they have, as Matt mentioned, reached out to multiple NCs. All of you, okay. So you should know already. Ivo in his capacity of as himself, not work relationship. That's NC compliance, international governance coordination, as you should also know because you are here. And external communication. So now you have a bit of an overview. I see already that EYP the Netherlands has a question. Do you have a mic kind of close by? You will very soon. Perfect.
Okay. I'm gonna preface this by saying apologies if this was asked at last BNC because I don't remember, because this is not news. And also I hope this is well directed at the governing body and not IO. But both entities are in the room, so worst comes to worst. But basically, for the last IS and the upcoming IS, we have experienced or like we've witnessed kind of a reduction in capacity that led to reduced delegation capacities, which is of course not ideal, but like better than like not having an IS. Is the governing body working with the IO and like future ISHOs, like upcoming ISHOs, to kind of make sure that this does not become a structural issue? And if so, in what ways? And do we have kind of already any sense of whether this is going to be a concern for Frankfurt and for Porto?
I think we can answer it, and then Anya can also provide her perspective. Of course, the GB and the IO are always working together for the ISs. I think that goes without saying that this is our flagship event. These events are important to us, and we want to support our network to be able to host these flagship events at a normal capacity that we normally do. I think it's important to also recognize that the reductions were indeed to make sure that the event still happens, even and good events happen for a reduced amount of people, rather than having struggles with the normal capacity and maybe having a bad quality event. And shout out to our IS hosts who have done a great job as well. With regards to Frankfurt, I mean, it's a long time, but so far I think everything has been going good. I mean, Germany, shout out to you as well. But I think for us, the main priority really is we are aware that the funding opportunities are decreasing. So what we've done is we've looked at the applications previously on what could be improved. Saskia is working with the HOs already on different opportunities as well. And yeah, whatever we can do, we will support the IO in any other way, or the NOCs. And I will ask Anya.
If I understood your question correctly, it's about this, like a number of delegates at the international sessions in April. And I think it also worries me and concerns me because we went for years where we had 900 participants to a year where it's 400. If you go, the trend was to have international sessions 300 each. But that's a reality, I think, of the costs increasing and the funding decreasing. And I think that's where we have to make the compromises. So I'm also thankful that the VGB kind of was willing to make these compromises because of course it's against like the delegation allocation policy and all of that. And of course our main aim is to enable AC costs to manage to host and welcome session. But my hope is that it will not become a structural trend. But now that's what we've been seeing.
I just wanted to add something really quick as ISHO and not necessarily your Portugal representation, that we were already made aware that, for example, the GB has, not more specifically with the international sessions, has been trying to get more in touch with the organizers, which is not common. So there's a trend of getting more communication going around directly from the GB to the other organizers and not going necessarily through the IO, which I think is in terms of transparency and communication, I think it's very nice. And trust. Yeah.
Let's go from the back. Because there are two questions, maybe we can get two questions together and then we answer them there, right? Okay. Really hard. Yeah, let's do two by two.
Hello. We just talked about like funding opportunities, of course, decreasing, and that's something that we obviously see trying to organize an international session at the moment. However, we were wondering how the decision about the international participation fees for delegates came about, since, if I remember correctly, last BNCM meeting, we had an informal vote on it and most MCs were against. So that is what we were wondering. Thank you.
That's why the question is about the increase in the fees, right? Okay.
So, I have quite a specific question. Apologies if it was said in the conclusive updates in the booklet. I read it during my travels at 4 a.m. So if it is that, I apologize. This is a specific question regarding the ESP like evaluation form after sessions that I became aware of in something like a master computer. So I'm just wondering, how's that going? What's the response rate like? Do you find it useful? And I'm seeing later on in a proposal, you're suggesting that we like have to do it. I'm not going to talk about the proposal, but like, and why do you feel the need to have to include it in the proposal later to like get everyone to fill it out to tie the IS studies funds? Thank you.
Yeah.
So if the proposal part, that is an incentive to you already, you are under an obligation to do so.
So, I have done it, but
No, you are all under an obligation, but we are thinking like, oh, let's incentivize you, but we'll talk about it later. And now, sorry.
So to start, it is becoming common practice. I'm saying becoming, it's not yet, and it's normal. I mean, we passed it only a year ago, but the NSPs are aware. I've had personal chats with also a lot of NSPs, not all, but a lot, that who didn't know now know, and they know where to find it. I think we're trying to encourage it by including it in the delegation proposal, because encouragement never hurts. With regards to the fee increase, I think the reality was that we have not increased the fees in such a long time, and the fees today are really not covering the expenses of an IS or the costs necessarily. Like, to think about it, like the participation fee that people were paying were so marginal compared to actually the inflation that we've gone through over the years. And since we hadn't increased it at all, we still thought it was important, and this was a very heated also debate between all of us, that we can increase it little and we can then at least be at a more stable condition as an organization that can hopefully then not increase it regularly and more often. But the reality of today, really, I think we sided with the IO in terms of that as well, that more like the increase in the participation fees is really marginal compared to the history. I paid the same participation fee in 2016 that people are paying today. And I can buy. And you can afford a lot less now with the same amount of money. So that was just the reality that we supported the IO in that.
Yeah. Can I have a direct response to this? I would just add, and I would like to thank also for the GB for their support, but of course, in my view, it's not even, and of course, GB could disagree, GB supporting the IO, but us thinking of the finances of the network together. And the reality is what Iram said, that of course, the participation fees have not increased funds. They were actually, in fact, if you think of the history of 40 years, decreasing the cost increase and the Netherlands flagged already. we still relied on 90,000 in the participation fees in the previous years, and now we hardly get 30 or 40,000. And for us in the international office, it's also a brutal reality of it's not doing. And also to give examples of the BNC meeting costs, in the past, we used to not even reimburse participation, like travel reimbursements. That was just not that we had the money, and now we really always prioritize costs to reimburse, to provide meals, and like we also need a bit of a stable planning. And that's like, I know that it's an unpopular decision, and I wish we didn't have to do it, but it's such a marginal increase, which helps even by a little bit. So thanks also to all of the patience and understanding.
Yes. No, they have microphone, right?
Oh, okay. So I do actually have a question for you, Stefan. So as we've seen in the updates booklet, you are currently obviously holding the capacity building portfolio and you're planning to revive it, which I'm safe to say that you're already thankful for. And we've recently seen the GBA calls for it. So this is more like a general question. What is your personal, I would say, work plan for this? What do you want to get out of this ideally by the end of your term in terms of capacity building, aside from just the event that we're used to, more like, for the network and behind the scenes? So thank you.
Oh, we have it's not directly visible.
It's directly followed. You have the mic.
Oh, I don't have a mic.
Oh, that's like my shout.
Wrong.
Besides.
Yes, my question is very directly related to with my question. I think we have seen a huge focus on capacity building and the establishment of further capacity building events, and the evolution of this portfolio. I just wanted to say, how do you view it in relation to the financial struggles that the network might be facing, especially in having these capacity building events be a bit more of a stable thing, especially new events such as the BTP being brought back for the years to come. Thank you.
Okay, so I have two things for Irene. So you've been coordinating the Understanding Europe teams and so so I don't know if that's a proper answer question for now or later for the understanding part, but whatever. We've been struggling a bit regarding the logistical aspect, so I would like to know what's the general landscape about Understanding Europe in right now, and what problems you have identified. And then regarding the complaints team, regarding the selection and so, how was the process and what's, yeah.
Okay. My question is kind of, I'd say, for you and Stefan, which is, given that you have now in the update said that you're trying like one final time to kind of like implement cluster work. It's like maybe it's just like, how do you think that's going? Do you think they'll continue as like something that you're involved in or something you're maybe not as involved in it, just kind of like let run themselves if it works, and then see if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
All right, to start with capacity building, again, I don't want to be like saying this like I'm doing something revolutionary, but I think it's just a change of perspective. So far, I think the previous GP members who had capacity building just focused on the events per se part of the capacity building, and it was quite minimal intervention. Hence why I feel that we need to take it a bit further and we need to put a bit more focus on it. In terms of my kind of work plan, when I dived into this, I didn't expect to kind of be a bit into the unknown. But this year, what I try to do is to lay some good and strong foundations in terms of work, so that whoever's gonna take it next year, they will understand first of all the role of the GB and better define the role of the GB for this event and for capacity building, as well as start working on those concepts, start working on revamping the capacity building catalog that the IO made. Start looking at members' platform resources. Of course, not all of this will be able to be completed by the end of the year, and I don't expect, I will not promise that, but at least work will start there. In terms of finance training, we hear the struggles, we understand the struggles. That's why we thought of the concept that we're going to have the workshop. That's why I'm quite invested in this. That's why we had the B2B. Also for Summer Academy, I was quite invested in making sure that we're going to have at least some sort of training on fundraising, and there will be some fundraising focus during Summer Academy. So like we hear you, we know that fundraising is hard, and like, if you want more fundraising focus, more resources, more this, more that, just let us know and let me know and I'll focus more. Also, just a quick note on the B2B stuff, it's at the moment formatting, but you'll get on member platform, you'll get some nice output from the events, you'll get the state of the network there, as well as some module summaries and some resources. Again, depending on how fast this will be formatted, but yeah, you should get some of those resources as well.
So I will answer the URE question in the URE slides. I think it's a great question, and we're definitely going to delve that deeper into it. With regards to the complaint team selection, I'm also going to mention it in the safeguard team, but I still want to stress that this year was the first year where we didn't have to invite anybody for the complaints team, which is remarkable. In terms of national balance, there are certain overlaps. I am very well aware of it, but the application quality was really the thing we take people over. There were also some people that got rejected just because the application and the criteria wasn't met. But since we had enough applications and we had an extended team as well, we went with the qualified people without looking at nationalities necessarily. And that's why this year in the selection report, they didn't have the nationalities next to them. And we've done a briefing with them about which cases they can take based on nationality as well. But it was really, we were really happy that we could get it all by application and not in merits, which are a bit more biased.
Good question, and the answer is yes. So this is one last push to see it. It's one of the, God knows which ones were formed in the last 7 years, and what any former portfolio holder of that can tell you, the prosecutors don't work in what Stefan and I can commit some time to do something. We're experimenting very much this year, but after that, we're kind of lost with ideas, and the UGB will have to make a decision. Does it want to invest at least a bit of its time in that? Because already some clusters run themselves for things they want to run themselves for. That's perfectly fine and nice. If you want us in some way, we are also able to be there. That's always the case. That should always be on the table. Other than that, there's really not much that I want to say. Are there any questions? I see Portugal and Romania. Unless there's really a final last question. Okay. Do they have it?
Yeah, they have one there.
Yes, I wanted to ask, with the recent efforts in including more countries and creating as many initiatives as possible, I was wondering if we could get maybe a little overview on how that whole process is going with the perspective.
And my question is very simple, just a brief clarification of how you envision that sort of state of the network document that I mentioned, the updates in the sense of record keeping on how MCs are evolving. How do you plan to have it drafted sort of like to start moving on that?
I know what you. Well, and I'll answer that question very quickly. That state of network is also sort of an added. No, it's not the IO state of network. It's an added thing from all of these checkups and some other conversations we've had with you to sort of see what you have told us, also to be transparent back with you in terms of what collectively you have been telling us more or less one-on-one or in or in clusters or in these sorts of things, and it's also going to be based on other things. It's mostly an administrative task now, and I'm processing a lot of that data because you very well know how much work there is within the portfolio at large. And for the Portuguese question, here goes Stefan.
Well, in terms of how every country is doing, I think the updates there provide quite a good overview of what happens. Of course, since we wrote the updates, there have been lots of developments. But the important bit is, we're in contact with youth from all those countries, or we were in contact with youth. Some of them were successful, some of them less successful. But what you have to understand is our aim is to get, especially for the countries that do not have an initiative or any pre-entity at the moment, we're trying to get as many young people as possible to go to events. And then it's fully up to them with our support, but they have to have the motivation and they need to want to open UIP in a given country. So like we'll never push for a group of people to open UIP in a given country. We will make sure that they have the opportunity to get into UIP, to understand UIP, and to have all the support they need. And then it's fully up to them. And after that, we still have a lovely team of 6 GBAs that do a lot of work, and we couldn't do much of everything that's there without their work, that are in contact with those people, give support, are almost in every day there is a call happening with someone young from somewhere in the network, sometimes 2 in a row, 3 in a row. So yeah, super helpful and super grateful to have such a great team to work with as well.
Yeah.
Ireland has the microphone.
The other way.
Ireland.
Regarding the network maxing, I wanted to ask specifically in the case of UAP Hungary, because the update booklet did not seem to predict the election outcomes in Hungary. And I would just wanted to know, given the new situation, if there's any plans for new developments.
There's not an official GB decision because the GB hasn't met on this point yet. So end of May, we're going to have a GBM where we're going to do strategic calibration on Hungary. And in terms of what we've been doing now, indeed, because of the obvious, and because it's so obvious, we are already looking into how we can ride this wave, how can we do these things, and how can we also pull Hungarian UA peers who exist right now to get into it. Yes.
And however, we saw great interest even before the elections, because the network maxing happened right before the election. We saw great interest from youth from Hungary to be involved in UIP and be part of it, which is very encouraging. It's a first good step. So at the moment, we are working on trying to figure out who we can send where to what events. And also, if you want to give spots to any of your sessions for free entities or countries that we're working with, let us know. We are more than open for anything.
It was, I don't know, I guess, just wanted to say that it's related to this point. Sorry for that. We've had Hungarian delegates at our sessions, and they seem to be very, very motivated. And we also, like, this is from me, not from EOP Austria officially, this is from my personal initiative for next year. We have some Hungarian members also in EOP Austria that are very willing to work on this, and we're also very willing to start outreach in that area. So I can definitely say next year, I think EOP Hungary will indeed involve again, hopefully, especially after the election.
And what we can say about that is just thank you, and we're gonna talk. We are for sure gonna be in contact. But thank you, and such like interest from NCs and such help also help our work quite a lot. So if you have any sort of member that you know they are from those countries, or you involve young people that we're not aware of, or you have projects in those countries or with those countries, do let us know, and we can collaborate so that we can max our efforts together.
And we are going to wrap it up. But if you have any more questions, come find us during lunch and we'll have a chat. Thank you. Now for the fun bit of understanding Europe related questions. So I know you have probably a lot of question marks in your head, what's happening. So I thought we started off with a myth busting game that would also be fun for you a little bit. How we're gonna work it is if you can get your voting placards out. I'm gonna show you a statement, and if you think it is true, you're gonna raise the green. If you think it's false, you're gonna raise the red. I think it's pretty simple. Ready? Okay, let's start. Understanding Europe was a project designed by one person.
Nice.
All those green ones, it is correct. Understanding Europe was created in 2009 by David Schlosser. Sorry to all the Germans that have mispronounced that. But basically, he was an intern at the Schwarzkopf Foundation, and he thought this would be a nice way to gamify the knowledge about the European Union. And that's how it started in Germany in 2009. Do we, as EYP, exist in competition with Understanding Europe? Since we belong to the same foundation, great, amazing, you're all correct. So we don't exist in competition just because we both belong to the Schwarzkopf Foundation doesn't mean we have to compete for the grant. It is something that really complements, because Understanding Europe has a pedagogical background in education that we don't have, right? We are a platform for debate, whereas Understanding Europe is really a platform for showcasing the rights and getting people to talk about the active citizenship within a classroom setting. So they're not really coming up with solutions to problems. They're just discussing what they feel about security, right? They don't interact with the European Parliament or European Commission in that sense. They're really just talking about how they feel. Do they feel like they belong to Europe? What is misinformation? And it's more still peer-led. So we have very much of a common ground, but just complementary methods, like our trainings, essentially. So then yesterday we were also, obviously, we saw that the international office in the Schwarzkopf Foundation, the teams were merged. And that's why the quotation. And so GB was not consulted on the decision to merge the Understanding Europe team with the EYP team under the IO. What do you think? Okay. I see uncertainties, and I think it's fair to have uncertainties. I would say we were not consulted essentially of like the decision, but we were asked to give input whether we thought it was good idea to have Understanding Europe, like invest our capacities in Understanding Europe in a board meeting that we had. Essentially what that meant was we were informed that Understanding Europe was having some financial difficulties and that this would be a nice way for the Schwarzkopf Foundation to cut some financial costs for them. And this was something that they wanted to see our input, whether we thought EYP could benefit from a collaboration with Understanding Europe more. And we, of course, thought about it and we said, yeah, because this cooperation has existed before. It's not a merger, that's why the merger is under the code. We basically are just right now seeing where are the synergies that lie between the two teams. But what does that mean for the IO is that Anne, who is our deputy director, obviously now has also here, and obviously has a portfolio about Understanding Europe. So essentially Understanding Europe matter to us. It matters to the international office, but that doesn't change the realities for you today at the moment. And consultation is a gray area. That's why I wanted to address and be transparent with you, but we were informed. So then, since this has happened, is Understanding Europe stealing the money of EYP? They're not, right? So obviously, if you think about getting our lovely Anne away from us in terms of capabilities, you could say yes. But Understanding Europe still brings in their own finances to their events as well. Obviously, there are some financial mergers we're talking about when we do cooperation of events, but this doesn't mean that they're stealing away our funds, right? So whatever event we're doing in collaboration, Understanding Europe is also still paying their amount for their members, and we're still paying our amount for our members. Stealing the money is that kind. Okay. Can you, as an NC that doesn't have Understanding Europe in your country, host an Understanding Europe event? Okay. Yes, you can. I see also the white. So basically what this closer cooperation means for you as national committees is that we would love for you to host trainings or online trainings or in-person trainings with Understanding Europe teams. We would love for you to have more training, crash courses from Understanding Europe for your members, and you can do so, right? This is a benefit of it. We want to see more increased cooperation between these two networks. So how it will work is if you're interested in it, come find us during the time slots that Anne has shared with you, I think yesterday, or just email us, say, hey, we're interested. Can you maybe help us arrange something? We'll connect you to a neighboring country, or we're just going to open a general call to the UE network to see who can come and deliver it. online trainings for countries who don't have any neighboring UE at the moment is a good idea, but we're understanding Europe exists in 10 countries, which are also quite spread. So chances are you might already have a neighboring Understanding Europe branch. Just reach out to us and you can host it. So in the merged events concept, does that mean that the NCs and Understanding Europe has to merge on a national level? You're doing brilliant. Doesn't mean that. But at the same time, there are already some countries where Understanding Europe and NCs are already a merged legal entity. After Spain, for example, or Turkey. So when situations like that exist, there are also some countries where Understanding Europe exists as a separate legal entity than EYP. Of course, we recognize that there are these differences, and we're not at the stage yet where we are saying every NC should have an Understanding Europe board member, or every NC should have Understanding Europe in their country, or we're also not saying if you have separate entities in your same country that you should merge them, right? We're not at that stage yet. We're just seeing where are the synergies lying between these two networks, where do we want to go in the future, and yeah, this just means you exist, you continue to exist like yourself in closer cooperation with the network. Yeah, of course.
You say yet, but is this like a progressive scale that we're looking into or no?
In all honesty, we don't know.
Okay.
Right? And it is very much one of the possibilities, like if we think of possible scenarios, it could be that, let's say we decide this is beneficial for both networks, Schwarzkopf agrees, and then we have, in 10 years, we have every NC, there is an UE board member, and these two entities exist. It might be that Understanding Europe gets their own funding, they're their own entity, they set up in their own countries, they exist completely separately as a sister organization. It might also be that we just keep it as it is, and we just coexist at the same time with nothing changing. At this point, we cannot say which direction it will go, but we're open to all possibilities. That's all we're thinking.
If such a kind of like merger to that scale takes place, will it have to go for the BNC, or will it be something that is decided at a governing body or SWART or IO level?
I will try to do it, and Igor, you can correct me. This is not something that the BNC has to vote on necessarily, because it's not something that we are doing it mandatorily, right? So if we were to say every NC has to have this, then yes, then the BNC would vote on such thing. But at the moment, we're just trying to see is that it can Understanding Europe exist on its own financially, or does it not exist? And then we have to look at different options, like giving them a living space in EYP, essentially moving further. If it comes down to something mandatory for every NC to do, you will absolutely vote on it. But at the moment, this merger is really about Schwarzkopf's also capabilities on a foundation level. And for us, it's really, we will ask your input in formal vote, of course, if you think this is beneficial, but it's a conversation and not a vote at the moment.
Two clarifications. For policy, this is not, or charter technically, this is not something that in abstract can be voted upon. Albeit there are these things even highlighted that could be. Also should be told the governing body discussed this, but it hasn't really discussed it that much in depth, and there are different perspectives that we have as to what exactly should be voted upon at what point in time. The reality on the ground is also that this might very well change in 2 years, that things go back to how they were before, so we don't want to rush any of those things, but there is an appetite among us to have your decision-making guide us in the sense of not wanting to disagree with you, to being seen. That's certainly something we all agree on. But more than that, within the governing body right now, we have not discussed as much. And if we have discussed a bit, we also don't have a lot of agreement, right? Because there are so many hypotheticals and it's very difficult to manage them all. But yeah.
And that's also why we're working on an optional voluntary adoption of this closer cooperation between the two networks, right? And you will see me in the next stage reaching out to the NCs that already have Understanding Europe in their country operating to see how close sort of a cooperation there could be facilitation in that sense. And for those of you that don't have it, but would like to have it, if you reach out to us, we'll have a conversation with you on how you can start it or restart it for some countries, which is also important. And last but not least, of course, Understanding Europe and EYP will cooperate closely in the future. You know it already, right? And we don't know what this cooperation looks like we've hopefully made it clear, but it is our commitment that we want, no matter what happens in the future, to benefit from both sides. Understanding Europe brings this educational approach. We bring a very wide reach. We bring organization capacities. We bring fundraising experience. So it's a good match. So, for example, for your regionals, if you want to prepare it, you can offer it to schools to say, hey, do you want your delegates to come and have a crash course, which will benefit the discussions that they have in your regionals? You can share school resources with each other. Understanding Europe also reaches a lot of schools. So if you need contacts with teachers, it's a great way to use it. Essentially, they're free workshops for the schools. So please seek information about it. Come talk to us, meet the Understanding Europe fellows. And if you have any ideas on which direction this should go, reach out to me, because this is a relatively new portfolio for us, for Schweizko, for the international office. And bear in mind with us regarding this uncertainty of where these balance hangs, essentially. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, all right, on that note, we need the next slide. Thank you so much. The next topic of debate will be the EYP style guide enforcement and creating a more unified visual identity put forward by the International Office. Nikita, are you ready to go?
Hello, I'm now ready to go. Okay, we're very excited for this debate, so I'll break the energy a little bit. The style guide is, I'm sure most of you know what the UFP style guide is. It's this document that we have that basically sets in place the corporate identity of the UFP network. There's the logos we have and the rules that apply to this logo, the color palette that we have, the graphic elements, all of things visual EYP, we have it outlined in the style guide. We recently updated it as a result of some of the proposed changes we've had in the last BNC debate. And yeah, basically we have a new document, but this debate is much less for us to now talk about what's been updated, but more so how the style guide is applied throughout the work we do. There's certain elements that are certainly very enforced, like I think the next slide might already make sense. Yes, thank you. There's the logo application, for example, is very enforced currently. If you were to now make a green UIP logo and we spot this, you'll certainly be approached by somebody and be told that this is not an official UIP logo. Please take it down, etc. But then there's certainly many aspects of it that is not necessarily enforced at all. For example, there's so many events that's been done by national committees all the time. And then if you were to go for a cursive font or I haven't seen Comic Sans, but you get the idea. If these sort of changes were to be made, I don't think you'd necessarily be approached. This is more so currently guidelines in the style guide rather than strict enforcements. And this has a clear advantage and a clear disadvantage. The point is currently it's a bit bad. There are times when all our national committees together look like 70 brands rather than one. And this is spat for a network that aims to have this unified corporate identity. But then there's also a clear advantage. All the sessions that we have, some of them make sense to be different from one another visually as well. And we don't necessarily mean whether one is colored red or colored green, but also in tone. The examples that I think I used somewhere is that, we've sort of seen the International Feminist Forum in Germany that had this like more this graffiti street style, very bold visual identity. We've seen the regionals in Finland that had this berry kind of wholesome, more welcoming atmosphere. This is not a collab. These are both great visual identities that we've seen in the past, but they're very different in tone. And maybe that's intentional, maybe that's nice. So then that's the clear advantage. So then the challenge that I propose to you in this debate is to let's together find a healthy balance. How do we make the style guide going forward, since we want to increase the usability of this document? How do we get to a place where we enforce some of its elements more without taking away the creative freedom that you want to have in your sessions? Next slide. Yes. So there's some solutions, like say, if we were to say, okay, sessions can have different aesthetics should we want to, but let's say if your NC puts out a call for head organizers, there's no reason for you to use a cursed font there instead of Source Sans Pro, the officially recognized UIP font, right? Maybe we create a definition of the UIP's tone in the style guide. Maybe we say that this kind of more wholesome, welcoming nature is nice, and we want to lean more into that, or we go with more this bold nature of we're young and angry about the injustices in the world. Maybe that's more something that we want to go with. Point is, we need to align on one, otherwise it's a bit all over the place, and this hurts the brand to an extent. That's the idea. So very open general debate rounds. Based on this, let's see where the points take us and then unpack it accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. After the last BNC, the feedback all around was quite positive about having more communications related topics as well. So we're happy to see this topic back in a new iteration. Yeah, let's open the floor for statements. I believe we have one from Ukraine and also from Czech Republic. So let's hear from them in this order. You're recognized. Thank you. First of all, huge support in the initiative, and I believe that is really relevant and important for our organization. We also recently had a small call, pre-BNC call with some other presidents, and we also discussed the topic of how we would like the network to seem more united even through our social networks, not just acting only in our countries, but also that we are part of the bigger organization. By this statement, I'm also not going to propose some particular ideas because I believe it should be left for the room for debates, but I just would like to set some insights, probably directions to someone's thoughts as a person who also some time ago learned about UAP more through communications, through social media, and probably a little bit as a marketing student, but that's another topic. I believe there is also a little bit of trade-off between being recognized as a network by the visual identity, but also being recognized as a particular NC by the visual identity. And there is a question, what do we want to be like more visible? And I believe even if we are going to the direction that we want as a separate NC, for example, be recognized by our style, it should still be kept as we are the part of the network. For example, as the logo is already enforced, that is the part of official communications by the network, that should still be kept because we are the part of the network. And we want this to be more uniting. Then what I believe is of particular importance is to decide first of the tone of voice and the particular values we want to share through communications, because it definitely can be shared through different approaches, different messages and colors, but it is important to decide what we want to share on the level of NCs and network and on the level of particular events and sessions, and to distinguish how it could be differentiated, what we can add on the sessions, but what should still be kept. Perfect, thank you so much. And now, Czech Republic.
So as a very excited guidelines breaker, shout out to Bon. I feel like there's in general a larger, not even an issue. Again, like this is a very much what we will agree is kind of more about what we agree on rather than what specific thing it is. But not even like a discrepancy between different NCs, but even within NCs themselves, because you have then NCs like I think Germany, I think Italy that have like a strong personal identity. I would say Serbia as well. Then our NC maybe that is kind of like whatever somewhere in between, and then maybe NCs like Azerbaijan, which kind of posting their own things NC wise are essentially templates from the IO, and then the difference from that to the sessions, which are different. And I feel like making steps towards unifying like some sort of network identity is like the next one. And there's the first one missing, which would be maybe the NCs should slightly take a look at themselves and think about what sort of identity they want to have, even looking towards the sessions themselves, because the difference between like the way the NC presents itself and then what the session presents is huge, especially when then editors come and it just kind of goes away anyways, as it has to. But yeah, I feel like having some sort of not the thought that I want to have. The thought I want to have is I feel like what misses a lot though is the knowledge and the kind of how to do it, how to
Maybe I should stay in the area. It just uses the antenna.
Thank you, Anya. Can we give Anya a safe place to sit? Thank you. All right, sorry, Kuba. Carry on.
Just a quick thought of maybe a good step would be kind of helping the NCs develop their own sort of idea for how to present themselves stronger, because I feel like there is a power in being a recognizable NC as an NC, because then like seeing the templates from IO from different NCs, it's kind of like, okay, who is talking to me right now? And that's not a bad thing. It makes the network more unified, but also, where's the fun, where's the creativity? We have the skills technically. I feel like we just need to know how to use them to do something that's fun and nice and good.
Thank you so much. All right, then we would head back to the international office to respond to these two statements.
Yes, thank you. Both very valuable statements. EYP Ukraine. Yes, there is clearly this advantage between appearing as a network versus appearing as an NC. I think you righted everything that you pointed out. I think we don't necessarily just mean to everybody must use the templates exactly visually that is available. We have multiple NCs that either take these templates, put their little twist on it, or maybe just don't use the templates at all because they have the manpower and graphic design to develop their own. And then they still very clearly look a part of the EYP brand, because the style guide isn't really a collection of shapes that you must use, but it's more so an idea that we present, that this is the tone and the color scheme that the network could have. So as long as there's an attempt being made that this style is followed, I think we're already at a nice place, because one thing is to optimize this document and templates so that it can fit everything. And this we really try to do. And parts of this debate and the last debates of the style guide serves this purpose. Yes, the more so point with the EYP Czech Republic, we also do see ourselves as like to have this big role to suggest what ideas can be then communicated by the NCs. I'd say even the workshop coming up today has a bit to do with that. I think the BNC is a very big touching point for comms and NCs, and we try to use it as well as outside of it. Point being,
this is not about, oh, you need to invest more power into graphic design. We understand that some NCs have bigger capacities for that, some don't, and this is not to criticize your graphic design skills, but more so to point you that this is the sort of problem that if you throw enough effort at it, it'll be solved. So then if we now were to make a bit more of an active choice to look over the style guide and see how that can apply more actively in the post that you create, I think we're already at a nice place, even if we make no further changes to the style guide. But should this also be helpful? This debate is pronounced. So thank you.
Excellent. Then without further ado, let's move right into the first round of open debate. They're all general, so just say whatever's on your mind. UOP Serbia was first, so they'll get the first point. You're recognized.
Okay, good. Thank you. So my kind of question or like initial rundown of my thoughts regarding this debate, more specifically, for like something that maybe we should all take into account for like the next BNC in the future. A lot of BNCs create, obviously, as a flagship event, is our national sessions. We do create, aside from logos, a whole visual palette of colors surrounding it as a visual identity. The question would be, how are we going to manage that? Or are we going to manage that? Pretty much, as it does not kind of comprehend with the style guide sometimes. Also, a lot of times, national sessions have their own separate Instagram accounts, which those visuals are posted and they're kind of put in collaboration with the main NC account. Is that going to, be an issue for the future? Is that going to be a loophole in the potential proposal? Because currently I'm a bit stuck in between. On the one side, I think the style guide and the end behind it is amazing, especially for externals. As someone who can like briefly check any Instagram account can see that we are even more legit and that we are unified over effort. But on the other hand, I love UOP Serbia's visual identity, not gonna lie. And also we are a very diverse network with so many different backgrounds and rich in culture and everything. And I think that diversity is also rich in how we visually present ourselves. So the question is, how far are we going to go to kind of, are we going to celebrate the visual aspect of it too, and how far away are we willing to go as an effort to kind of regulate that, even though regulation might not be a good word for it. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, UOP Serbia. All right, I think let's stay in the neighborhood and take a point from UOP Finland, followed by UOP Switzerland.
Okay, so I think like kind of from our side in terms of we do have kind of an own visual identity, but also are starting like using the style guide, like the in between that UPC was talking about. And I think kind of what might maybe instead of enforcement, kind of I think using the style guide, especially like a jumping off point, especially if you do have like maybe a comms person who doesn't know that much about comms, is kind of new to graphic design. I think using it as a jumping off point, and then also I think creating like just more knowledge about the style guide, especially among like session editors. I think it's known amongst NCs, but I don't think it's really known amongst like editorial people that much. And then also creating, I think maybe not enforcement, but I think something that's more along the model of like a conversation about, does this look professional? Is this part of our visual identity? And then maybe like, for example, picking things like font to focus on, to be like, this really should be, you should be asking for an exception, not asking for forgiveness after using like maybe a identity for that. But I think kind of, yeah, there's a conversation about like, does this look professional? Does this like align with our values? And like seeking feedback in that way.
Thank you, UOP Finland. As promised, UOP Switzerland is up next.
Thank you. Of course, I think we all consider the IO to be leading by example of using the shapes and colors and everything, especially the fonts. And then we have, on the other hand, the ISs, which are managed or checked by the IO and have often a wildly different look from each other. Also, if you already look at the past 4 ISs, we in UOP Switzerland, we have like a similar approach. I think many NCs share that approach of having our own identity, which we invest a lot of work into for the general post and then the separate session post. Could you maybe share a bit about how the process of checking visual identities for ISs looks like? So maybe we could also, as NCs, adapt to that a bit, because if you just look at it right now, they all look very different.
with also Malaga being the wild child. So getting an insight there that might be cool.
Thank you so much. Let's hear one more point in this round, and that will be a direct response from Europe, Germany. Would we pass them the mic?
I have,
Not so close.
I have opened the EYP Network Instagram account, and even the EYP Network Instagram account does not adhere to what I just saw in the EYP style guide. It is maybe a bit of an overreach to ask of national committees to adapt to the style guide. When the international office has a lot of different visual identities.
All right, we too will stray from what we usually do. We were going to head to the International Office for Response anyway, but we will do direct response from Anya and then response. Oh, it's both you. Well then, okay, then I don't care. Then this is just the response to the whole round in whatever order you like.
Well, I'll start with the last point, please. Fair enough. Let me make it clear. There's certain type of posts that we make that are very collaborative with other accounts and other visual identities. There's a lot of Schwarzkopf co-posting that you'll find on there, but of course Schwarzkopf has their own visual identity. There's everything that's connected to the Arctic project. It's also a consortium that then has its own visual identity. There's this competition that we launched, this roll-up that you look at. I'm sure you'd realize this is not also the competition itself has its own visual identity. So then certainly there's elements where it becomes more difficult if we were to then say everything needs to be the exact hex code blue or exact shapes. So then in these situations, okay, we take it on the chin, we move on. But then for all the other parts where we are fully in control of what visual identity that we apply, this we also have coordinated. And of course, this I don't come from a point of the IO does it perfectly. How dare you not do the same? But it's more so how we can collectively do better at this. So we hope to set more nice examples for you to follow in the future. But then yes, other points, sorry. The process of checking ISs. Yes, here I think we've also not knowing what would be the perfect endpoint for this process is partially why we started this debate to hopefully arrive to what would be the best decision. I think we more so apply this tone, making sure that the tone of UIP is followed a bit more. For Malaga, it made sense for the Mediterranean focus to also be reflected in its visual identity, right? For Pordenone, even though there's red in the element, and red is not necessarily a color that exists in the UIP style guide, we figured that the overall branding of Pordenone still very much represented this youthful organization that we say that the UIP is. Yes, and I think I understand the sentiment of moving away from every NC and every event having this own quirky visual identity might then also lead to less creative expression, but then I think there are smart ways of doing this, that it's not necessarily a limitation that we impose, but more so than within this framework, you can still have creativity, as other NCs have shown in the past. I remember there was even a time when EYP NC logos weren't unified. There were the stars elements, and then I think it was Switzerland that had a cow over it, and then Georgia had a cross over it, and you know that we've come a long way because of conversations like this. So I want to continue this trend of how we can push this even further. But already some of these points are very helpful. And yes, UIP Finland, I agree. We should promote the style guide even further with editors. And this is more so, I'll ask, what would you see potentially changing the style guide now to make this even more helpful for you than what it has been in the past? More colors, is that something? Or rather, it's communication, the document?
just quickly add also to like this incoherency of styles, like think of like Olympics or say sport competitions. They all have the Olympic style guide, but of course they all have their own identity. And that's, I think, is the direction that we are having in mind. And what I think we are concerned with is the brand of EYP. So give you an example of we go to Hungary. It's great for them to know that there is this brand of EYP that they could build on and have give them something also in return. And the more we do together to build towards this brand, the more we benefit as a network from it. Is that all for this response, or do you have more you'd like to say?
Can we?
Well, you don't really have time, but if there's something that we
no, sorry.
you have like 10 seconds.
I thought I heard the thing. I'll save it for the next
Okay,
thing.
okay. No, on rope, because otherwise we don't want to see that. Right.
Hours.
All right. Let's hear more points. We will go to Italy, to Lithuania, and then to Spain. That's what I've decided. Okay. You will be Italy, you're right, guys.
I have a few questions, but I'm gonna keep the others for later. It's maybe I'm not getting this completely, but the whole how strict is the respect of the style guide interpreted to evolve over time? Because to me, it feels from your answers that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to try to go back to 19 with complete answers, that it's more of a this is what we're aiming for. You can sort of take pick and choose what you like from here, so long as your content can be redirected to this identity. So for example, good example, EYP has been playing a lot with curves. Maybe like curvy. And the style guide is very much hard lines, corners, and I do not see myself going back to my NC and saying like, hey, well, the curves, not anymore. But the colors, on the contrary, they kind of belong to the style guide. And I feel like our identity can be very much developed to that. And it might evolve in the future. Because, today it's curves and tomorrow it's going to be whatever else. Is that consistent with your interpretation of the implementation of the style guide? Question mark.
All right, thank you. Europe, Italy. Sorry, Bulgaria, your Czech Republic was slightly faster that direct response, so we will take theirs. Mike. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I also think that this is the main thing that is missing in the style guide, which is just like clarifying how strict it is and when and where it has to be followed. Because I feel like if you see the output from sessions, you see that it doesn't really align with the style guide. So you think to yourself, oh, okay, so we don't have to follow this, or do we? What's the state of this? So I think this could really help, just to like clarify if and to what extent the style guide is really binding. All right, great stuff. This seems like the question on everyone's mind. Sorry, Germany, the IR was faster than you were. Disputed once again.
Sorry, Germany, if you seem to be fun. Clarification. How strict is the style guide? Logo, very strict. Yes, we pay a lot of attention to that. The rest of the points, yes, of course, Italy. We won't be approaching you to say, why do we see a curve when it should be a sharp point? The point is we're also trying to go to a place now where it's not necessarily a pick and choose. It's not intended to be a pick and choose. Let's open a style guide and see what we feel like adapting to. Ideally, it's a document that you look at and adapt everything from it. Yes, we want to go to we feel like if we now enforce every aspect of it as strictly of the logo, we feel like there will be some sort of revolt. As in, this would be a very big change, very sudden, with all of the NCs very unannounced. So this is not also to prepare you for this to come, but more so, how do we get to a point where there can be more style guide enforcement, less for us kind of wagging fingers at you being, why is there a curve when there should be a sharp point, but more so for it to be within your interests as well, to follow it as closely as possible without
you seeing that as a bad thing? How do we get to that point? Because I feel like it's reachable, and let's figure that out.
All right, thank you so much. That was a bit on the longer side of what the direct response should be, but we'll tolerate it. EYP Germany, this is now like your third attempt. I accept it. You're recognized.
My problem with this approach to the style guide is that currently the style guide applies unless it doesn't. And how are MCs supposed to work with this? Because how, like, if we know that we can forego the style guide in some cases, then suddenly it's on us to judge when to forego the style guide. I would very much appreciate having a style guide that is much more condensed, tries to regulate much less, but is binding in these little things that it tries to bind. For example, the logo, probably a good idea that we all have a similar logo. But given that it tries to apply to Instagram output, I would say 85% of which is session output anyway, which mostly does not apply to the style guide anyway. What exactly are we trying to do with this?
All right. We've already had a lot of direct responses because I promised points to EOP Lithuania and EOP Spain, and they've now been waiting for a decade. I say no more direct responses for now. But thank you for everyone who was engaged in this. It's been helpful for sure. So as promised, EOP Lithuania, if you still have your points, you are recognized, of course. Microphones, please. Lithuania is downstairs. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry for the wait, but I believe that showcasing being part of this network that we all appreciate has to be purposeful once again. In Lithuania, through my experience in various youth NGOs, we have a very particular way of communicating to young people, which is like way more playful and outside the box, and like catches on to these like various Lithuanian specifics that young people feel emotionally engaged with. And therefore, I would suggest to reflect on fostering a distinction between network-wide communication, that is international sessions, international updates, etc., and then NC communication, that is on the national level, that I believe should have increasingly more autonomy. Of course, another potential idea would be to maybe coordinate the NC visual identity with the IO and the volunteers that, you know, could maybe consult or advise how these visual identities could be more aligned with the general network-wide visuals. However, I believe that each of the NCs uses their communication to fit their own specific purposes, whether it's to gain more credibility in terms of finding good partnerships, whether it's promoting their outreach, reaching various regions, and therefore I would say that it's very important for the NCs to feel supported in terms of like using communication to suit their own personal goals. So I really hope that maybe the IO could also reflect on that and maybe establish these sort of meetings to kind of coordinate with each of the NCs of what their visual identity would be and how it would align with the international communication as well.
Thank you, EOP Lithuania. This is very, very helpful. EOP Italy, I give you 15 seconds, okay? Then you recognize, but I will cut you off.
I do want to stress supported NCs be supporting in the implementation, because then the question remains kind of the same. At what point am I going to have to go back to my NC and say corners and straight lines? And that doesn't really feel like supporting NCs into developing an identity, but rather into imposing something that doesn't distinguish anymore EYP Italy from EYP Finland. And so the question mark still remains on where is the line trace and what is the distinction?
All right, thank you so much. That was in fact very quick. I see we're back to curves and corners. All right. We promised a point to EOP Spain. This is the last point for this round. Please keep it short. And then we will go back to the IO. It would be great, please.
So from our side, we do second all that has been said mostly. But we do believe that, for example, with the solely profile pic, for instance, or the unified website thing that is being done for all NCs, that's already a big part in playing like a unified network. And then perhaps the style guide, as it's described right now, could be for like really strictly for general posts, such as, I don't know, board announcements, general information about NCs, whatever. But then this style guide right now doesn't specify any general thing regarding the logos of the event. Right now it's just for even marking or like these little details. Perhaps some generic recommendation could be done on that side. But from our side, it's really important that events have their own personality since many of our supporters or our sponsors support the event and not the whole thing. So yeah, I would like to hear a bit more on that sense.
Thank you, EOP Spain. Then let's move back to the international office. Before that, I would like to say, because we will be going to lunch afterwards, we propose to not have a third round of open debate. However, I remind you, we have Slack. Slack is great. Please put all your input there. I'm sure Nikita and Becca will be very happy to engage with whatever you ask or post or suggest in there. So I think this is a nice topic where we can really keep the engagement going online. All right. On that note, over to you, Nikita.
Thank you for all the inputs then, I suppose, during this. Oh, what's happening? There we go. Okay. Yes, I hear a lot about this. It's currently not being the most clear on what parts of the style guide apply to how, what strictness. I say this debate is a step towards to get there, to make this decision without us necessarily assuming your reaction or your position on it. So then this was already very helpful for us to determine what would be a best way to make this more clear with your input in mind. So then thank you for this. I think a theme that I've spotted that comes up is this NC content versus session content. Sessions might want to explore their own identities more than just normal NC posts. And normal NC post, what we consider, this is not an official term, of course, is when you do a board announcement or call for head organizers or something that's not necessarily tied to a specific event, but it's a lot more general. Even if this was now more consciously made to follow the style guide, and again, not following any straight lines in the style guide to the exact specific, but more so applying the identity that it puts forward, we're already a lot more unified as a brand. And this would be nice. And we don't now have to do a big overhaul where everything that we do looks the same. UIP Spain was right to point out that the website change is one step that helps towards this. The avatar change is one step that helps towards this. A small win here would already be another big step towards a more unified branding. So yes, maybe let's stick to the Source Sans Pro font a bit more consistently, as it will not take away the unique aspects of your sessions, but it will add one more element of the brand being unified. And if we do these small type of pushes forward in the future, that's agreed between all of us, then we get to a place that's good in terms of branding. So that would be our goal. And you'll hear more about it in the future then, I suppose, but thank you for all the input today, and let's hear more about it on Slack.
All right. Thank you so much to the International Office and also to everyone who participated. No, Franz, I'm sorry. Just write it on the Slack if it's important. So sorry. I know this was fun. All right. Yes. Yes. Nikita actually has one more thing to say to you.
Yes, towards the end of lunch, get ready for a group picture. We'll be taking it outside where we have team building. So at some point I'll do a round and I'll tell you, let's go outside for a group.
really focusing on different elements of diversity, inclusion, and accessibility, and creating resources for you to use. So similar vision to the general safeguard team, but a bit more focused on the areas that they are working on, essentially. And the complaints team is really complaints. So two entities, quite separate. NSPs are in contact with both, but for active cases, they are involved with the complaints team. And for projects or ideas or resources that they might need, they're in contact with DIAT. DIAT is a project-based team. What that means is in the application process, we've actually asked people to write projects that they would like to work on to improve diversity, inclusion, and accessibility of the network. Complaints team is really more what experience you have handling complaints, being objective, not being biased, and can you handle the hard cases type of discussion. We have the chair, Dora, of DIAT. So I'm gonna give her the microphone to also say hi and introduce the vision for this year first.
Hi everyone. So I'm Dora. You already know me since for the past 2 days. Okay, so when it comes to DIAT, this year we have a bigger team. So it's 8 team members, 1 chair, and 1 GB representative. And because a lot of our team members in their applications, when they had to describe projects, so there are a lot of overlaps. So we will be actually working on fewer projects than there are team members, and we will be grouped by the projects. We also, what we are trying to address this mandate, first will be organization of resources, because let's be honest, it's a bit of a mess on our drive. Then we are focusing on some aspects that might have been overlooked lately. So we will also focus on safety and welfare of organizers during the sessions. And we want to provide more practical tips on how to do something, not just policies, what you should do, but actual steps, how to do it. Now we have this overview and we already have some ideas, but if you think there is something that you need or that your NSPs need, you can always send us an email. It's still the same address, so SCT, we didn't change it to DIAT yet. We don't know whether we will, but if we do, we will notify you. But yeah, for now, we are still collecting responses on specific things that you want us to improve, or where you see room for improvement. Maybe things already exist, maybe they don't, but if you have something in mind, you can always send us an email or approach us, me in person or via Slack. So yes, your input will be valued. Thank you.
Thank you, Dora. Can we give her a round of applause? Dora was also one of the members that have continued from the safeguard team, and this year we had the most members actually ever to actually continue from the safeguard team, both general and complaints to it. So I'm really happy to share that. A little bit about the complaints team. One thing that you should know is this year the complaints team was extremely busy. So I don't know if you remember, but in BNC 2502, I had shared the graph with you that basically looked like in 2022, we had approximately 17 reports or questions and 11 complaints. Then this number dropped drastically in 2024 to less than 5 questions and 5 complaints. But then it had increased in 2025 to 10 reports, 10 questions. This year, we processed 18 reports and 23 complaints. That is a massive amount of time also spent. It doesn't mean that there were more problems in the network. I think it just means that more people reached out to us and involved us in the process. But it also meant that there was more, of course, work on the amount of people that were selected initially based on the numbers we had. So this year we extended the team to include more members so we can be a bit more faster with the process of interviews and getting the reports out to the GB.
And yeah, I'm curious to hear your thoughts and questions first before I delve into the ESP feedback form that was also asked. Any questions so far on the division between the two teams, complaints team selection, or the direction we're heading? Yeah, Austria, go ahead.
This is kind of a general question into the room, I guess. But I recently talked to some people on the Safecore team, and I heard this complaint. Maybe this is something to bring up at BNC, that they're not able to bring in any policy changes or any policy proposals because they're not entities that are like represented as ones in at BNC. Would this be something that you guys would want to change, or is this something maybe the BNC would have an interest in changing? Because if the safety complaints team, for example, they handle all these complaints all the time and they know what the people that are bringing complaints would need in policies, but it's also confidential and they can't really tell someone, but they also can't really write their own proposals. Would it be beneficial for them to become entities that can propose things at BNC? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Actually, this was also something we discussed and we recently changed the way we go about it. So before, Safecore team was never allowed to participate, and they also didn't have a placard or a space at the BNCs necessarily because the GB talked on behalf of them, essentially. We have now allowed it that they can write proposals, but then we would still present it from the governing body, essentially, to also pass in the process. We can discuss if the NCs are also interested in having like a UNESCO type of seat for the Safecore team where they can propose like the IO does, but that would maybe require some consultation from the NC board.
I was about to say that.
I mean, it was more of an internal kind of discussion when preparing the booklet because the IO presenting their own proposals, it's kind of a, custom. It's not exactly written anywhere. And so we were thinking about either or to lead to the next BNC board to a better codification in working procedure on defining proposing entity as a concept. Because also now we have Safecore team, we have developers team, we have many people who actually, understand Europe as well, technically in our network. So it's not immediate who can propose stuff. And so it's something worth discussing, I would say, from now on. But yes, in the meanwhile, there is always the US ISP and the GB who can say.
Yeah, definitely, if any of you want to bring it up in the next BNC also as a proposal or a topic of debate, to please do. I think it was a great point. I also think it's nice to have the people that work on safety be able to represent themselves. So yeah, I like that idea. Any questions that remain? Okay. And then for the event safe person feedback form, because it was asked, is it being used? It is being used. We have 156 responses, which is good, considering it's only been a year. Considering we do 300-ish events in a year, it's clear that not everybody's doing it. But now the NSPs are also tracking it down more seriously. So we see the numbers coming. What we have noticed there are general patterns that are also rising. So I want to kind of address it with you, which would be nice to have your support on it. Unfortunately, there has been a lot of instances of underage participants and consent related topics or complaints coming up. So I just want to do like a general informal understanding, because I think it's important that we give the space to people who are also under the age of consent to participate in EYP, but that does create some vulnerability. So what are your thoughts on having the minimum age of participation be the same as legal age of consent in your countries?
for delegates. And this is just an open space for you to share your idea.
I started before I turned 16 with UIP. I'm very grateful that I was able to do so. And I really disagree with the, like, fundamentally with the implication that if you're not allowed to have sex legally, you can do the right thing. We are the European Parliament, right? It's a level of maturity that is legally binding, but at the same time, people reach maturity at different ages, politically and sexually, where it's, yeah.
May I do a Swiss law direct response? This might also apply to other countries, but for instance, in Switzerland, the age of consent is not even that clearly defined. Where it's like it's 16 for any, like for a 16-year-old to have sex with any adult. But then again, if it's less of an age gap than 2 years, there's actually no barrier.
I think it's actually 3.
No, it's like it says, I think no, I think it says you can have like 300 days is fine, but 3 years is not fine. You know what I mean? Okay. So again, it becomes very abstract if we start tying it to this, because I don't know about other countries, but it's not always entirely clear. Okay. Finland, go ahead. Okay, thanks.
I feel like with the variation of the age of consent across countries, this creates very weird implications, especially because we have so many international events. So that would mean that for some countries, it would be 18-year-olds. From other countries, it would be potentially 16-year-old, 14-year-old. So I think as an international organization, this basing this on national age of consent is a bit like iffy.
I see a lot of points. I'm maybe just going to ask if you could put your vote cards up. If you think age of consent should be relevant, green, irrelevant, red.
Not even without yet in
I think you seem to all agree. So then what we're going to do is we are going to work with DIAT and the campaign team to come up with a guideline that could help you as NCs if you are having underage, under the age of legal age of consent participants, what you can do to ensure that you're not in a situation where consent is maybe not given. I think you're all doing that already, but we're just gonna help you with a guideline on this, just because we've seen multiple cases come up now in less than a year time frame. Next question I have, that's okay, or I'll share you had a question.
I think it was just an add-on on the consent, because I think the general problem is that consent is not that big of a thing in most, like in a lot of countries. I think they talk to you.
No, this is no offense to anyone, but I'm just saying that if we normalize giving consent and asking for consent, we shouldn't have this issue with who can give consent and who can't. Because a lot of people just assume, and I don't know, go interact with people, but if this awareness is raised about what consent is and how we apply it and who can give consent, who can't, then we won't have this issue.
I mean, it's also good because we take consent as enthusiastic yes, right? And now, since the European Parliament has also passed it, we will be referring that as well in our training. So
Actually not true. They just said that it always has to be provided. They don't say anything about enthusiasm.
yeah, but we're gonna help them with that. So that was lawyer. So yeah, I think then what we're gonna do is we're just gonna help you with written type of best practices. If you have some, which I know that you've also probably experienced this in your NCs and you've thought about it, please do share them so that we can have a collective network document that shows best practices when dealing with underage participants. But yeah, it's nice to have them with us. I also started before the age of consent. Netherlands, you had a question? Okay. Then the next point is, So you know how complaint system works at the moment, I hope. You can be honest. Okay, so you have a form that you can send to the complaint team if you have experienced something uncomfortable. What this means is that we have one email address where we receive a bunch of PDFs, and this email address is a shared Outlook between the complaints team. So technically everybody has access to it, but then in there it writes who should, like if you don't want someone to take a look at your case, you write it in the email so they don't open the email, and it's a trust-based system. This works great in practice because you can take time to fill the form and then take your time to send it. In real life, 10 people using one Outlook sometimes mean that some emails get overlooked or they're not responded, and we cannot track down super easily when a complaint has arrived, whatnot. So what we were thinking with the complaints team is maybe switching to a more online form type of complaint system where basically the questions in this complaint system would still be on the members platform so people can still prepare their answers, but it would be collected on a more central database. We would see when the complaint was received, and then we can add if someone has responded or not. This is not yet changing, so I'm not saying this is a change we will do immediately, but I just wanted to get your opinion on whether you would be in favor of such change or whether you think this is not a system that we would want. I'm also happy to answer more questions about it if you have any. No questions? Okay.
It's not a question, it's more a bit of a concern. Well, not a concern, but a policy for change, or a proposal for change. Because sometimes we've seen that the coordination that happens with the handling of certain cases within Safecore team and the NCs is a bit complicated. And the NCs will lack a lot of information that might be very practical when it comes to taking some executive decisions. And maybe we take some executive decisions that we would have not taken before if we knew certain information, but then we need to, redo again. And it's very prejudicial. I don't want to develop very much on things, but in general, what I would say is that it would be very appreciated if we could strengthen a bit more the relations between the Safecore team and the NCs, especially within the executive part of the NCs, to get a bit more information, maybe to NSPs.
Yeah.
To, I don't know.
Thank you for bringing that point up. A disclaimer is this is a very much of a gray zone, unfortunately, that we've discovered that we operate on a confidentiality basis, right? Which means that technically we would not share any information with anybody other than the people who are involved with the complaint. But that does mean sometimes that the NCs are left in a very weird situation where maybe they are the ones that have reported something or they've heard of something and they want to act, but we cannot confirm or deny something existing. This is truthfully, it's a process we have to go through. It's something on our mind. We want to do online town hall, where we can debate ideas of what would be a system that still protects confidentiality of members, but also allows NCs to take safety regarding decisions for their members. I don't have a solution for you, unfortunately. I wish I did, but we have to work together on that to find a compromise between what is useful for the NCs and what is also respectful for the members so that we don't create bias against the member. Go ahead.
One small idea that I'm dropping, maybe it could be interesting that NSPs also have some confidentiality agreement with the Safecore team and with the AO, so the information can only be shared with them. They cannot share it with us, but for instance, if we need to do the selection or the selection outcome, they need to go through them, they need to validate them, and then it's fine by them, or we can have a constant communication with our NSPs and know our limits without knowing the confidential,
I like that idea. Okay, so then let's do a show of hands. If you would be, without just thinking on top of your mind, if you would be
in favor of us creating a confidentiality agreement or a system with NSPs where they would have information about cases regarding the members of that MC, and they will know that someone's pending an investigation for something.
NSPs only.
NSPs only. Okay. Seems like we have a unified answer. Then we will get on to work and creating a system like this. And we'll get back to you hopefully in the next BNC. I also, before we go to Azerbaijan, I also want to get your idea on, would you be okay with us turning this complaints procedure online through a form rather than a PDF that would be sent to the Outlook? Can you show me green or red based on your initial thoughts? Green is you would be okay with an online form. Red is you wouldn't be. Okay. And if you don't know it yet, if you have any concerns, come find me after and we can have a conversation about it. So that what would happen. Yeah.
Just quickly mention like GDPR compliance, I think Google Forms may not be the safest like platform, looking maybe for something that's good for.
Yeah,
Data
we
center.
will, I think, do GDPR compliant analysis of the form, of course, and using the Outlook that we have, not Google, because that's not GDPR compliant, I'm told. Azerbaijan as well, sorry.
Sorry. Okay, thank you so much for the presentation and everything. A quick question on the complaints mechanism and how that works within the Safe team, because I'm not too aware of it, I will be honest. But is there a sort of maybe like a time limit or like a timeline that you guys work by? Because I do think maybe there have been 1 or 2 cases that have lasted over a year perhaps. And you guys definitely do not have an easy job, so no shame there, but I was just wondering if that is something that is a part of the system.
So we do not have an official timeline as to when does a complaint need to stop, but we do try to process it as quickly as possible, depending on the cases, right? There are, for example, some cases where there is an intermediate decision taken, and if an intermediate decision is taken, we also sometimes wait to see, like the intermediate decision is sometimes, let's say an example is, you cannot be a part of leadership until you have done an extended leadership and someone has evaluated you on these aspects. Or you cannot be a part of another selection panel before writing a report on the existing selection panel and your decisions and what you would have changed. So more educative approaches sometimes are also part of these intermediate decisions. And then if the person doesn't do that yet, then we don't process the case fully, right? Because we want to make sure that they first show us what they've learned and then we can evaluate it and then we can proceed. But also sometimes the cases just take too long because they involve too many people. They don't respond at times. That also is a very common thing. Unfortunately, like if someone's accused, they just ghost. They just don't want to comment, and then you cannot process until a certain time has passed, which is reaching out 3 more times within 3 months. But yeah, it's unfortunately taken so much more time, some cases, and some cases we process it within a month and they're over and the decision is set. Sometimes it takes 7 months. We are working on a more concrete procedure, which would also help if we transfer it to an online system where we can see when was something received. In 14 days, there's a response, blah, blah, blah. I will share it with you to comment because it's something we're working on with the new complaints team. And then you can let us know what you think about it and we'll publish it as a conclusion after.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up, you mentioned how there may be like decisions made quite early on. In that case, who is it that you let know and how does confidentiality work within that? Because, yeah.
Yeah, that's also one of the challenges, I think, of the complaints mechanism in general is not all witnesses, for example, who are interviewed get a notification of what decision has been made. And when that was communicated. So the only two people that we communicate the decision to essentially is, once the GP decided in an anonymous form, is the complainant. So they know that this is the decision that has been taken. And the second person is the person that's accused, right? So that they can actually know what they're supposed to do. And then HR, obviously, is involved in all of this. We share the witnesses, the recommended acts, or their summaries that if we interviewed you, of course, we want to make sure that your ideas came across in the report. So we would then share it with you, but we will not share with you a decision has been taken now and approved, and this is the decision taken, unfortunately. So then there's a lot of speculation going around. This is also an improvement point that we want to work on, that maybe more people should be informed of what decision has been taken. But then does that reach confidentiality? Because majority of the cases, even though we don't name people, you can guess who it is about, right? Because you're asked about a specific event, you're asked about specific occurrence. And unfortunately, that's a challenge as well, because we don't make them sign a confidentiality agreement, although we say it's confidential information. People gossip and it gets out of hand. So if you have any ideas, again, let us know. But so far, this is the system we're working with.
I'm sorry to see, I'm happy to see other questions, but I'm sorry to say that we cannot take them more than now. I will invite you to go on with the discussion. There is Safe 13 updates questions on Slack. There is a channel which is publicly available to the whole international governance system, not only BNCM reps, which also means that it's something that can be helpful to all. And I would really hope that discussion, since it's productive, we see the usefulness of Safe 13 updates that goes on there.
And feel free to find me, right? I'm here. So let's have a chat about this, and hopefully I can answer your questions. But thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Miriam. Thank you, Dora, and thank you to the whole Safe 13. Now, we can go on with the next agenda item, number 22, update to the policy and international sessions, code of conduct and farewell. I think it's here, but the mic.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have a mic down there? Okay, I do. Perfect.
I don't have a microphone here.
We have allocated 15 minutes, which means that the proposing entity can streamline through the proposal very quickly. Thank you.
Can and will. Update to the, yeah, can we, yeah, okay. Can we go to the next slide? It's to streamline, that's indeed the idea. Can we go to slide of the, yes, history. Oh, sorry.
Oh, never mind.
Uh,
There are so many. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
yeah. It's not anymore, it's fine. It happens to them with us. I'll quickly, very, very quickly, outline what's in it. It's very, very simple. So there's basically two main changes which we want to include. One is to change the code of conduct that's an annex to the policy for international centers, to make it more in line with actual practices, meaning that ESPs don't send people away, it's BNC, and also to make more explicit that any breach which leads to someone being sent away is on their own cost, making this phrasing more explicit. Another is to make more explicit that the farewell party or anything that happens after the closing ceremony is still part of the responsibility of an national organizing committee, even though the closing ceremony has happened in a similar way that the opening ceremony isn't when you start to be responsible. Just as this often is a question or confusion.
This is the proposal for Article 15. This is for the annex of the conduct. And this is the addition of the footnote and the elimination of the L. Any NC willing to deliver a statement on this proposal? No, okie dokie. Any NC who wants to have a point for this debate, which is structured all general go mad, I would add. Is Germany, and please, do you have a mic from Germany around there?
There is a microphone up there.
Okay, incoming.
Okay. Okay, I hope I'm not screaming into anyone's ears now. I was wondering why specifically officials' arrival and delegate departure were picked as start and end of the responsibility, given that organizers tend to arrive earlier and sometimes even stay longer at sessions. So should those kinds of days not be part of it if we already are revamping it?
Thank you. It will be Germany. As promised, it will be Finland.
Yeah, this is kind of a similar point, but just like, I was wondering if there should be like a defined time that counts as when delegates depart. So the delegate is staying in the country for another 3 days on tourism, but not. Right, so it's just at the end of the departures day. But then like 12 p.m. on the departure day, something like that.
Thank you. Finland, we had France was faster direct response from UAP France. I'm gonna mic here. Thank you.
Yes, just because our point was also very linked to that. We were also wondering about like, is that the term departure a bit large? Because you know sometimes like we are leaving luggages on the different venue, I don't know what, and like some people are leaving before from the closing ceremony venue, I don't know, and then some are staying a bit with us. Like, what if something happens after the end of the closing ceremony? Do we put the closing ceremony as a departure? What was the departure? Don't we need to specify a little bit more?
I think that the departure part was already addressed by the proposal. Can talk this about later. Armenian just no more. The other, I would say that if one is fine, just then go back to Bulgaria and go to the proposal entity for this round. I know. Okay.
So we have a question in regards to clause 16. You do mention that disciplinary action should be done at the discretion of the National Organizing Committee. We completely agree with this. But I don't really understand when it comes to the consultation part of the point. Did you mention session leadership, GB, IO, but the ESPs are irrelevant? So could you please share the rationale for this point? Because, for example, if you want to kick out a delegate, I feel like it makes more sense to talk to the ESP rather than the leadership. Thank you.
As promised, proposing entity.
Thank you. I think most of the questions were about arrival and departure. I think the reason for the responsibility is basically the check-in and the check-out of the hostel. So for example, if someone after closing ceremony leaves at 3 a.m., from the moment that they leave the hostel, that is when they're no longer responsible because you're no longer able to also be responsible for them. I think a similar thing applies to checking in the hostel. Of course, people sometimes arrive early or stay later, but I think the reason to also have it the code of conduct also starts with registration, right? And leaving hostel is the moment when they kind of deregister. So I would say that these are the concrete moments. I'm happy to make that more explicit if that is possible through a friendly amendment. And I'm sure we can sort those details somehow. When it comes to the consultation, I think the consultation is to make sure that the positions of the IO, the GB, and the session leadership are included. And that doesn't mean that the ESB doesn't have an informative function where they still inform. But I think the role of the ESP is not to be disciplinary, where also the role of the session leadership isn't to be disciplinary, but they are the ones who are directly involved. And of course, I have very strong opinions on this and it's causing so many issues. You really can't be in this team where I think, yeah, I don't care so much about it. And if it would be like for you adding something to it, I'm also happy to have the ESPs also as a consultative, because consultative is anyway not a final decision. So it always is, I think, up for the situation, who is the relevant person to consult. That also could be a friendly amendment.
Thank you to the international office. I see Spain holding their placard for quite a few minutes, and Spain, and then France.
Okay, thank you. Our issue be where? Oh yeah, here in 15. Because it's mentioned the responsibilities regarding the National Organizing Committee, but like for the after the closing, before the opening, blah blah blah. But ESPs are not mentioned, and we believe that it would be really important, especially considering that after closing, in many international sessions, there's a farewell party, the last night, yada, yada, yada. And in this regard, we are actually fine with the irrelevant ESPs in the, like that wording in the 16th clause, because again, the ESPs are not there to enforce any kind of disciplinary measure rather than be a support for the delegates. So yeah, would like to hear more about that.
Franz, you were promised a point. We'll count it as a live response. Sorry? It's either that or your point. You can have one.
You know what, I'm gonna talk a bit longer. Just to answer Spain, I think we're talking about a legal responsibility here, and I don't think that ESPs are legal responsible of the participants. Another thing, just to answer, so Saskia, I really believe that it will be great to make an amendment to precise a little bit more in this check-in, check-out, even if I just real doubts on the checkout definition, because I believe that most of our leaders don't really have checkout, like you know, like what you said, that it's when we leave the hostel, but like we leave the hostel on the beginning of the last day. So I mean, I don't know if we can find something more precise on that.
Thank you, OP Franz. I will reject that that was a direct response, but okay. And then you asked me to, yeah,
because you told me that to do it all in one. So at some point, I have a point after. So. I know you weren't there enough.
Okay. It's fine. It's fine. The GPIO will have a chance to talk later. So, Spain was first, but you already talked. Serbia, do you want it? Okay, direct response.
Okay, so for the whole check-in, check-out thing, I think we're kind of looking too detailed in it. I think it was used just colloquially, like it is not physical check-in, check-out at a hostel. It is more, has the program officially started with participants, both official and delegates at one place, and are those same set participants and delegates leaving a certain place. So I think we should maybe make this conversation a bit more productive rather than focusing on when the hotels check us in, check us out. Thank you.
Thank you, Iwaki Serbia. Very welcome point. Another point, if there is an NC willing. Otherwise, we go back to the proposing entities for the final conclusion of the debate.
I think most of the points made were addressed somehow internally, so I actually don't have that much to add, except that indeed for the international session, the hostel checkout serves as a very natural actual checkout because there's a departure day, but of course, this is the policy on international sessions. For your national sessions, you should take the spirit and maybe not apply the letter if it doesn't apply well to your events. I'm just a bit unsure how then the friendly amendment procedure would now go in terms of, I want to maybe see how people feel about the changing of the phrasing for the ESPs, because I have heard mixed views on that. And I would suggest that everyone agrees with having the check-in, check-out in a phrasing added, right? People agree with that. And then I want to maybe get a vibe check on the ESP phrasing.
We would need a phrasing because we can phrase it ourselves. Then you would technically need a formal request, but we can say that you formally requested. Wait, we do have a formal request by EYP Finland. Let's see the amendment.
Basically, proposed phrasing for the checking out of the hostel.
Wait, I'm. Okay. So this is it. The proposed amendments adds to the sentence: the duration of this responsibility starts upon official's arrival until delegate's departure by leaving the session accommodation, including elements blah blah blah. So the addition would be by leaving the session accommodation. This is EYP Finland's amendment. I don't know if it's something to have a point of privilege from Ireland. You can't see it. Oh, we can tell you Slack. No, please in the book. Yeah, yeah. Sorry. Just so I know what to expect, are we expecting a friendly amendment?
Yeah, I'm trying my best,
Okay.
to add it
Yeah.
now, but.
I can.
Just to quickly say, the change in phrasing would just be removing the if relevant ESPs, and it would just add it in the same way that now the IO to be in the session leadership are mentioned. That's the amendment that I'm trying to submit.
Okay, wait. I can show it with you.
It is also on Slack now.
But it said that we need access. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, this is screen for this. Wait. So this would be it, right, Saskia? Like this, Saskia?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so this is the proposal as of now because friendly amendments are directly into force. There is no need to vote for them. So this is now the proposal from the international office. Then we still need to vote on the amendment of the UAP Finland, which is not directly including to this clause, but is to this is do you all have the amendment by UAP Finland? It's on Slack now and should be available to everyone. Meanwhile, I saw a placard from Austria somewhere. No, no. No, fine. Can you give me a check, provide a check about if you have the amendment on you? On you, oh, you got it. Otherwise, I will put it again up so you can see it. Wait. Where is it? Oh. Or okay. I know it's a bit bright and you can see, but for those who can, at least it's there. So now all LNCs in favor of adopting this amendment, which means including the amendment in the proposal. Okay.
The group circle. This is motion.
Okay. Is anyone abstaining from the amendment? It's not being prepared as if I was up to them. I'm not. Any against? Cyprus, Azerbaijan, and Greece, and Slovenia. Wait, 1 second. Right? Greece, Slovenia, Netherlands, Cyprus, Azerbaijan, Romania. Okay. The amendment is adopted also because it's it's an amendment to a policy which is approved by relative majority, so relative majority is needed. So this is now the actual phrasing. I think we are ready to vote on the proposal on its entirety. Okay, yes. Do any one of you have doubts on what are we voting on? Because I want to be clear. Okay, so then any NC voting against the proposal? Okay. Any NC abstaining from the proposal? Greece and Romania. And NC is voting in favor. Okay. With 27 votes in favor, 2 against, 1 abstention. The proposal has been adopted. Going on, now it's your time, Ivo. Update to the policy on the selection of IS officials, flagship ethics for flagship events.
To up the ethics, can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, in terms of the history, the concrete proposal has never really been discussed as such. What has, of course, been the history of this particular proposal is also a lot of discussion with the IO and other people interested. We take note that this was one of the things that piqued a lot of your interest as well. And if we go to the next slide, the rationale as it is really simple. You disclose friends and don't comment on your former dates. Only thing that a fair selection is when you know this other person so personally, so well, so much in that kind of sense, then you're automatically not going to comment. And you don't have to disclose anything, you're just not going to comment, right? If you're on the panel. And in terms of IO and GB members, there are some common sense rules. For example, Saskia now applying to Heijo and IS while the project manages ISs makes some sense, right? These kinds of things. And it also is more encompassing as to the governing body as well. So insofar governing body members could have exercised any sort of influence, oversight, decision-making as to an IS, they are not allowed to apply for that one. So to put it concretely, I, for example, my term ends this year. And I, for example, would not be able to apply for either Frankfurt or Porto. And if we select another IS by the end of this term, then I would not be able to apply to that one either. And there's not a single thing that could prevent that. This is also us leading by example, saying we don't want to go there. And in terms of further discussions, I would, because of time constraints, urge you to sort of ignore the last bullet point, because last bullet point was also meant to say, this is opening doors for further ideas, how you see these selections, further reforms, whatever. I don't think we have the time for that, sadly. But that's sort of the overall idea. Yeah, and then when it comes to concrete proposal, the rationale is very extensive, I'm sorry, but it's very extensive also to specifically say in which context this applies so that there's no one trying to misconstrue it ever in the future or to, prevent this. This clause, new proposed clause 15 would be as to GB or those directly related IO persons at ISs insofar they are relevant for it, right? And then clause 16, the next one, is essentially if you have some sort of a friendship, whatnot, just say it's for hygiene. It's not for anything else. EYP is a close-knit community in the sense of the fact that a lot of people we consider friends or close by or we know them. So it's just a hygiene thing. Fun fact, for the code of ethics, you already have to do that. And in terms of those who you have been romantically or otherwise, and there are many iterations of the kind of things, including family relations, you shouldn't, of course, be commenting on their applications for obvious reasons. I think we can all agree that that's sort of something that's already been going on, and someone can point out that the guidelines aren't that different. But really, the reason is also to lift this up a bit into a policy and make it very clear. And indeed, flagship events, the ISs are, so maybe let's emphasize that kind of a flagship ethics sort of thing. That's more or less it. Do I have an intended outcome slide? No, I usually don't. Yeah.
Thank you, governing body. This was a very well timed presentation. Any NC willing to deliver a statement on this? We got got Italy and the international office. Italy first, yes, please.
Okay, yeah. So our central point, also after having consulted with few of our members that really gave fruitful inputs, is revolves around a simple matter, which is apparently not so simple, which would be what is closeness, how do we define that, and above all, if it does make sense to actually define it. Like, for instance, we believe that a close friendship may influence a judgment just as much, if not even more, than a past or a present romantic or sexual relationship. So treating those situations in the same manner will create practical difficulties because the network is not small, but it's not enormous as well. So as a result, most officials know each other and have shared experience and sessions together, and like they have like heavy bonds, or like they are friends or went through situations together. So it might be possible that especially when the events get bigger and bigger, everybody kind of knows each other, and so it wouldn't be possible to kind of have a proper selection panel if this policy proposal passes. And also we believe that current Article 3 already addresses everything that this proposal seeks to achieve, because it states that all the members of the selection panel are expected to be objective and neutral towards all the applicants, and also disclose their kind of level of closeness with the applicants. So this approach, we believe that already aligns closely to the natural values and objectives of, empowering and encouraging good faith cooperation, transparent dialogue between the selection panelists. So we don't feel the need to introduce that policy proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, EYP Italy. It was a bit of a more technical statement, a bit pointish, but it's fine. On the proposal itself talk about technical. You get it. International officer.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks to the GB that they try to codify all of it and make it transparent. So we are not against the proposal per se, but we have a few concerns, which also the GB is aware of, and that their proposal. First, the GB is banned for not running for international sessions. I think it's already a common fact that a lot of people do not run for the GB because they would not want to be deprived of the opportunity to be at the international office or the session. So this will make it even more limiting, more restrictive, or maybe even more people will consider not to run for the GB. So I find it personally concerning, because I would rather want to see the ways how to encourage more people to run for the GB. We all agree that it's not the most popular position to run for. In terms of IO, I think that's kind of not the same concern, but especially for our volunteers, the European Soldier Corps, I would not see any reason for sure not to run to an international session just because we've done governance in the international office. I would find it very restricting as well. So I would not recommend for this as well. And then, of course, for even the example, I think for me, there is a difference between the selected positions versus the HO example that you brought, because I would see it only beneficial if a GB member or an AO member would say, oh, I would want to go back to Italy, looking at Julia, and to have organized an international session. Like, why should we not do that, knowing that we all have the HR crisis in a number of international committees? So there's some considerations, but it's just so that you know the concerns also that there is.
Thank you, Anya, to the international office. Come on, Bob.
Yeah, indeed. First respond to Anya. I think, Anya, you're responding to a former draft of this proposal, and this proposal has addressed a lot of these concerns already. So if I could have your attention, please, just to clarify this, because there's a lot of confusion going on right now. Sean can, no issue there. Not involved with ISs, okay? It applies incumbently to those who deal with ISs. Right, so let's say the two of them, okay? It does not apply to Julia. Well, I know what I wrote and I did not write that. That's important. Yes, but I want to emphasize that this was also there was a lot of discussions and inputs from the IO, and this is also why there was ultimately some sort of a compromise of a text, which also explains your point, UAP Italy, why close friendship isn't there, because we found two particular issues with defining close. So we avoided the word close. And second of all, people were saying, yeah, but so many of my friends are at channels because so many of them are there. So the decision ultimately, when proposing, was to propose this because this was the maximum, actually, not the minimum, but the maximum that we in the GB, with all of the input, could agree with. And we also really wanted to take care of the IO inputs to really represent it in a way in which we implement it insofar possible. So there's that. And on the point of GB candidates and elections, It's a fair point, and it's a balance to be struck, but I think that the belief in the position that we have is that it is fundamentally sketchy to have a governing body member 1 year and next year they're presiding an IS or vice presiding an IS or chairing an IS. That's a bit iffy. And when I say iffy and sketchy, it really is raising questions. And the example of the governing body is the one we can give best because it's coming from us, and we want to lead by example to that effect, rather than maybe saying to others, "Oh, this and all that." Because also leading by example is probably the most ethical way to go with to go on with the proposal.
Thank you, governing body. I will also urge you to lead by example and take a bit easier. Anya was making a point, maybe she was wrong. It could have been nicer. My very personal opinion. That being said, I don't think you can directly respond to a statement response. We open the floor for points of debate. Again, let's keep it constructive and civil. The proposing entity has divided it into clause 15 and clause 16, and then a general. Clause 15 is IO or GB member prohibitions. I will just put it up just for clarity. I see Serbia, Finland, and the UK who are recognized.
Okay, so I would like to give a bit of a perspective as president of an NOC of the next IS. So the way that it works, and I'm sure all of you pretty much know it, like both GB and IO handle so many information that no one else would be a potential applicant. No, they're decision makers. When it comes to GB, they're the people that we selected to high pedestal, and they should work on that said high pedestal. With obviously as a flagship event, it is event that is organized by much higher standards, much stricter standards. So it would not make sense both ethically but also logistically to have someone who was a decision maker at a certain point and was handling information that is unknown to the majority of network, including the applicants, to then apply because they already have an advantage over anyone else. Even the smallest details that you can think of, they took part in them too. So there is no such information that is undisclosed that we can say that it's relevant or not relevant. If they have it, they should not be able to apply because it just makes zero sense to be a decision maker and then to take a new position as a participant. Thank you.
Thank you, Serbia. As promised, we got a direct response from EYP Italy, who will pick which will be.
Okay. Like, I understand your concern, but also I do think that all the people with a position of like power, international bodies, or in a position of trust in general should be able to also kind of divide their responsibilities between what's their official role as an NGB or IO member and what is demanded to them as IS participants or officials or whatever. Like in general, this applies also to NC board members when maybe in some NCs they can also apply as session officials. And it's really, really up to the people that we elect and choose or represent the network to be able to do that sort of personal difference.
Thank you, Italy. Very quickly respond to what Italy and then go back.
Okay, so very quickly, I don't think that we should guarantee on someone being ethical or a moral person and them being capable to like divide what's personal and what's professional. I think if we're putting that much trust into someone, we don't know exactly how the people are. They might be professionally good, probably a bad person, and I'm an ethical person. So I don't think that divide is capable in the context of, for example, being in JB and being exposed to information. B, I would not feel comfortable giving that option to a person and basically telling them, well, you use your moral compass. I would rather have that on paper. Thank you.
Thank you, EYP Serbia. As promised, EYP Finland.
I mean, this is kind of like piggybacking on that in a way, which is, I think that like, in our opinion, there is kind of practically in a sense that like there's usually just not enough experienced people who are able to apply as IS, like especially as leadership. And then also, for example, qualified candidates applying to the GB, as the IO said, that I think maybe it would make sense to, for example, have like a year, like, not ban, but like a year period of like after someone leaves the GB of them not being able to go to an IS. But then like after that, especially maybe not then being able to take part in ISs again. I think just also encouraging that people can take on diverse roles in the network. And I think I would kind of like not at the point where we have enough HR in some ways to kind of separate that, and also just at some point the question of like people knowing too many other people in the network. I think at the point where you're IS leadership, you do just know a lot of people in the network anyways. So yeah.
Yeah, you will have their chance to respond. At this moment, I feel that response from Romania is also welcome.
Thank you. Just a quick, put on. Just a quick, okay. To quickly respond, I think there is a period, I think it's only for IO volunteers. I think GB is complete. No, as far as I understood, it's the ISs that they worked on, like they were involved in or chosen within the term that they had. And then
I'm sorry,
from then on.
the direct response, what is this?
Yeah, direct response to what she said.
Okay, we didn't get those. Could you repeat
I was
one?
I was clarifying. Sophia then mentioned about that a big factor would be that people will not apply to the GB and such roles because they will not be able to then apply to any ISs, and then mentioned that maybe that we could have like a limitation or the next year or the next term, and then I clarified that there is a limitation already specified with it being to not be able to apply or like take part in the ISs that were selected during the term that they were on.
Okay, thank you. I had promised a long time ago on to UK.
Very, very, very brief point, but I just want to highlight the role of event-based people and the possibility for GB and former IO employees to be uniquely placed to be excellent in this role specifically. Just in the sense that you've mentioned confidentiality a fair bit and how that's binding. And I think it's a level of power, as is also acknowledged, that maybe it's not common in UIP, should we say? So I was just kind of temperature vibe checking the possibility to maybe add a couple of exceptions to this policy, such as event-based person, which we have struggled with, I believe, I can tell by some people. That's all.
Thank you. We got a direct response from UIP Spain, and then Czech Republic and proposing it.
No, I believe the point could be relevant per se, but then take it to an extreme, you could also need to prohibit, I don't know, the leadership roles in the NCs, because for instance, you could say that I have privileged information about UIP Spain. So I could not present an IS in the name of UIP Spain, because I know the resources there. And I believe the fact that I've been a volunteer in an organization doesn't need to limit me to, present projects for the organization. I think it's quite restricting, as Anya said, and maybe it's a bit limited of scope.
Czech Republic. Jordi, could you pass the mic to? Thank you.
Thank you. I kind of want to follow up a bit on what UIP UK said, which I think is we need to distinguish between the roles, and we can't really say that it is the same amount of like problematic for GB and IO people to apply for leadership as when, for example, I don't know, an NTM or a chairperson organizer. So this is just an idea, which I think is something that we could also discuss or think about, to maybe limit GB and IO employees applying only for leadership, potentially extended leadership on like certain roles, and allowing them to apply for the more common roles, if I can say it like this.
Thank you, UIP Czech Republic. 20 seconds. That response from UIP Portugal. Can we get a microphone to UIP Portugal?
I see the point mentioned, but I also think that being team members would maybe even be worse. But even more that you would know more than your team leader, which adds another level of weirdness. At least if you're team leader, you know most of the stuff already. Yes, there's more, but I don't know.
You were perfect. Thank you. Governing body.
Thank you very much. Okay. As to the Czech, Finnish, and British points, we invite formal requests for amendments. We're very open to have this. That also means, again, the governing body would have to could discuss this again for itself, and that's perfectly fine and fair. In fact, thank you for being so constructive as to bringing all these different points. I would invite all of these to be also voted upon you because, again, this is what democracy looks like. Sometimes it's messy like this, but it's good that we're having these discussions. I would now take a bit of a moment to clarify what this specifically is about. And I will use my example. I have my term ends 31st of December this year. Frankfurt Porto are out for me per this proposal because I have, as thank you, Romania clarified, oversaw, selected, exercised some decision making for it. The next IS should be selected this year, I think, it would still apply for that one as well. Simply because I have exercised such information, had such privilege, that privilege in this view would be too skewed for whatever team, whatever dynamic. And we don't want any assumption that this person has to be accepted. And as for specifically volunteers and your role in NCs, I think this is an interesting argument, albeit it's not related to this clause itself, albeit the clause then asks this as a next question. And it's a really good question to ask, who is in what kind of a position, why and where? And while I'm personally sympathetic to your point, Spain, for the context of this, I think it's very fair to say that the governing body is proposing to, if you will, on the strictest level, limit itself. And going back to the IOM employees, Saskia made a very valid point to us in March, saying, okay, but ESC volunteers really exercise administrative level tasks for ISs. So they are, in this sense, differently treated because they are not employees, they are volunteers. Saskia is the one who is then, of course, paid and who does this work and whatnot. So there's a bit of a different rules. And it's just, again, more so for the sake of hygiene rather than anything else. Sorry, there's something in my eye. That's why I'm going to. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, governing body. We'll now move to the second round, which is about clause 16. And it's about final disclosures and rules on commenting and participating. We'll just have a couple of points. I see Azerbaijan and Czech Republic in this order, and Albania, and then we're gonna Romania, and then we're going back to proposing entities 4, and it's done. Yeah, Azerbaijan. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so as someone who is rather uptight about like phrasing and loopholes and such, it is a really nice proposal, but I do think there are some issues, namely in the second paragraph. It is mentioned in the rationale that like, okay, yeah, this concerns countries or any other kind of identity relations that you may have, but it's not necessarily mentioned anywhere if you are aware of these things. Like in the rationale, it says, yes, if it's directly mentioned that you share the same religion in the application, then yes, you do, you know, not comment on that person's application, but I feel like maybe that, or, okay, but I feel like that should be maybe mentioned, like if you are aware about this in the first place or not. And my second point is that the phrase too sensitive or privacy inducing for the person to share, I do think that's rather subjective and I do understand the necessity for it, but I feel like that part could also be a bit more specified.
Very quickly, Igor.
On the religion point specifically, it's included in the rationale. And once again, I included my own religion there. So again, really by example, specifically what is the case? For the second paragraph, you are free to comment, but what we expect of you when commenting is also to say, oh, by the way, look, we share this identity marker and that's it. And that's a hygiene thing. Insofar you are aware of it, of course, awareness comes from you actively knowing this. And you shouldn't be withholding information. We talked a lot about the code of ethics there. And that's a direct word because these were 2 points, so it's only 1 to 1 point, and I'm short enough.
Yes, thank you. I'm sure you can shout it out by yourself. I have promised a point to EYP Portugal and then Czech Republic, and then there was also Albania, Romania. Yes. We can do Portugal and Romania just because they're next together with the mics. I'm coming back to you, don't worry.
I wanted to ask the debate for the rationale on not, because the reason why it was given to us that you did not include close friendships was because you couldn't properly define them, which makes sense. But I would say like the common practice right now for describing like how we do it in selection panels is that we state the kind of relationship that we have. maybe we don't need to define if it's closed or not, we just disclose it to all the selection panel and say, oh, we went to a session, whatever. And that's enough for everyone to know. Why was maybe this not included in the?
I think we can respond after. Yes, please, Romania.
Yes, the floor is literally ours. My point is a bit more in relation to the general controversies that are around this particular article, and that's in that I do think it's really important to have these definitions of relations, even though sometimes you can't properly put a label on them, just because if we want to have a flagship event and thus flagship ethics, I think we should expect that at this level, you do have sort of a moral obligation and an ethical obligation as an UIPA to objectively take a standpoint and say, hey, I should take a step back from this. Because even if you try to do it by the most objective standards ever, personal biases still intervene. And for example, if you're juried, that's one of the first things we talked about. There's always personal bias, even if you take very objective standards and selection criteria. Thank you.
Thank you, EYP Romania. We'll now move to this side of the room. Slovenia, Czech Republic, Albania, Slovenia for direct response. Hey guys.
Yes, I just wanted to very quickly add on this because I really agree with this little moral obligation part. I'm usually also a person that's very detail oriented when it comes to phrasing, but I think when we say with this consideration and with the fact that we cannot really properly define all the close friendships and all types of companionships and private relationships, I think there is some leeway in this that we expect people to understand from this clause that, and we expect IS officials to understand from this clause what is meant by it. And I think we have to have some faith in UIPers, I think, for this as well.
Thank you, UIP Slovenia. Sorry. UIP Czech Republic is going to hate me if I don't give you the point, and Albania as well, please.
I just want to ask for a bit of clarification on the end of the first paragraph, where you mentioned that if needed be, the person who cannot be part of the selection panel should arrange a replacement. I have not been to any IS selection panel, so I just want to ask if this is a common practice and where do these replacements come from?
Give me a sec. Let's hear out Albania, and then you can reply to everyone else.
I'm gonna be as blunt as possible, and I'm very open to being wrong. But the thing is, if you refrain from giving a comment on something, I feel like that is a comment in itself. And this is a network that is built off of very close friendships and sometimes even relationships, and those are what makes the network go around. So let's take the example, if we have a selection panel and okay, we're doing like the color coding for the applicants. And if you see somebody that is coloring it in gray, which is like, oh, I'm biased, I won't give a comment. The other people in the selection panel are more inclined to sort of feel to respect that person. It sounds like they will understand, okay, so this person has a personal bias. They are most likely in a relationship with this person. And you will feel inclined to sort of give that sort of respect to the person, so you will get a more positive approach on the applicant itself. If that makes sense. We've had this happen in a previous selection panel. People were dating one another, that you could tell from the bias thingy on the color coding, and you would feel more pressured or inclined to give a positive feedback on that applicant to not be on bad terms with the person that is related to them on the selection panel, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Albania. I will allow Azerbaijan for 25 seconds direct response.
Okay, I'll talk fast, and maybe I'm also wrong. Really like the phrase that you used, but realistically, I feel like if you have reached the point of being leadership at an international session, then you are able to not necessarily let just someone say, hey, I'm not going to comment, kind of affect that. And also just saying I'm not going to comment doesn't necessarily mean that you have a good relationship or a bad relationship with that person. So it can go 50-50. And yeah.
Spot on 23 seconds, governing body. Well, this will be the last point. We will not have the third general round because of time constraints. And also because we received the format request.
Yes, so let's go with personal biases first. Sorry, I will not mention you by name, but I'll do the topics. And just personal biases exist there, but the way that we can balance personal biases is also how jury teams can do it best if you disclose them. If you disclose them, if we know them before, and that's the point of transparency within a team and to build trust. This goes back to the last points made as to, would you trust highest leadership to disclose? Not, la, 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 la. Yes, it's indeed a tricky thing, and we could see both points play out, that someone is inclined more or less to go with it. Really depends on the person, we would say. I should also now disclose, actually, I was on the editor panel for Fusion IS. The selected editor I did not comment on, despite having no such relationship with the person, but simply because he is a governing body associate of mine. And I said, no, okay, I will not comment. The rest of the GP had access to it and whatnot. And that clarifies the point as to, if needed, the replacement. There are people in the governing body, 6 of them. So if I perhaps know or see that it's maybe someone who's, who I'm dating or whatever, then I would try to arrange also a replacement. That's why, if needed, the replacement, because realistically, you will not replace a team leader. But the governing body member you can replace on an IS selection panel, because all of us sort of have that same equal value represented accordingly on our behalf. Going back also to the phrasings and particularities, yes, I mean, the points you are making are rationally good. They're sound, and we don't disagree with them. And there were a few of these phrasing points. The tricky thing is defining this to an extent that it is defined and then not. And then some are saying this is too defined, some are saying this is too little defined, and that's maybe also a network compromise where then ultimately we realize there's not something there. I'm curious to see all of the amendments. I encourage you to even do more formal requests as to all these different things, because in reality, this is also a good way to do so. I am also now going to say that there was also a public consultations process, and that this was further tweaked throughout the public consultations process. So you can also, from our side, and insofar I'll be here, I will always push for these processes. So you can also always channel these things a week before the submissions deadline, because the proposal was by the end as it was. Thank you.
Thank you, governing body. A bit out of procedure, the international office, who is, of course, and Saskia in particular, they're investing in international sessions, has asked me to give just a small comment. I will allow it, just because I cut the general round of debate.
Sorry, I was waiting to make the point until the general round, because it's a general point, which is that this policy proposal is, I think, many of the ideas in it that IO doesn't disagree with, but there is already a working procedure in place for selection panels, which is basically covering all of the points. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone in the room is aware of it. I've sent it in the chat, so please look at the details there. So you can also make a weighted decision on if this should be an actual policy or if the working procedure, which is, in my experience from selection panels, followed, not sufficient.
Thank you, Saskia. Yes, we still have to set up the slides, but yeah.
Yes, so that's definitely true, and I already said this at the start, right? The point is to lift this up a bit, because a working procedure, we can decide not to follow, right, very easily. A policy, we cannot decide not to follow very easily. So that's an added element of protection, if you will, regardless of the track record. Track record is usually at IS this happens, but there could have been examples, let's put it that way. Diplomatically, there could have been examples where there were issues of some kind to various degrees. And we do also want to respond to that, particularly because also we get sometimes DMs, oh, this person was selected because of their personal relations. I can tell you that for the panels we were on as GP, that wasn't the case, but we also want to actively fight that kind of line of thinking. And this is maybe, as to the Portuguese point from before, like undisclosed element of the rationale, because we didn't want to talk about raising public awareness as much, but yeah, that's it. Thank you, Saskia.
Thank you to the governing body. Thank you to the international office. Thank you to you all for the very productive debate. We will have received quite a number of formal requests, and this is how we are going to go forward. The first thing is a formal request. No worries, I can do that, please. By France, Finland, and Portugal to split vote between clause 15 and clause 16. Beware, we also have an amendment on clause 15 like an ordinary amendment that we will read afterwards. So now we are voting on whether we do want a split vote, exactly. So we want to vote separately between the two clauses. All NCs in favor. Give us the placards up, please. Please,
This is 15 to 16.
Okay, then any NC abstaining? Abstentions, Norway, Cyprus, and Armenia. Against? Serbia, Slovenia, Netherlands, Latvia, Romania. Okay, good. So we will be voting in parts. Before we can actually vote, we have an amendment. I had shared it in Slack. It's an amendment by the United Kingdom to add the phrase for extended leadership role. Yeah, basically, this is, I don't know, 3 words, something if you want.
Yeah, I mean, this is a rough draft and it might not be perfect wording wise, but the amendment basically adds the phrase, it is recommended that IS selection panels avoid selecting former members of GB, which still communicates the original goal of the proposal, but maybe softens it just so slightly. It also adds the phrase for extended leadership roles, excluding the event safe person role, on the basis that what you seem to be talking about is flagship event, flagship ethics, and all the examples given in the original proposal, I believe, were VPing, or I mean, organizing, I think was one, but other than that, it was VPing and presiding that we were focusing on. So from this perspective, I think it makes sense to allow these people, like, you know, former GB and IO employees, the chance to come back, but maybe not in a flagship air quotes role where they're speaking to a lot of people, being very representative, if you get what I mean. That's what.
Wait a second, there are more changes than the actually underlying candidates.
Beginning, yeah, beginning.
And at the end as well.
Yeah.
It's.
Yes.
I mean, that's the amendment. You have it.
I think you're working.
Yes. There is no draft. I mean, that's the amendment. You vote on this one. Point of order with Spain. Can we have a mic to Spain, please?
The more substantive question about the amendment, can you recommend on a policy? Because otherwise the recommendation passes to be a policy and therefore it's enforceable, stops being a recommendation.
I think I can.
This would be kind of like a semantic phrasing question, which I believe the governing body could also kind of fix in post if it's purely cosmetic, not if this is true. So if the issue is mainly with phrasing, please confirm GB, but if it's mainly phrasing, not content, this is not an issue.
Yes and yes.
Look at us knowing the procedure.
Okay, so now we can vote on the amendment. Can we? Okay, my suggestion is, listen to me, please, that we vote at the same time to accept the amendment and the clause, since the amendment is modifying the clause, the only clause we are. No?
Voting the amendments does not, is not equivalent to voting.
I know,
Against the policy, because they feel like the amendment is less worse than the original.
Okay, it's fine. Okay, I would have done nemine contraddicente, but you contraddicente, so it's fine. It's within an NC right. Come on. Okay, so we now vote whether to accept or not the amendment by what the United Kingdom on clause 15. Any NC against the. Okay, let's do it the other way around, please. Any NC in favor of the amendment, which is easier for us. NC's up. Any abstention? No, Finland, abstentions. Finland, Luxembourg, Austria. NC's in favor of the amendment itself.
Yes, yes.
I'm not good at multitasking.
What do we do?
That's fine.
This is gonna use.
Okay.
Maybe it's that. Is it that?
Okay, you can lower your placards.
Okay. The amendment has been adopted. Point of. Okay. Sorry. Apologies. No, we also have no mics.
This isn't working, is it?
No. Okay. Guys, 1 second. Point of order. Okay. Also, everything. Okay. So the power is out. We have against the amendment, which means that we will now vote on the proposal as it is in clause 15. Yes. Without the amendment. Yes. Okay. And see in favor of clause 15.
Easiest to start with the.
Yeah. Okay. And is abstaining. Ukraine. Can we actually see the black card? No. Norway. Abstentions. Okay. 4. Okay. Against. Finland, Spain, Switzerland, France, Ireland, Italy, UK, Portugal. I think it's a relative majority. Okay, the proposal, Article 15 has been adopted. Now, Article 16, which is about the knowing me and knowing you. We have no mics. So, NC's against Article clause 16, against red placards. Spain, is it? No, okay. Albania, Kosovo, Italy.
Okay.
NC's abstaining. Abstentions? No abstentions. The others in favor. Okay, then yeah, okay. Okay, also Article 16 has been adopted. So the whole proposal as a whole has been adopted. Now we are incredibly late, but it's fine. we can have a 10-minute break. Like,
Normal break length, because otherwise I think it's gonna get quite unknown.
okay. So we can have 20 minutes of break until 5:10. Please, I beg you, be on time seated at 5:10. It's what?
Oh, yeah.
What happened?
Working everywhere else is just the same. Some species just feel some proper model.
Wait, maybe it's an
Wi-Fi is
extension.
good.
No, maybe an extension cord which is lighting up the thing.
Yeah, we don't even know what the system is. I don't think Scar knows what the issue is either. We'll try and get it sorted before the day.
Okay.
The live stream works.
believe in a fair distribution with events and event participation in mind. And it's a better differentiation amongst different size MCs, but more on that in a second. Also, it's very nice because we'll be more of an ability to have smaller and larger delegations spending activities. And also, of course, we're gonna have perks for being on time and fulfilling everything, but again, we can explain that in a second. Also, we introduce some negative spots for not engaging whatsoever, but again, the rationale will be explained in a second for all of those. If we can move to the next one, please. All right, so now we're gonna walk you through the full proposal. Okay, so first off, one is not a big change. The only added change here is that the total plan number, just because there are deviations to that number, so the word plan was added. And then we removed the 8 as the maximum delegation size, now to be a maximum of 12. And now we also explicitly said that the limit includes places awarded under criterion 3, network solidarity. Also, some of these things that we codified, they were on and off applied. They became a norm, they didn't become a norm. We had internal discussions. Is this a thing? Is this not a thing? So we really wanted to make sure that now it's black and white. If we can move to the next one. Okay. So what we added to the first sentence is that the data provided by the BNC board, so it's census and also data provided by the BNC board and also Safe 14, because now we're gonna care about those ESP forms and also based on like voting, online voting, all of that. If you participate in all the international government contact, you get a +1 just by opening the link and vote and doing your tasks. Then on the fourth one, we introduced this sentence, which is far more clear, and also we brought it together because, as you can see, it was 3 and 10, and it really makes sense. How it works, there will be, so all the agencies will be informed about the delegation sizes by the IO. There will be a mandatory period of 14 days in which entities can submit complaints to the governing body. Then we will notify the national committees about the results, and so on and so forth, so that it's a very fair process, so it's not much back and forth. We eliminate like implement situations. If we can move. Thank you. Now, this is, yeah, so we included the 20% of all participants from backgrounds that are unprecedented within the network and specific entities or a minority. You can see the whole thing. Why? And we know it's vague, but outreach is much more than having delegates from less represented backgrounds. It's up to you, national committees, to define how this outreach should be defined based on the activities you have. Next. Okay, these are all just clarifications, just to be super like spot on with all the criteria that will happen in the annex. For example, spots under criterion 3, which is the network solidarity hosting IO events, will happen only if the national organizing committee will submit all their reporting on time. Because sometimes that does not happen and adds more work to the IO to chase with those national organizing committees, and it's not fair to receive delegations if you don't fully do your tasks. Then, for the purpose of 4.2, which is capacity building events, we said that we have an exhaustive list of what that means. And very important to say is that it's not only like, for example, to be a trainee, but you can also have a trainer and you'll be at the Summer Academy, for example, and that criteria will be fulfilled. So as long as there's someone from your NC at that capacity building event, that's fine. Then tasks related to international governance includes, and you have again an exhaustive list there, but why is it good? If you do all of that, you make their job easier, much easier. We streamline the agenda, and we also get a +1 delegate. Win-win situation. Next. Okay, then again, the participants of international session, other than events coordinated with the international office and events fulfilling criterion 3, which is the international or IO event organized. So it's like, what does this say? Is that it removes ambiguity so that the outreach and training events count towards the active involvement because they weren't before, and we believe that doing training and outreach is still involving participants and they should count towards the final number of participants. And of course, the events coordinated with the IO are excluded because majority of those participants are not from that given MC. Next. Now, this, oh, thank you. So we introduced this kind of prioritization of what happens if there are any extra spots at a given IS. At the moment, what happens, it's pretty much up to the IO to define it, but we wanted to put it black on white. So if the international session is scheduled to tackle place 60 days or more in advance, pre-NCs have a 7-day priority to claim available places. So how that will work is like we realize there's 10 places, and before we announce in network wide, we're like, oh, pre-NCs, we have 10 places. Is anyone interested? Just to kind of facilitate their growth a bit more, because remember, pre-NCs only have 2 spots per policy. Also, remaining 3 places after all of those are allocated, again, within the 60 days, are done based on order of priority. So national committees with smaller delegations, in particular with those with 5 or fewer delegates, because why would you prioritize someone that already has 10 or 12 delegations? I mean, you cannot even have more than 12. And national committees that did not send a full delegation at previous international sessions, because we know those are some situations where an NC is not able to send delegations to one IS, so we can compensate with the next one. And also we added 3 NCs there. Okay, I think now we go to the IS. And now this is the important bit because all of those are the criteria. Here, nothing much changed. What changed though, because before it was only, I think, 3 or 4. The -1 was exactly the same, but it was only 3 plus 1s, and it was a +1 plus 1 plus 2. It was a big jump between the numbers. I think it was before 200, 300, 500, something like that. So we wanted to now differentiate even better between 300 involved, 400, 500, 600. If we can move to the next one.
They're cumulative.
Yeah, they're there at the moment. At the moment, if you organize an NSC, you get a +1, but organizing NSCs is a pretty common thing for all of us, and we decided to change it to a -1 because if you don't organize an NSC, that means you don't really select delegates in a very fair way most of the time. But of course, there are challenges, we know there are struggles, but like in an ideal world, all the delegates for an IS should be selected for an NSC. Then network solidarity remains exactly the same. So we can move on to the next one. Educational value. So here, what we added is that I know, not much more. So we included training days for the official teams at sessions. So that CGMO day now it's included in training values because before it was not. It was maybe by personal interpretation of the policy. And mind you, CGMO has to have a specific number of hours codified already by the policy in order to count. Then failure for the national committee to ensure at least 1% representative of capacity building. I already explained that and what capacity building means, but this is just because if you don't send anyone during the entire capacity building portfolio, that means you get disconnected from the network and you really miss out the generation there that can bring some information to the NC. Outreach remain the same in this context. We just redefined outreach on the clarification, if we can move. And then we have impact of evaluation. So at the moment, if you get those IO like stats that you put in the census, you get a +1. But I think most of us are doing that at the moment. And if you remember, before it was if you had a national development year plan, you get a +1, and that was replaced by this. But now because it's the common sense, the common use, and also it really helps with the census data, we decided to put it a -1, and it's really not hard to implement because you have the forms, the templates in the member platform from the IO. Also, if you failure to complete all ESP's post-event forms, which are required, by the way, we don't introduce this, like you have to do it anyway, you get the -1 just because we want to reinforce people doing it more. That is what the one. Then census logistics. We hear you. Census is a big thing. It's hard to fill in, and like it also takes a lot of time for you, but also it takes a lot of time for DIO to process it, and also it takes a lot of time for DIO to kind of chase whatever NCs do not fill things out. Therefore, we want to introduce an incentivize so that you work on it, maybe not in the last 2 days, but month by month. But if you submit it within the deadline, that's an easy +1 you can get. And if you fail to submit it 7 days after the original deadline, then you get a -1 because then it means much more work and delays for them.
When are you submitted right now?
And lastly, it's the international governance annual tasks. I already explained what it is, voting, all of that. If you do everything, it's a +1. If you decide not to do one of them, it's fine. You don't get that +1, but it's an added nice thing for the entities that are really active, and we really think that we're gonna push for more democratic processes, and also will help also the BNCB work that quite pushed you to be more active in online votes, be more active with agenda people. So yeah, I think
This underline what the BNCB also wants to do.
yeah. So I think if we move, that's it, hopefully. Thank God.
All right. And yes. Governing body, I believe you have jointly with the IO proposed a friendly amendment.
We don't have a forum, so we have.
No, it's just a.
It's just IO, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. It is just the IO. We don't have.
Okay. So this is not in fact from the governing body.
Yes.
So is it friendly or not?
So it is not friendly.
I mean, it is not by the way we define it as BNC. It is
Makeable. Which has no procedural importance whatsoever. Okay. Then we will deal with this later. Okay. Then, as usual, we will have some statements. Yes, we have a lot of people who would like to make statements, so let me look who registered this ahead of time. EYP Finland registered this ahead of time, so you will be heard. EYP Ireland also registered this ahead of time, so we will also be taking yours. Romania also, IO, you don't fit in the agenda setting poll, so we will also accept you. Czech Republic also registered this ahead of time, so they will also be accepted. Latvia didn't, but Croatia did, and they're not here.
Might be Croatia.
Okay, but Chris, yours needs to be short, okay? Okay, all right. So let's do this way around the room. So starting with Finland, then Czech Republic, and then, you know, remember where your turn is in this sweep.
Yes, hi. So from European Finland side, I think our opinion on this proposal is kind of, in terms of our statement, is that, like, I think kind of this focus on expanding like the delegation of allocation overall is nice. Also, let's just have it like standardized. But I think, especially in terms of like reaching out to delegates, I think we have like a couple issues maybe with it, which is that I think especially kind of having delegates going to an IS relying on like ESPs being competent in filling things out, or also like an NC member from like 2 years ago not filling out the census on time. While it does make the work easier of everyone involved, I think kind of I get the negative incentive of it, but I think it does punish delegates for like someone who is maybe just incompetent, ghosting, because this does happen, especially maybe for ESPs if we have a lot more at our sessions. Like maybe, I know it's required, but yeah, it might happen. Yeah, and also just like I think there is still a lot of like room for factors to influence a lot of this delegation allocation that is kind of outside of people's control. So yeah, I think looking, at least from our side, we'd be maybe for more of like an events-based approach, just because that's also where delegates come from to attend ISOs. Even though I get the like including smaller NCs, but yeah.
Thank you, EYP Finland. Next, we will be going to EYP Czech Republic.
Thank you. I will be repeating a lot of words here. I generally have an issue with the whole concept of negative points here, purely for the reasons that were mentioned just now, because like we are actively punishing delegates for not even necessarily incompetence of people who came 2 years before, but things happen. I know that, for example, in our case, this year census like was an issue, not because someone would be incompetent, but because it just got lost in a transition of a board that dropped out. And you know, I tried my best. I don't think the delegates in 2 years should be punished for the fact that
things got lost on the way. And kind of going through all the negative criteria, it's things that aren't necessarily, at least in my perception, oftentimes fully in hands of the NC board. Therefore, as much as it was said, this makes the job for everyone kind of on your side much easier. We are still volunteers. We are still people who have a lot on our plate, and you do as well, sure. But let's kind of find a way where maybe people don't have to not go to ISs just because things happen.
Thank you, EOP Czech Republic. Could you pass the mic to your left to EOP Ireland? Amazing, thank you.
Hello, thanks so much. I'm going to go through this quickly and not too many things that have just been said beforehand. The proposal is good in a lot of ways, but we're not in the position to support it unless a few things happen, which I'll go through now. First of all, I like the first two clauses, and 3 and 4, I like the vast majority, just to start off with. Clause 5, the outreach clause, there's a bit of an issue with. I see where you were coming from with your new clause 6, but like 20% of all participants that we can designate, that's either too broad because you can designate anything, or it is an invasive, like you have to ask everyone, are you gay? Are you from this community? Are you this? In an Irish context, we can't ask, are you of a certain religion? You can't ask a reason. So like, I think that's something to bear in mind. And then again, anyone could designate anything as a minority group. So I think this one should be rephrased or brought back to the first day. Sorry about that. And then next, the criteria, I can't go down very far, but I have a few issues with the negative criteria. I think having between 2 things for a census within 2 weeks is a bit much. I appreciate the plus one to get an on time. The second one, I don't think we should be negative people. I think if you have, okay, I will go very quickly. I think either change it to 2 weeks or to a month or something, but we can't do it now. Tell me what you're going to do, other, I'll do an amendment for the friendly amendment, then it's fine. Thank you.
You want me to copy amendment?
Thank you, EOP Ireland. Next up, as promised, will be a quick statement from Chris.
Okay, so I understand that this could be taken a bit with a grain of salt, as I am coming from a small NC, so there is a slight bit of bias there. I would say that I overall agree with the approach you take with the development focus. I can see that there's definitely some thought in there. I somewhat disagree with the people. I think that a census giving you +1 is essentially a free spot. It's not that difficult. Sure, complications can happen, but it's not the worst thing in the world. On the other hand, though, the cumulative, for example, annually active people or whatnot, it is defined. I do think that it sort of gives the opportunity for big NCs to stay bigger and for small NCs to kind of jog along. On the other hand, I do feel like census data, it currently is collected, it is presented to us. I do think that it could be analyzed and utilized in a other beneficial way, rather focusing not on an NC having less than 100 people and having them penalized for it, because an NC can go from 12 active people to 95 active people in a year, and they can be penalized for it. But let's say you focused on census from the data and focused on percentage points that have been gained or degraded, and then actually base the development or degradation of the NC based on actual statistics rather than involvement, which could just be small because of the capita of the country.
Thank you, EOP Latvia. Now we have 2 statements left, if I counted correctly, which will be EOP Romania, followed by the International Office.
Yes, thank you very much. Once again, I would preface this with taking with a grain of salt coming from University of Romania, which does have a particular case, I feel, in this context. However, before I begin to comment on the things that everyone else has said before, I would like to say that we are quite in agreement with this policy and that we really do commend an attempt to at least try to make it a bit more easy for the census to recognize the process of a fast developing BNC, as I believe was the case with us. One thing that I do want to mention is that it is okay and obviously fair to mention that it's not okay to punish delegates for things that didn't happen, but it can also come to you if things happened and things were done. And one example I will give here is the cut that we had for Pordenone, which was divided by 3. Our spots were divided by 3, and we didn't feel that, for example, a number of spots such as 2 represented what UIP Romania was achieving. There is a lot of relativity still here. Also can be mentioned with outreach. I feel that it's super difficult to have a really thorough definition of these are exactly the outreach groups that you may quote and that you may put those people in that box. It depends on you know international context to know who you need to reach. And while, okay, things do happen, I still believe this policy has a lot of potential to truly sort of fast and enhance the democratic and international governance responsibility and processes of our network. And I will finish it here.
Yes, and I hope it's okay that I make a bit of a longer statement just because it's also, I think, interesting or good to know and sees also the feasibility behind this proposal because I think there's quite a few things going on. So I think from the IO perspective, the delegation allocation is quite complicated in the sense that there's many different factors that require a lot of interpretation. And I think for this, we really also appreciate the initiative to define these things. Such as the defined criteria for outreach and trainings, and also talk a bit more about the process for the additional delegations. We don't fully agree with the way how, because we think this will really increase the complication and the errors and the delays that are already very much present because of the reliance that we have on external institutions. So, for example, the census is one way where things are delayed already, and of course, there's built in an incentive. But I want to echo what many other people have already said, that in our experience, it also is often NCs that are struggling broadly, that are also struggling to fill in the census. And it feels like it's kind of just kicking them when they're down, or it might not have a positive effect because this incentive might just not work if it's not possible for them to do this in the first place. And also the coordination with the Safe Core team and the BNC board. There is a big fear from my side, like a genuinely big fear that this will just increase the complexity of the actual calculations which happen on the internal side, leading to more delays, more coordination, more mistakes, which then lead to more delays, more coordination, potentially more mistakes. And that's one side of it. And I think people have talked enough about the punishments and potential effects. Another point is that for the additional delegates, I think there is this need for flexibility and individuality that I don't think would actually be reflected in a policy. And I would really rather see specific points for priority be given direction in a guideline. They could be fully ordered. And I think I'm fully in favor of that and that being a way forward. It's also what I proposed at the last BNC when this was discussed as a topic of debate. The reason I don't think it would work well in a policy is that there are individual cases like European Romania where we actually follow the policy but actually it's clear that European Romania was much bigger than you would expect at the starting NC. And we actually also have awarded than European Romania because of their specific case with more additional delegates because we understand these circumstances. And these are things that you cannot fully predict and put into policy. There's many such cases. I've given a lot of specific reasons to the GP, just for privacy's sake, I don't want to now repeat, but there are legitimate reasons for prioritizing specific NCs that do not only have to do with the pre-initiative or pre-NC or an initiative status. And we already also do prioritize pre-NCs and initiatives because we agree with the governing body this is a good incentive and a good thing to do. And then there's just one part that I'm also afraid that the specific change to 12 maximum will drastically increase the overall delegation size. And in general, having so many changes at once, I have no idea what the delegation allocation would look like. And I'm afraid that having so many changes would lead to a delegation allocation, which might be much more inflated or much more deflated than the actual spots at an international session. And I think it's important to have this be closely connected, that the difference between the allocation and the actual spots is not too big. So these are, I think, some of the main points, and I am happy in the round of debate to respond to specific points.
Thank you so much. No, you packed a lot into those 3 minutes. All right. governing body, quite a lot to respond to, but I'm sure you will manage.
All right, so
I will still keep the time.
thank you. To start with Finland, and I think this was a recurring theme with like what can happen beyond your control. Honestly, the only thing which is beyond your board control is the ESP form, because that's the only thing which your board cannot fill it in. That's another person. And of course, if you think this should not be a thing, you can always ask for a split vote or an amendment. However, if we remove one of the -1 criteria or more than -1, we have to also rethink some of the plus ones because we introduced quite a lot of plus ones compared to the original, and also to make up for the -1s because we tried to balance it quite a lot there. And that was the kind of initial thinking behind it. On outreach, 20% was already there in the original clause, probably you saw. But the definition and our expectation was pretty much what UIP Romania said there. You should know your participants and who you target. Anyway, when you do outreach, you should have some aim in mind, and that's very important for outreach. And also, by GDPR, it's not allowed to ask for sexuality and all of that. Yeah, also on Latvia, the -100, it's already there. Like the -100 happens anyway, and we kept it also for the sake of balance. Same as with many other points, because like if you count how many points we added versus how many points we deducted with minus, it's pretty much the same as the original proposal. And we did few calculations here, there on some randomness that we kind of knew, and the difference is not at all. Usually it's kind of the same, but it's just more fair and more transparent. And then there is no room for more interpretation. Then in terms of IO points, and there were quite a few of them, there is a reason why we specified 60 days there. If the event is in 60 days or more, then we want those prioritization lists. And that's because we just wanted to have it on paper. We understand that it can cause delays and all of that. That's why it's 60 days, because that's 2 months before the event. Most of the times, those extra spots do not even happen 2 months before the event. So like that will not even be followed, but in a good context that we have that, why not to have it? Also, it's not only prioritization of pre-NCs, that's only for 1 week. They don't get more than 1 week. We also prioritize national committees with smaller delegations, especially the ones with less than 5 delegates. And that's where I think your concerns, Saskia, kind of come from, that we prioritize delegations with smaller ones, or the ones that weren't able to send a delegation at the previous one. Also, Safeguard Team and BNCP, a big fear that this adds extra work. Of course, it's extra coordination, but again, Ivor and I made a little spreadsheet on the how people are involved in GAL, and it's very easy to track it down because you actually have to do quite a lot of steps to get that +1. And if you miss an agenda setting poll, then you already have an NC you don't have to care about for the rest of the year. And of course, it will be some work and some things we have to adapt to, but that's how we improve policies, by working and adapting and trying out things. For the Safeguard Team, we do have that data of who fills in the ESP forms or not, and they anyway follow up quite a lot with everyone that is not, and they're chasing out a lot. As for the census, we understand that this is a pain. However, this is not a pain announced December that you have to do till February. This is a pain that is known from the get-go. And also, I think no one here is like, if we know that you have a very serious situation or there's something going on and you approach it very clearly, I was always very flexible with those stuff. And I'm sure they were going to continue to be very flexible with those stuff and we're going to continue discussions. But this is also for those cases that, I don't know, you just ghost. Can't happen. People are ghosting in UIP. We are all ghosting in one form or another. I will conclude after this. But this is just to maybe to help with the census submissions. And if it's not, well, it's a -1 that you assume that you know about it now. And yeah, we are open for any amendments, split votes, whatever you think is more democratic to make this proposal better.
All right. I believe there have actually already been some proposed amendments, but more about that later. For now, let's move to the first round of open debates. Let's look at how the debate is structured. We have first the policy clauses, then the annex, and then general. All right.
Shall we mention?
Well, it's not a friendly amendment, right? So it's not by default in. So let's first discuss the proposal as is. All right, we have a lot of points. You guys know what this means. We might not be able to take everyone for everything. Also, try to really stick to the themes of these rounds as much as possible, just so we can actually keep the debate on topic. All right, I'm counting on you guys to also think about this. All right, let's see. Let's hear a point from UAP Ukraine, followed by UAP Portugal.
Yeah, thank you very much. For us, it was pretty understandable that the issue with establishing who is minority, who is whatever, what is outreach in this sense, is a problem. But in the original proposal 5 now to clause 6, there is a point underrepresented communities within UAP network. I just wanted to ask whether there is an established list of those underrepresented communities, because regarding specific NCs, respective field region, blah, 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 our NCs can understand what minorities mean. But on the whole UAP network, I don't know whether, for example, UAP Ukraine possesses data. Thank you.
Thank you so much. UAP Serbia, you're very fast, so we will accept this direct response.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but it does not exist because outreach is very NC specific, and I think the whole purpose of why it is incentivized this way is because you know your outreach the best. So it is completely up to you as an NC board member and your board to decide who are you reaching out to, who is underrepresented in your country, your region. So it is pretty much, I would even say, flexible around to your own advantage. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. As promised, the next point will be from UAP Portugal, if only they had a microphone. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to focus on the 12 delegates aspects, because we've seen that ISs have increasingly been lowering by external reasons the number of delegates. So I was wondering, with 12 delegates maximum, it's if we have the maximum number of delegates, which would be 225, they're only, and if everyone has 12, which is never going to happen, but still, if they did, there was only going to be able to have 18 delegations, which is not a lot in a network of more than 35 countries. So I would say that I would think we could argue here that to make it a little less for the maximum, so around like 10, 8. But yeah, I think that we could discuss that.
Thank you so much. UAP Portugal, fun fact, Pordenone IS had 11 committees. So 12 delegates in one delegation would kind of be funny. Because that means one country would be literally everywhere. Okay, that was just a fun little thought I had. Let's take a couple more points. I'm thinking UAP Bulgaria, followed by UAP Slovenia.
Perfect. My point is very, very small, and technical. Like I have more points, but they're directly the annex, so I'm gonna keep it on technicalities. Autonomous committees are not included in the policy, which I think, considering that we have one on probation at the moment, is especially important. But yeah.
All right, governing body, can this direct response be 30 seconds or less? Then I accept.
Per charter, every single mention of a national committee applies to autonomous committees, unless otherwise specified in the charter. So that's the answer.
Okay, very nice. That was indeed shorter than 30 seconds. You know, this makes me happy to see. All right, as promised, UAP Slovenia.
Yes, thank you. I would go to clause 14 with 60 days for the national committees, whatever part. I do not have a better idea for how to do this, but I can imagine that when there are spots and you offer them to pre-national committees and national committees for smaller, we also target NCs who are smaller, usually less developed, maybe coming from the Caucasus, who also need a visa, which would then make it harder for them to then actually, if they had extra delegates, comply with the deadlines given, the timeline given to obtain the visa, afford the travels, especially if it's such a short timeline when pre-national committees cannot go, then you have to wait for the next national committee. The tickets get substantially more expensive. That makes it a little less accessible for people who maybe otherwise also would struggle to afford to come, and that would make it even harder. Thank you.
Thank you so much, EOP Slovenia. Because we are short on time, we will now return to the governing body to respond. Everyone who hasn't made a point yet, I will defer to the general round. Okay.
Thank you. As to EOP Ukraine, what we would suggest is that then you form a request to amend to remove that part, because indeed what EOP Serbia said is there. NC's own understanding of their own minority groups and whatnot. And you know your outreach the best to both of them. So that is really the focus, and within the EYP network, it can also relate to particular socioeconomic levels and whatnot. So do friendly request it, a very fair point. We see it in that, when you said it in that sense, it makes perfect sense to us. Okay, Portugal, yes, the base is 8. The base was always 8, 225 base was also around 8 or so. And mathematically, if you take the incumbent system, you're going to arrive at the same problem. The fact that there's a maximum hypothetical possible does not mean that it is fulfilled there. In an ideal world, we have everything, we agree, but the reality is that the average is always lower, and there are things, and there are also more variance now with pluses and minuses, which the IO says might complicate the process further, but it's also a way to distinguish and to truly also say that if you really care about your NC in terms of doing these things, such as fulfilling agenda setting polls, really taking part in these matters, that can also give benefits to your delegates so they are not punished, as some were saying there. As to Bulgaria, we clarified, and as to Slovenia, as to visas, very fair point. But visas, sadly, we cannot influence on the one hand. On the other hand, in terms of prices will always be of 60 days, 60 days or less or more or whatever before the event. However, you should also keep in mind that generally prices also rise after we green, right? Because the green lights also happen 3 or so months before the event, 4 so months before the event. So there's always that cost that we cannot influence. And the reason why we want pre-NCs is because it's then much easier for us also to work with them. And because right now, what is happening, for example, for Fusion is Satya, Julia, Stepan, and I, and with the GPs have quite a correspondence trying to figure things out. This, in our view, would help with that. And as to the smaller NCs, it really depends, because it's also those who weren't able to fill those before. So it's not necessarily just the smaller ones. So we're trying to really balance every sort of different consideration there, owing up to the limit. Sorry.
Thank you so much. On that note, we will move to the second round of open debate regards the annex. Once again, I see there are many votes. We will first take a point from EOP Cyprus, 0 patient for, and also EOP Azerbaijan.
First of all, I pretty much like the annex, how it's designed now. The only issue that we see is criteria 8.1 that says that a national committee has to fulfill all annual tasks listed, which I would say is maybe too harsh, maybe like a 3 out of 4 that you have listed. I would also like a clarification for the actual clause, but that's for the general round, so I will leave it as is. And yeah, would you think that maybe it's too harsh and should be altered? I already submitted an amendment, but if I see that the national committees and the GB do not want this, then I will leave back the when it's time.
All right, thank you so much. For time reasons, I will not take any direct responses right now. Sorry. All right, as promised, the next point will be from EOP Azerbaijan.
Thank you. Okay, so I genuinely don't agree with the minus concept, but a lot of these are quite simple, host an NSC, at least 100 people, so on, so on. So I think it's already something that we do, and if we don't, then we should do it. But I do have an issue with the 6.1 and 6.2. with 6.1, it's rather general, yes, it is our work, but like, wouldn't this kind of maybe cause maybe a bit of fabrication near the end of it if we're already late with the census, for example? But 6.2 is where the real issue lies, because as the NC board, we're not necessarily the ones that are responsible for safety. And ESBs and NC boards, we do have different opinions when it comes to like the code of conduct, for example, and things like that. So I personally, this might be a selfish perspective, but I, as the international coordinator, do not want to be able to send less delegates abroad just because NESB failed to comply, and the NSB did not, I don't know, support them during it. I just feel like that should be removed. And it should definitely be something that, you know, has a punishment or whatever, but not on us.
All right, thank you so much. Then I know there are so many points wanting to be made, but what we'll do is hear from PRNCs that haven't said anything on this topic yet, and they're all sitting next to each other. So we will do Norway, Germany, the Netherlands, and then close this round. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. So I want to ask about how you define actively involved, because there have been some different definitions on the matter. And regardless of which definition you use, it will negatively impact a lot of MCs, especially MCs that are already small or doesn't have densely populated or dense population in that sense. So it would be very difficult to reach the thresholds that are already mentioned in the causes.
Thank you, EOP Norway. EOP Germany.
The big change from the previous to the current or to the proposed annex is mainly that there is now a lot of punishment around not participating in international governments and participating in network events and so on and so on. I would say this is a completely wrong approach to how we select delegates to our international sessions. What we should prioritize for this is healthy BNC development, such as having a long-term strategy, making fair selection, for example, by having a selection to of the delegates that are selected to the event already, for example, having people involved that are like lawmakers and so on and so on. I know that from the governing body side, this feels like a great idea because it makes things much easier for the governing body. I do believe that. But having to get rid of one of our delegates just because we failed to complete one of, I think, 15 something event safe person forms we have to do every year feels unfair and not in the sense of what we should be.
Thank you, EOP Germany. EOP the Netherlands.
Yes. In my opinion, the whole thing about the negatives over the negligence of not filling in certain holes and such is really misplaced, primarily because perhaps from the perspective of the people sitting in this room or also on the GB, these are really simple things as former presidents or international coordinators, and you think, how can this have possibly gone wrong? But the essence of it is that for a lot of NCs, if you have a capacity issue, a HR issue in your board, these things can be big things, especially if you're trying to focus on issues within your country or within your NC. And then what the effect of this will be is that those already with HR issues on the long term will lose out on more spots. And those spots at international sessions are one of the most effective ways to develop HR in your NC. And given that this is also coming from, I guess, two people who are really involved in NC development, I just want to see how those things can possibly rhyme.
All right, thank you so much. Sorry, EOP Germany and EOP Cyprus. Also, since we've already heard from both of you in this debate again, I feel like we're in the know about what you all think, so it's fine. We will now move back to the governing body to respond to this round.
I'll go point by point. Cyprus, thank you for that. Again, good that you have a formal request. We definitely support such amendments. In terms of saying that the standard should be somewhat lower, you are already here, you're taking every vote. If you have filled out the agenda setting poll this time and you do it for the next time and the next meeting you submit your votes, ta-da. We believe that's not a high threshold. And it only further complicates the administrative process if you say, oh, 3 out of 5 tasks or something like that. This is why we disagree with such an approach. We have had such internal discussions. And it's a +1, once again, so it's a reward. In terms of Azerbaijan opposed to minus concepts, we understand it. We'll also address that a bit later. But in terms of 6.1, fabrication already can exist. But now with the today passed code of ethics things, there's the truthfulness obligation as well, potentially. So that already goes there. And fact checking all of that data is a bit difficult, but already I don't think there's going to be more or less fabrication to what is already there. And in terms of 6.2, you're not responsible. We understand it. Feel free to do a formal request to get that out of the way. Norway, actually, what you're pointing out is not a change. This is already an incumbent policy. So the fact that this is already an incumbent policy and that you are saying there are different definitions, I think the IO is very consistent as to what actively involved means in terms of all of those who are at events, number one. Number two, not just at events, but these are detailed further things in events, and there are easy ways to check out the total numbers. And this is also one of the biggest issues of fraud, actually, and this is why sometimes it takes longer to the IO. And I think both Analu and Saskia have said at some one point in time that it's very easy to spot when it's a bit fraudulent, but still it takes a lot of time, and it's also unfair to the IO to have to police someone's numbers. So actually the issue is maybe more on the other side, right around on the language itself. In terms of Germany, beyond your pompous and provocative language, which we did not appreciate, we must say that if there is such a disagreement, it's also very easy to not just amend, not just to split the vote, not just to do these things, but also to, but then the suggestions you have made is as to delegate selection and having people involved with lawmakers, that only further complicates the issues, and that yet is less inclusive as to a number of countries because of different political circumstances and whatnot. Long-term strategy used to be a requirement as well, truth be told. Now it is not anymore. And again, this is not a punishment as to the delegates or whatnot. This is raising the ceiling and lowering it. And also in terms of the Netherlands and capacity issues, indeed they can exist. And if I just may, they do exist, but these issues can only be resolved for actually also then taking part in the network. For example, going to capacity building events, network part events, that will benefit someone, and that's a natural step as to how development works, and that's why also we want to support it. And should be told why we are coming from the position we are in, because it's a compromise of further going with pluses and minuses. Mind you, not one point until now, I'm super sorry, but this is very important. Not one point was raised against a +1. Almost every point was raised against a -1. And we are very sorry to say that we want to, and we get it, it's lucrative. But you also keep in mind, how many +1s do we have then? Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. No, but we understand there were also a lot of points, so we understand. Okay, you may repeat, but maybe in 2 sentences.
In 2 words, nothing changes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're not changing.
That works. Okay. Then now for the third round of debate, which is general, let's start with the international office, followed by Turkey and Poland. Thank you. So I think what also we believe is that the reward should be much more incentivized, and I think that's also what the GP tried to do. And in terms of prioritization, one of the ideas would be, and actually it's been a practice from the past, we'll send it also in the chat because of the policies. For example, if an NC does exceptionally well and you reach out to 5,000 young people, of course you should also be prioritized for hard work rather than maybe an NC who struggles. Of course, we should prioritize giving you this opportunity to give more support to the delegates experience in AS, but still the reward should equally be prioritized as, and I also think that in a volunteer network, we should avoid a penalty by all means. So that would be also my wish to see in the policy. Yeah, and I just want to maybe mention a few other factors which we normally take into account that are not reflected into the policy, which also, for example, could be. Oh, it also could be the regionality. For example, if the call for additional delegates happen very late, that we actually reach out to and like we maybe prioritize entities who actually will be able to still send delegates where the prices are lower. Because there is a lower chance of dropping out. This is a very practical thing that is something that we have to take into consideration, the same as also with visa. And yeah, I think that's the main point. Thank you so much. All right, as promised, we will be hearing a point from EAB Sofia, followed by EAB Poland. If we could get a microphone in the area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to ask about the international governance criteria. If it is not going to change, if it's going to stay the way it is, would it then be possible for us to get some sort of reminders or like a list of these tests with the deadlines? Because I think we should also consider the fact that some of these tests may clash with work transition period, and we had this happen. If the former IR did not do a proper job with their transition, so then the new IR might not know about these tests, and also they might not get any communication because it takes a while for the BNC list to get updated with new emails. As I said, I think we had this happen with Vinci Reminder, and then the new IR was not able to work, so just to make our jobs a bit easier.
All right, thank you so much. EOP Italy, you flashed me a little direct response, but now it's gone again. So, okay, this is still correct. Then I will accept this.
I might be coming from an ignorant place, but I feel like all these big tasks that we picture as huge mountains of international governance, they are split throughout the year, most of them, and all of them go through the BNC list. All of them have multiple reminders. I had Sean text me privately this year saying, hey, you looked at the chances, and I just sent it to the 2025 one somehow. And yes, there can be issues in transitions, of course. Well, build on that. Build the framework within your MC to not have it repeat again, because maybe you will lose a spot one year, and we lost spots for so many reasons, and it happens. But from that, your MC can go and improve and create transition frameworks to, again, not repeat the same mistake. And you do not have the capacity. That's a super fair question, and it can be a whole different debate. But at the same time, it's also fair.
This was a very long direct response. Okay. Kik is giving me the small hand signal, so we will accept the tiniest direct response from UAP the Netherlands. And if it's not tiny, I will cut you off. Okay,
Understood.
deal.
You may build structures, but that assumes that this is negligence, where if it's a capacity issue, you cannot build structures because you are struggling. And then you get punished in the long term, which creates more capacity issues because you don't have people to spend to like summer academy, because you know what, like they never attend an IS, but they quit do what PNL or any other NC.
Okay, thank you. That was, it was small. It could have been tinier. Okay. Thank you, EWP NL. All right. I promised a point to EWP Poland earlier, didn't I? Then you recognized. That was 5 direct responses ago. Thank you very much. I have actually a question about 6.2, so about even safe versus post-event forms. As what do we call, each even safe person has to fill it out for it to be complete. So it might discourage to have many even safe persons, especially as some MC can have only one event, which can have only 2 ESPs, meanwhile other ones, for example, UIP Spain can have 15 regionals. So that's much more people that they need to keep track on to fill out the forms. So, and that looks unfair to have it that all ESPs are treated equally in essence. Thank you, EWP Poland. Sorry, EWP Azerbaijan, but EWP Ireland was much faster. So we will be taking this direct response. This will also be the last thing we hear about this. But I can already tell you guys that there are like literally 100 formal requests and proposals. Many. Adriano over here is sweating. A lot of the things you're saying probably can actually be potentially resolved by voting then on these amendments. So I think that'll be a good way to wrap up this debate. Okay, it'll be Ireland and then back to GB.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Adriana and the GB for, working through all of this. Just regarding the ESDs, my biggest problem with this close is that there's no timeline. So if you could add some timeline in like a friendly amendment, that'd be really nice. So like ESDs would know how long we have, we could plan around it, and like if it was 6 weeks or something. So at the moment, it's like if an event happened on the Tuesday and on the Wednesday, the IO was like, well, time to do spot. I haven't told it before. If I'm wrong, then Ivor knows more than me, so please tell me that I'm wrong. Okay, if I'm wrong, please.
Thank you, the Ireland guys. I said it's the last thing we're hearing. What is this? No. Okay, I said the last thing. It's the last thing, you guys. No, no. No more of these hand signals. I don't like this. Okay, but joking aside, this is the end of the third round of debate, and we're moving back to the governing body for what I hope is a reasonable length for spots. Yes.
Let's take it from the back. How the census works is that you have the year, so within a year. So if you have an event, let's say on the 20th of December, and then thank you, EYP Poland, you have the deadline in the already existing policy, safety and welfare policy. Yes. So it can never be the IO deciding, oh, we're doing the census on a random Tuesday. It always works at the end of the year and towards February, where you report for a full-on calendar year. Poland, we get it, we agree. Look, we put it in, sometimes we also put in things to spark discussions. We got this. Okay, it's clear. This is also why any friendly amendment for us is impossible. We don't have a quorum on the one hand. On the other hand, we got the memo, you will vote it down, good. But it's good that we're talking about these things. And that's also generally good as for the volume of these amendments. In terms of the Dutch point, you say build structures. No, we say let's be responsible, let's be weighted, let's be balanced, and let's be fair towards everyone in a sense where we give, on the one hand, ability for small ones to do some things that shouldn't be so intense, to build seats, spots. On the other side, the differentiate between these different points. Anya previously said if you do 1,500 people, maybe a +1 for each 100. Personally, I agree. But how achievable is that with the Portuguese capacity point and with the previous Dutch and German relatively provocative? Well, the German was provocative point. Now, to the Italian direct response, indeed, you get a lot of reminders via the BNC list and all these things, and we also actively care about investing in that and checking up with you. So realistically, you not knowing some of these things, the threshold is relatively low. But also something was mentioned before about the IO being gracious as to the deadline, the original deadline, in case you have issues. And of course, that is actually a power on the IO, not on us. And in terms of the IO, there are several points. Reward should be much more incentivized, but you were against rewarding before so much because of capacity. An idea for incentivization, we agree, that's why we want more incentives. And in terms of avoiding penalties, well, but we're avoiding penalties, but we're getting delegates to pay more at international sessions for participation. That does not make perfect sense to me either. And in terms of factors not reflected in the policy, regionality, yes, but once again, to that point, Saskia, is 60 days. So 2 months, and if it's less, of course, we'll do whatever makes sense to you. If it's more, we would like to have a more structured approach that we cannot decide not to follow. And that's the benefit of it with time cap. And that's a response to everything.
This one was, in fact, well timed. Thank you so much for taking our time requests to heart. Okay, now, as I said earlier, we have a lot going on with the formal requests and the amendments. So we have structured it as follows.
I know it's your right. Could you stop sending formal requests? And you see my face, it's a bad democracy.
Alright. Maybe next time what we do is we get the draft policy, everyone leaves comments on the doc.
You don't have that opportunity.
Guys, now you know, maybe we do this at the draft stage next time. Okay, but anyway, this is fun. And Adriano's also been kind enough to add visual aids in a lot of the cases, make sure you can really see exactly what you're voting on. Yeah, since we received so many formal requests, we did make use of our right to reject formal requests in some cases, but we did this extremely sparingly. So we've allowed all formal requests that we felt reflected what you guys said during the debate, and the ones that didn't really relate to any points that were made, we have omitted now. That being said, we still have a ton. So Adriana, may we see the first one, please?
1 second. Okay. Yeah. No, I need to know. It's fine.
Guys, this will be much easier if we stay somewhat quiet. Yeah, the first one is the one we already know about from before. Maybe that's the amicable but not friendly amendment, so the ordinary amendment proposed by the International Office. The main change here is, as you see, changing this mandatory 14-day period to 21. So 3 weeks and 20 instead of 2 weeks. All right, we will now go to voting. We will do the backwards vote where we do first all abstaining.
Fun fact, this was in one of the drafts.
Yeah, at some point.
One of the many drafts.
All right, thank you so much. Then all against. That is 0. And then all in favor. Okay, thank you so much. So this amendment has been accepted. Then moving to the next formal request, we have another proposed amendment.
The order is a bit random, but
It's roughly the order in which we were sent these amendments. Roughly. What's up? Oh, you just want to comment? Okay. This has been put forward by EOP Cyprus. And here they say the only difference is 3 or more annual tasks instead of all of them. Governing body. Very short point.
Sorry, but the whole point is to make all of you more involved. 3 tasks, it's 1 ASAP, submitting all of your votes now and doing something else rather than like the entire year. 3 is a way too low threshold. Like we understand that we can like, be more flexible, even if it adds much more work and complexity, but 3 is way too little.
Okay. I will not accept this point. I think we will boss this out just by voting. Sorry. No, not on their point, on the amendment. Okay, well.
Which one? This one.
This
Okay.
one, okay.
The other one is. 1 second, guys.
Okay, so
Wait.
just to clarify, EOP Cyprus, you wish to retract your whole request for amendment? Okay, we can do that. We can do that.
Yeah, how many are there? A lot.
9. The thing is, sorry.
That's not the problem right now.
So we got a formal request by WebP Portugal to postpone the vote. As a reminder, postponing means the next BNC, not tomorrow. Do you still wish?
No, we gotta do tomorrow, sorry.
I thought.
Okay. Okay, so we will also disregard this formal request. Thank you. Okay, thank you to you two. This strikes 2 points off our to-do list. Next, we have a formal request also with an ordinary amendment from EOP Ukraine, amending clause 6
Yeah, we already discussed this. No?
Yeah.
which we discussed. So again, we will just move to voting.
What is it?
It is what is bolded.
We're moving EOP network just to focus on what each target.
All right. Can we see all abstaining?
Ahora. Guys, help us, please. Okay, please.
Who are with us here? All against?
Netherlands.
Okay. And now, please, all in favor? All right. So this amendment, thank you guys, has also been accepted.
Okay.
Adriano, are you breathing?
I am.
Amazing. All right, then we move on to the next formal request, which is also by EOP Cyprus, just to make sure you want to keep this one. Okay. It's also an ordinary amendment. Guess what? Okay, GB, same thing as earlier. You can have like 2 sentences to comment on this.
We wanted to ask what is majority of the proposals, because that can mean you're this year for half plus one, like, I don't think you mean that. And it says even if you leave.
Wait, you will be recognized to respond. You don't have to echo.
And remember, guys, even if you have to leave early or you cannot attend the BNC meeting, the proxy is there. You have the option to send the proxy. And again, it's one form away. More work for them, but it's one form away.
UGB, Portugal, that is it.
Know that it's a lot of work because you have a lot of amendments, but we really cannot see from here what is on the board.
Yes.
No, I don't have, like, I don't know if that's a thing that.
Okay. UGB Austria, can you help? Thank you very much. Okay, so while UP Austria translates the board, UP Cyprus, you may respond.
Yes, you can vote by proxy. What I would want to avoid is that basically you come here, you vote for every proposal but one, because you have to leave or because you're not in the room and you don't vote, and then you lose the spot. I know that what you said is correct and it's improper phrasing, but if the amendment gets accepted, maybe the GB can like do the necessary changes if they want to approve it in their next meeting.
Single sentence.
Okay, we
Yeah,
accept single sentence.
Thank you. We are very flexible to it, and of course we can amend it, improve it later on, but we are very flexible to it.
Okay, Grant, since this ended on such a friendly note, I say no more points, just vote. Not getting accepted is not a breach of the working procedure.
I am posting screenshots of the proposals.
Question.
There's agenda setting for my external representative where you could technically.
You are voting on.
My understanding is that they just define like presence at the meeting a bit differently. No.
We got them, don't worry.
No. Okay. So. No, I said no for Stop trying. Okay, okay. Because you get to express how you feel about this by voting on it. I'm not silencing you. Okay. Okay, guys. Come on, it's been a long day. Let's just get through this. Let's move to voting. Adriana, are you ready? All right. May we see? Okay. May we see all abstaining? Germany and Greece and Sweden and Slovenia. All against?
Okay.
Keep your placards up. Okay, thank you. Lower your placards. And now all in favor, please. All right, guys, please. It's been a long day. We're crunching out all the formal requests, which we love doing for you, but
Thank you.
but the noise does not help. Okay, so we're sorry to say this ordinary amendment by Youth Cyprus has not been accepted.
All formal requests are on Slack, on the thread.
Yes.
Thank you, BNCP.
You're welcome. All right, next formal request with an ordinary amendment by UP Azerbaijan, which would delete point 6.2 from the annex. Shall we vote in the contradicente to accept this? Yes, okay. Thank you so much. This ordinary amendment has been accepted. On to the next one. Formal request by ERP Ireland, also with an ordinary amendment.
What is the mira contradicente?
Without anyone opposing. And if you have to oppose, you shout in that point. What do you say?
You say stop.
Yeah.
Do you really wish to do it?
Okay, I will ask again. We propose to accept this previous, can you go back? To accept this ordinary amendment, nomine contradicente. Okay. Okay, in this case, we will just vote normally, okay, by show of placards. May we see all abstaining? Greece and Ukraine and Luxembourg. Guys, right now I should be the only one speaking. May we see, oh, Bulgaria is also abstaining. Okay, just in time. May we see all against? Thank you so much. May we see all in favor? Okay, so this ordinary amendment has been accepted. Okay, so on to the next formal request. On to the next formal request with an ordinary amendment, this time by UAP Ireland. Here, this is also something that was discussed. The deadline is changed to 20 working days instead of 7 days. Governing body, do we really need to share a point on this? Okay.
We'll give a bit of their point treatment to this amendment, and that is to say this is unclear. Because what is a working day and which national working day standard is to be applied? How is this inclusive of the different religious communities, etc.?
Again, this is something the GB just fix in post.
No, because the intent matters here.
I'm assuming this means Mondays through Fridays, excluding if there is a typically acknowledged religious holiday. All right. Guys. I will let Europe Ireland respond and then that's all.
The international office is based in Germany, so we can use the German days.
No. No one has been recognized to speak right now. All right.
Just vote
I
against
have
it.
to be honest, you guys, there's been a lot of heckling at this meeting, which I do not appreciate. Would you like to raise a point? Then I will accept it.
Thank you. 21 days, just harmonize across the policy. and as a policies. We often refer to 21 days without working.
All right. In that case, EOD Ireland would have to withdraw and resubmit this?
Amend the amendment. I agree. Well, yeah.
That's nice.
Not
We just,
40, 21 days.
that's nice, but again, this just needs to like formally be submitted. Okay, you know what, EOP Ireland, you say it's 21 days? Okay, it's 21 days. It's 21 days. Okay, guys, let's vote. All abstaining. Germany. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Guys, what is it with the constant chatter? How many times do we need to say that we don't appreciate the noise? Okay, may we see silently all against? Thank you. And now again, silently all in favor. Okay, that's what I want. All right.
Yeah, that's more than half of what's.
Yeah, but we could then do 2/3, and but it's it will be absent, so should be fine. 18, you said 18. Okay.
So the amendment with 21 days has been accepted as well. All right, moving on to the next formal request. Thank you, by EWP Portugal, which changes the maximum number of delegates per national committee from 12 to 8. All right. Yes, we can have, I don't know, if someone wants to ask a question or say something on this, I think because it's a bigger mathematical difference, we could spend a minute on this. So let's have EOP Spain, Italy, and then governing body. Mike? Is there a mic closer to Spain? Thank you, Sasha.
Thank you so much, Saskia. I hope you
Yes.
No, what I was going to say is 8, maybe it's a little bit low, especially for instance, we have a feed more of people. In our case, we handle around 1,200 to 1,500 delegates each year. So that would represent each 8 spots times 216, which is 1% of the people who come to Spain can get the chance to go to an IS. I believe that's quite low to give the opportunity to 1% of the people. So, you know, and if we do more things to get more spots, then good for us and bad for our sleep.
Okay, then as said, EOP Italy governing body, and I will add international office to this queue. EOP Italy organized.
I'm not sure about the question about over-representing, because I feel like your understanding of who represented comes to the expense of NCs who could just have a base of 12, as was being said, and just have that as a basic number of delegates to be sent to an international session, and instead you would lower that down because other NCs do not have the capacity, but that would go against the development of other NCs who could instead achieve 12. And if you cannot achieve 12, that's totally fine. You will send however you have and have them have a beautiful experience in 8 instead of 12.
Okay, thank you, EOP Italy governing body. let's go to next.
Yeah, just to point out that at the moment it is 8, but if you host network-wide events, you get extra, so this will lower even the present. And we were criticized of being too harsh, and we think this is then going against that idea that we were too harsh because we went from 8 to 12.
All right, thank you so much. And finally, International Office, you're also recognized.
Thank you. At the moment, it's 8 max, even extra points do not contribute to 9 or 10, just to clarify. But of course, if there is an extra pool of sports, we would prioritize this 9, 10, 11, if it was. In our opinion, 8 is reasonable. These then exceptions, then is Spain does exceptionally well. Then, of course, we allocate more sports to Spain. But in the ideal world that I think we are all striving to, if there are 40 countries with 8 sports, it's just not manageable. It will never happen. But even with 32 countries that we are now recognized with 8 sports, it's also not doable, especially structurally when we are going down the numbers of areas. So 8, in our opinion, is a good high, and we would always increase it if sports allowed.
Thank you so much. You before to go, because this is your request, we will very briefly go to you as well.
I mean, we have the same opinion as what the IO said as to why we asked to do the number. Also coming into like Italy with like the overrepresenting, as what we said with the recent trend, especially with like Pordenone having less people, putting a cap of 12, which just means that either the IO and the TV would owe a lot of spots to some NCs because there's just not enough spots for everyone, or it would mean that some NCs are just vastly underrepresented. Again, 12 with 11 committees.
All right, thank you so much. Then I think the time has come to vote on this amendment. Same thing as always. May we silently see all abstentions? Abstentions, calling for the second time, just to be sure. All right, thank you. May we see all against? Thank you. And may we now see all in favor? All right, thank you so much, everyone. This amendment has not reached the relative majority, so it will not be adopted. But thank you nonetheless for bringing it forward here to Portugal. Okay, then now we are, guys, we've made it. There are no more ordinary amendments to vote on, only split votes, okay? Yeah, Azerbaijan, what was it?
Well, I feel like you're gonna shut me up, and do feel free to, but there was an amendment from our side way at the beginning, and it wasn't discussed in the thing,
Yes,
because it's like kind of important, but logical, so I think.
Okay, yeah, this is something we commented on earlier. Because we've received so many formal requests, we made use of our right to reject a couple of them because we found the ones we now presented reflected the content of the debate better. We stuck to those and did not put this one forward. I hope that's understandable and okay for you guys. Okay, so split votes. So for everyone who remembers how this works, first we vote on whether or not we want to splinter this off from the proposal as a whole. And then depending on what the outcome there is, you know, the voting structure later looks different.
Yeah, like this will be on the new one.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Okay, perfect.
So without BYP network and the applicable comma.
Yeah. Because you amended this one, so you're gonna split vote on the new one to amend this.
Yes, yes. This is a good point.
That would take the picture.
Okay, yes, very good. Keep in mind, we are splitting off the current version of the clause, not what is printed there, because of course, when this was submitted, the other versions that we now have did not exist yet. Okay, so just ignore what is printed there. All right. Let's vote on whether to split vote. All right, can we see all abstaining? Can we? Okay. Thank you so much. May we see all against? Okay, and may we see all in favor? All right, thank you so much. So we will not be split voting on this, but there is another opportunity to perhaps split vote, which would be on, which again has also changed already because 6.2 no longer exists. So this would only be splitting off 6.1 in the split vote, which like I guess we can still vote on the split vote. All right. So Ilaki has withdrawn this. So we are done with formal request time. Have we received another one?
Is it a point of order or not?
I was gonna ask a stupid question that if we withdrew, does that mean we have no?
7.
Sorry, but no. All right. Now, all that's left, no biggie, guys, is to vote on the policy as a whole.
Well, not as a whole.
Like the proposal as a whole, with all of like the new, no? Oh, none of the split votes have been accepted.
True, sorry.
So now it's really just the final vote on the proposal with all its many changes. Okay, guys, are you ready to be done with this? All right, I mean, we can say, great job, you guys. This is the most active debate I have ever seen. The most participation, the most co-creation. So that's been great, but it's also been a long time. All right. Yes. All right, may we see all abstaining? Thank you. May we see all against? Yeah, guys. Is this everyone now? Do we need to call a second time final call for all against? Okay. Then, okay, thank you so much. May we now see all in favor? Okay, thank you so much. With this, after all these arts and crafts, we are happy to announce that this proposal has passed. Okay, people don't leave, it's not over, okay? So, before moving on to agenda, we need to be quick. Before moving on to agenda item 25, in consultation with the proposing entity, which is EOP Finland, of agenda item 26, which is a TOD on blacklist, can we agree, Nemine Vicente, to move that agenda item to tomorrow instead? Otherwise, we don't eat. Nice.
You don't vote.
Okay. We would have the charter change.
Just a repetition of last time.
I can commit to one sentence explanation.
Okay, we propose for agenda item 25, which is the charter change, to either committing to a 1-minute explanation and then voting Nemine Vicente.
Because you have already voted on this at last meeting.
Can we go to the next slide? Yes.
Please stay in the room and be
Yes,
silent.
can we
Thank
go
you.
to the next slide? Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, so we want to keep things consistent, and once again, thanks goes to Adriana for pointing this out now, I don't know, 10 months ago, and that's why we made the changes. And because these articles have to be voted upon twice, well, changes to these articles have to be voted upon twice, two consecutive BNCMs, and the GP has to do that as well. We are voting on this again, much like we have voted on it some time ago. The GP voted on this twice. You have voted on this once, passed you once. The vote is now finally for your time based on what was previously there, and this is the proposal.
So the proposal is essentially to add point F.
And correct the naming of the articles because charter changes, sorry, this is one more minute. Charters.
So for those who haven't been there last time, there was an issue in 2018 because this didn't change in 2018, so we sort of effed up the numbering in that clause.
This is essentially about keeping numbers consistent and corresponding to the actual policy. So can we vote nomine contradicente to pass?
Debate.
Debates no. Yes. Amazing. So we can go, the change has passed. Yay. We can go to dinner and then we will announce.
Wait, stay seated. Do not go. Yeah, important things. First of all, the hostel does not like it when we leave our stuff lying around. Once again, for this evening, please take your stuff with you, especially if you have food and drinks that you bought from outside this hostel. It is much nicer if you clean up after yourselves. Also, if you leave chargers lying around, they might be taken. Maybe the hostel is not so nice to you. This room will be locked, but please clean up as well. Put all your things in your envelopes. Put the envelopes on the BNC board table to make it easier for us. Then tomorrow, wait. Are we standing up? Thank you. Sorry to be so strict with you. Tomorrow morning, before you come into this room in the morning, you need to take all your stuff out of your room because it is time to check out. We need all your room keys by 9:30. Christina, our lovely intern, she's over there, will be sitting in the lobby waiting for you to hand in your room key. Also, if you had issues with your room key, blah, 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 go to Christina, tell her you have checked out and you have taken your stuff, at least, even if you don't have a room key. Then your stuff can be put in the room Zellendorf. Yeah? And only after you finish that, come here, come on time. We have a lot to discuss. Yes? Understood. Okay, great. And we will close it around 10 tonight. Yeah.
BNCM.